Good evening and welcome to C-SPAN's election night coverage. With the balance of power in Congress at stake, C-SPAN now begins our evening of election night coverage of the key House, Senate, and governor's races. Along with the results on this network tonight, you'll see candidates' victory and concession speeches in some of the nation's most closely watched Senate races. And, of course, this being C-SPAN, throughout the night we'll be looking for your comments, your feedback as the results come in across the nation. You can do that three ways: by phone, and we'll give you the phone numbers later on, by our Facebook page, or you can tweet us at C-SPAN. We look forward to hearing from you as tonight and the results unfold. It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast, and already polls have closed in about 1/4 of the states. You can see that on our map. All of the states in pink, red, orange, and purple have closed, and results are beginning to come in. And in fact, the Associated Press has called races in Kentucky, where Mitch McConnell is declared the victor, and the two South Carolina Senate races, and in West Virginia, all going to the GOP. We have cameras at the headquarters for Mitch McConnell and Allison Grimes, and you can see right now Rand Paul talking to supporters at the McConnell headquarters, and what it looks like over at the Allison Grimes headquarters in Kentucky. Later on tonight, as their speeches get underway, we will certainly be there so that you can hear what they have to say. Our colleague Steve Scully is going to be out all night at the desk looking at the details of the votes as they come in. Let's see what he has for us.
And Susan, you mentioned West Virginia. That is a pickup for the Democrats, where Senator Jay Rockefeller is retiring the first time since 1942. A Republican has won the Senate race in West Virginia. Shelley Moore Capito, want to share with you first a photograph that was tweeted out just a short while ago from the Mitch McConnell campaign. It is Senator Mitch McConnell on the phone with Allison Grimes as she conceded the election, and it was tweeted out just a short while ago. The network's declaring Mitch McConnell the winner shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go through the numbers, beginning with Kentucky, where Senator McConnell is heading back to the U.S. Senate, and if all goes as the Republicans expect, he will be the next majority leader, with about half of the vote now reporting in Kentucky. Senator McConnell at 54% in terms of raw numbers. That's about 364,000 votes. Compared to Allison Grimes, the Secretary of State, the Democrat. 7 campaign appearances by the Clintons, getting 43% of the vote, 290,000 votes in terms of raw numbers. In Georgia, important to keep in mind that if a candidate does not get 50% of the vote, they face a runoff with the top 2 contenders in early January. Right now, David Perdue is above that number at 59%. Compared to 40% for Michelle Nunn. These are early numbers, only 1% reporting in Georgia. In North Carolina, this is one of those states where the Democrats must hold on to if they have any hope of maintaining a majority in the U.S. Senate. Right now, the Speaker of the House in the state of North Carolina, Thom Tillis, the Republican, with 63,000 votes, again 1% reporting, compared to 52,000 votes for freshman incumbent Senator Kay Hagan trying to seek a second term. In New Hampshire, where Senator Jeanne Shaheen is seeking another term, she is facing a tough challenge from Scott Brown. Right now, with 8% reporting in New Hampshire, she has about 25,000 votes, or 57% of the vote share, compared to 43% for Republican Scott Brown, the former senator from neighboring Massachusetts. In Virginia, this has the potential of being a surprise pick of the night, with Ed Gillespie, 24% now reporting, 54% of the vote, 248,000 compared to just over 200,000 for incumbent Senator Mark Warner. And then finally in West Virginia, Susan, as you indicated earlier, where Shelley Moore Capito is the winner at 59%, 38% of the vote for Natalie Tennant. The numbers will continue to be on the bottom of the screen, and you can check out all the results in the House, Senate, and governor's races online anytime at cspan.org.
Christina Bellantoni is the editor-in-chief of Roll Call, and she and her team, of course, is one of the publications focusing deeply on Capitol Hill, is been following these races and the ramifications of the results for quite some time now. She joins us now from the Roll Call newsroom. Christina Bellantoni, let's start with Mitch McConnell. I'm looking at your newspaper from this morning, Election Day, with the headline, "McConnell's Eyes on the Prize." But of course, first he had to win his re-election bid, and in the final rankings, you still had Senator Mitch McConnell among the top 10 most vulnerable senators, and yet that race called early. So what was the trajectory in that race that turned that around for the leader?
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the final returns end up being. I've been talking to Democrats in Kentucky for the last several days, and they were feeling really confident. They felt like they had momentum for Allison Lundergan Grimes. They felt like they were really having a strong message. And of course, the Clinton family is really powerful in this state, and they invested in Allison Grimes early. So I always figured that it would be close, but my money was always on McConnell winning re-election, regardless of whether the Republicans are able to win back control of the Senate tonight. But the fact that they called this race immediately once all of the polls are closed suggests a large win. And Kentucky is a pretty Republican state, but it's really an extraordinary turnaround. This is a man who is incredibly unpopular back home. I mean, very, very low approval ratings. I think they're almost as low as Barack Obama's in Kentucky. And then this is also someone who faced a primary challenge. We were all talking about Matt Bevin a few months ago, and Mitch McConnell was sort of easily able to fend that off, and Allison Grimes had the state to herself to sort of define her own message, but she had some stumbles, and, I think that it didn't help her when she refused to say whether she voted for the president. That got a lot of attention from Democrats, sort of irritated at her. And then you throw all that in with the fact that Mitch McConnell's an able campaigner, knows his state very well. He's been serving it since 1984, and is someone that was really primed and now appears ready to take a new job if the Republicans are able to net those 6 Senate seats. And you mentioned West Virginia; they're already 1 on their way. This was an expected flip from Jay Rockefeller, the Democrat, retiring, to Shelley Moore Capito, adding to Republican women in the Senate, but it's still a big deal for them. So it's early in the night, but Republicans are feeling pretty good.
Christina Bellantoni will be with us until the bottom of the hour, and we begin, as I mentioned, our interaction with you tonight. A hallmark of C-SPAN's coverage is having you be part of the process here, you, the voters around the country. Here are the phone lines if you'd like to be involved. Democrats 202-585-3880, Republicans 202-585-3881. Our line for independents 202-585-3882. Facebook, you find the C-SPAN site, and there's already a vibrant conversation going on there. And finally, our Twitter page. You can post a comment there. We'll mix all of that in as the night progresses. Well, you suggest also that the Senate control may not be known Wednesday. What are some of the areas that are really very contentious that might stand in the way of having an absolute set of results tonight?
Well, there's a whole bunch of them, actually. So some of the races that we expected to be called early, New Hampshire, Virginia, polls are closed there, and we haven't heard a final result yet, or at least an AP call. But North Carolina, the polls closed at 7:30, and this is a race where Senator Kay Hagan was able to win her seat to begin with in a very good year for Democrats when Barack Obama was first elected and won North Carolina for the first time since 1964, I believe it was, 64 or 68, for the Democratic Party. And she barely won that year. And then in 2012, Barack Obama barely lost it to Mitt Romney. And so this was always going to be a close race. And the operatives that we've been talking to on the ground there say that they are prepared for recounts. They are prepared for a razor thin margin there. But don't forget that it takes a very long time to count votes in Alaska. We're not going to hear any results until long after midnight. And then the fact that some of these ballots have to physically be transported from very remote areas of this very large state, by plane, by, in some cases, sled dogs. So this is a state where we may not know the result for several days if it's close between Senator Mark Begich, a Democrat, and then Dan Sullivan, who is the candidate the Republicans really are excited about. That's not to mention the 2 states where you need to have a majority of the vote to win. And if you don't have a majority of the vote and there's more than 2 candidates on the ballot because they do these jungle primaries, or there's a third-party candidate who's clearing a certain amount of the ballot, that goes to a runoff. So in Louisiana, we're talking about a December runoff. If Senator Mary Landrieu, a Democrat, is not able to cross that 50% threshold, we don't know what would happen there. And then in Georgia, if Michelle Nunn, this is an open seat that Republicans hold, Democrat Michelle Nunn is running strong, but if she is not able to clear that 50%, she's likely to head to a runoff with businessman David Perdue, and that's not until January 6th. So this is an absolute organizational nightmare. Let's just say control of the Senate hangs on this state and you don't know till January 6th, which is after all of the new members actually get sworn in. It's going to be a mess. And of course, it's a great story. It's fun for us to cover.
And it was reported over the past couple of days that the parties have chartered jets waiting outside of Washington, D.C., and teams of people ready to go into states where there might be a contest of the results. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, think about Minnesota and how long it took for Senator Al Franken after recount and legal battle. I mean, it was months and months and months until we had him actually taking the oath of office as a senator. So, yeah, things can be tied up for a very long time. And then the question just falls to how close is it? Does that put pressure on independents in the Senate to caucus one way or another? That's not even, we haven't even mentioned Kansas, where it's possible Republican Senator Pat Roberts could lose, and an independent Greg Orman, who Joe Biden said either today or yesterday that he's confident Greg Orman would be with the Democrats. So there's just a lot of complicating factors here, which is one of the reasons why politics is so fun.
We'll come back and talk more about the legislature, but Steve Scully has been looking at governor's races and has some results.
And speaking of close, a very close race in Florida. Here are the latest numbers from the Associated Press. We should caution you as well, as some of these early numbers coming from more rural areas, and a lot could change as the evening progresses. But in Florida, where it's statistically a dead heat between Charlie Crist, the Democrat, and Republican Rick Scott, who is seeking another term. Also in Georgia, keeping a close eye on the results in that race, because Jason Carter, the grandson of former President Jimmy Carter, right now behind against incumbent Governor Nathan Deal with 60% for Governor Deal. Again, the same situation in Georgia, where you must receive 50% of the vote. In Ohio, not much of a contest. Governor Kasich easily seeking re-election against Ed Fitzgerald from the Cleveland area. You can see the difference between the two. 61% for Governor Kasich. For Democrat Edward Fitzgerald, 36%. And in South Carolina, where Governor Nikki Haley easily winning re-election as well against her Democratic candidate Vincent Shaheen. And one other look at the Virginia Senate race. Every election night, there's always a surprise. This potentially has the surprise of the night, where right now Ed Gillespie at 52% of the vote compared to 46% for Senator Mark Warner. We should point out, with these numbers, much of Northern Virginia yet to report. That could make a difference in the Virginia Senate race.
And in Kentucky, we are keeping our eye on Mitch McConnell's headquarters. And as soon as he comes out, you'll hear what he has to say, not only about his own victory, but what he sees as prospects for Republican control of the Senate. We're going to begin with phone calls. Our first one up is Matt calling us from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Hi, Matt, you're on. An independent. Matt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Your comment, sir.
I noticed that there was an issue arising with one of the races somewhere in the nation, I didn't catch which one, where voters are voting against somebody because that candidate refused to reveal whether or not she voted for Obama.
Right, that's the Kentucky race that we talked about with Allison Lundergan Grimes. And in the debate, when she was pressed on it, she wouldn't say who she voted for.
Yeah, well, if that's the reason they're not voting, they're actually voting against their own right to private voting.
Thanks very much. Christina Bellantoni, that's the argument, in fact, that she made in her reply.
Yeah, and this really gets at a lot of the fundamental tension between the Democratic Party and the Obama administration right now, and Democrats in Congress. You know, Democrats are pretty frustrated. They wanted to see more change or bigger change, or they wanted certain things out of the president that he didn't deliver, or they don't like the fact that we're engaging in more war, or things like that. And so it puts them in this box where they're unhappy with him, but that doesn't necessarily make them excited about the Democratic Party, even if the Democratic Party is distancing itself from him. So it's a really difficult situation. And, you know, people keep saying the president wasn't out there campaigning. Well, he campaigned for a number of these Democratic gubernatorial candidates. He pretty much went in person for all of the competitive races except for Charlie Crist in Florida. First Lady Michelle Obama went to Florida. The president did some robocalls for a lot of these candidates. The only Senate candidate he actually campaigned for is Gary Peters in Michigan, who looks pretty likely to win the open Senate seat, retiring Senator Carl Levin there over Republican Terry Lynn Land. So, yeah, it's a really tough position for both the president to be in and these Democratic candidates. You know, yes, they all voted for the Affordable Care Act, but they've certainly said that they don't agree with all of his policies.
Well, while we're talking about the president, if the Republicans are successful in recapturing the majority, what do the next 2 years look like for him in the Senate?
You know, so I'm an optimist. People ask this question all of the time, and I like to think that it is possible that Washington can break gridlock. I think that Republicans understand that the message voters are sending, regardless of how the actual numbers play out in the Senate at the end of all of these Senate contests, voters are saying they're tired of nothing happening. They're tired of the fighting. They would like to see something accomplished. So Republicans are already laying the groundwork for things where they can see compromise. Tax reform is probably the largest thing that you hear about, but there's no guarantees. And John Boehner has a very different and difficult caucus to deal with that is now growing bigger and possibly more difficult. And Mitch McConnell has his own issues. You know, Ted Cruz is going to continue to push that caucus to the right if they are in power, and it will be a challenge. But the president also doesn't want to have his last 2 years be nothing on the board. So this is a sense where they're looking for areas that they can come together, and spending might be the most likely of those scenarios. I would not expect a big compromise on immigration reform. I know a lot of immigration advocates are disappointed to hear that, but that is not in the cards.
Erwin is watching us in Worthen, Georgia. We hear Senator McConnell's coming out soon. But Erwin, what's your comment or question?
Yes, in Georgia, in Worthen, Georgia, John Barrow was not on the ballot.
All right. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question about spending, because the North Carolina race, which you earlier referenced, is on track to be the most expensive Senate race of this cycle in probably history. And I'm wondering about, when the story is written of this year's campaigns, what will the headline be about money?
Oh my gosh. Well, you know, it's only going to get more and more. I mean, it is always fascinating to me when you hear these like car dealerships in Arkansas or even, you know, South Dakota saying, I can't get an ad on the air from mid-September all the way through until the election because all of the airtime is purchased. You know, there is a saturation point. And so many times you talk to voters at the polls who say they're voting just to make the ads stop or make the robocalls stop. But spending will continue to increase. I mean, the Supreme Court opened up sort of a bit of a flood. It allowed for a lot of legal spending in a way that people are going to continue doing it. I mean, a lot of people assume that the Republicans are outspending the Democrats. It's actually the other way around. Democratic-aligned super PACs have outspent the Republicans.
We're going to interrupt you to go to Allison Grimes in Kentucky. Let's listen.
Thank you all very, very much. Well, good evening. Good evening. 16 months ago, we began a journey to send a message that Washington just isn't working for Kentucky, that we want to actually put the people of this state first instead of partisan politics. Along that journey, we showed this nation what the Commonwealth is truly capable of, breaking records here in this state with our fundraising, leading the nation with our work to build a grassroots organization unlike any the Commonwealth has ever seen, with over 50 offices, 6,000 volunteers, and momentum from Pikeville to Paducah to northern Kentucky. This was made possible. This was made possible because of an amazing husband, an amazing family, my fellow constitutional officers, Governor Beshear, Governor Collins, Governor Brown, Governor Jones, Governor Patton, and importantly, a dedicated staff, and each and every one of you. Well, tonight didn't bring us the result that we had hoped for. This journey, the fight for you, it was worth it. I will continue to fight for the Commonwealth of Kentucky each and every day. My hope is the message has been sent to Congress that we need to work to increase the minimum wage, to close the gender pay gap, and to bring good-paying jobs back to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. This journey, this fight was for each and every one of you, and I will work my hardest to keep this amazing organization that we have built together intact, to fight for a brighter and better future. We deserve that. I want to thank the hundreds of thousands of Kentuckians that made it out to vote today. You had your voice heard. That is what democracy is all about. To each and every one of you that cast a ballot in this election, I will continue to work for you, and together we will rebuild a brighter future for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Allison Lundergan Grimes thanking her supporters after her failed U.S. Senate bid in the state of Kentucky. She's in Lexington tonight. We're going to go right to Mitch McConnell's headquarters. Elaine Chao, his spouse, is talking to the crowd there.
About health care, about unemployment and dead-end jobs, about the future of our coal communities. The people of Kentucky spoke to us about an economy that's not working for them. And they described a government that keeps piling on instead of listening. And they shared their fears about the kind of country we will leave to the next generation. In times like these, we've never needed a leader more like Mitch McConnell. Mitch is committed to restoring Americans' faith in their government. He's passionate about expanding opportunities for all Kentuckians, and he will never back down from defending what is right. He's incredibly dedicated to the people of this Commonwealth. He's never forgotten his roots. That's one of the many reasons I've always admired a lot about him. Almost every weekend, you'll find Mitch home in Kentucky, whether he's meeting his constituents or grabbing a sandwich at Morris Deli. Mitch always wants to be back in the Commonwealth he calls home. And it's not hard to see why. The outpouring of enthusiasm and support from my husband has been simply overwhelming, and it's truly touched our hearts. Kentucky has given my husband, Mitch McConnell, so much, and Kentucky has placed its trust in him for so many years. And Mitch feels the weight of that responsibility every single day. Your trust humbles him. And take it from the Kentucky woman who knows Mitch McConnell the best. It motivates him, and he's going to make you so proud over the next 6 years. And if Mitch is given the chance to lead the United States Senate, he is going to make our country proud as well. And now, I hope that you'll enjoy this video about Mitch. Thanks so much again.
We know a few things about races.
But it is at Churchill Downs where America's finest race.
Endurance, tradition, commitment.
As the McConnell campaign looks at that video, we expect to hear from Senator Mitch McConnell shortly. Here's a look at the latest results from the Kentucky Senate race called shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern Time, where Senator Mitch McConnell easily defeating Allison Lundergan Grimes with 56% of the vote compared to 41% for the Democratic Secretary of State. In Michigan, keeping an eye on that race as well, where the Democrats hope to hold on to that seat. Right now, Gary Peters, the Democrat, at 54% compared to Terry Lynn Land's 43%. Again, only 1% reporting from Michigan. In New Hampshire, the Senate seat, one of the most expensive Senate races in that state's history, Senator Jeanne Shaheen at 57% in terms of raw numbers. That's about 36,000 votes compared to Scott Brown, Republican candidate, at 43% or about 27,000 votes. And finally, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where at the moment Ed Gillespie is ahead, 46% reporting. He has 457,000 votes compared to just over 400,000 for Democrat Mark Warner. All the results available on our website at cspan.org.
And we are back with Christina Bellantoni, who's joining us from the newsroom at Roll Call here in Washington, D.C. I wanted to just pick up on two themes that I heard in those speeches. First of all, Allison Grimes is a young woman. She talked about keeping her coalition together. Does that suggest to you that her political career is not over tonight?
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, she is quite young and obviously got a good taste for being on a campaign. And she also is somebody that's considered an attractive person on the Democratic bench. And I mean that from a biographical standpoint. You know, she's been elected statewide in a red state. She was able to talk about issues like guns and coal and things that Democrats aren't always as able to communicate with Republicans on. So, sure, her future is not over. And, you know, once we see the final returns, I imagine she kept it respectable, didn't have a total blowout, so her future could be bright there.
Christina, I know you have other obligations tonight, and we are now watching Senator McConnell come out on the screen. So we'll say thank you so much for starting off our election coverage with you, and we'll be with you in the weeks ahead as we help to understand what happened tonight as the voters made their choices. Thanks for your time.
Sounds good. Have a good night. We love what you do.
And now to Mitch McConnell.
Good time? On a night like tonight, you're grateful above all else. And for me, that gratitude starts with the people of Kentucky. They've put their trust and confidence in me for a long time. And I want to thank them tonight. I work hard to bring your concerns to Washington, and I will not let up. You know, every election is a job interview. In this case, a very long one. I shared my vision with you. You shared your stories and your concerns with me. And yet one complaint has stood out above all the rest, especially in recent weeks. So I'd like to make an announcement that I think will be very welcome news to many of you. No more campaign commercials. The TV executives may not like it, but enough is enough, right? A little while ago, I spoke with my opponent. Secretary Grimes ran a spirited campaign. She earned a lot of votes, and she earned my respect. It took a lot of guts to take on a race like this. Because of the business we're in, it also meant she'd take some heat. I admire her willingness to step into the arena and fight as hard as she did. We need more people who are willing to do that, not fewer. She deserves a lot of credit for it. This was certainly a hard-fought contest. And I've been so proud to have my wife beside me every step of the way. You know, Elaine told me early on she wasn't ready to have me sitting around the house working on my resume. And she's gone above and beyond to prevent that. She's been the most valuable player on our team, and I'm so blessed to have her in my life and by my side. And to my campaign manager, Josh Holmes, My friends, he pitched a perfect game. Thank you, Josh. Of course, there's so many others I could thank. They know who they are. Thank you, every one of you, for giving so much of yourselves to this race. Nobody's been blessed with a better team than I have had over the years, and I want to thank them all. My thoughts also turn back tonight to two other people who aren't here, but to whom I owe a great deal: my parents. I learned a lot from them both. From my dad, a combat veteran of World War II, I learned an abiding love of this country and all that it represents, not only to those of us who were fortunate enough to be born here, but to so many others around the world. From my mom, I learned the value of perseverance and got an enduring lesson as she helped me overcome a frightening bout with polio as a child. In many ways, my folks were just like any other parents of their generation. They were optimists. They believed in America. Without a trace of cynicism, they transmitted the central promise of this country on to me, the promise that every generation will leave the next one a little better off than the one before. This is the compact that every generation of Americans has made with the one that followed it. And through Civil War and depressions and world wars and strife, we've always made good on it. But as I've traveled through Kentucky over the past year, I've sensed new doubts. Suddenly, folks aren't so sure that that compact will survive if we continue down the road that we've been on. They're hungry for new leadership. They want a reason to be hopeful. Above all, they want some reassurance that people who run the government are actually on their side. So tonight, I pledge you this. Whether you're a coal miner in eastern Kentucky who can't find work, or a mom in Paducah who doesn't understand why the government just took away her family's health insurance, I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington. And look, when you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. To restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the President to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the President gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans. Kentuckians are tired of a government that only seems to work when it is working against them. And they're also tired of hearing that those of us who fight for them in Washington are somehow the problem. I'm so honored to have Dr. Noel Hunter with me tonight. You've all gotten an opportunity to get to know her. What an extraordinary woman. Dr. Hunter was determined to get her daughter back. Against all odds, she did it. She did it. And when all was said and done, she achieved something else that a lot of people said was even more remarkable. She made me seem more warm and cuddly. You know, over the past year, a lot of people from outside the state have tried to tell Kentuckians what motivates me to do what I do. I'll let them have their say, but here's the truth. To anyone who says nothing ever gets done in Washington, here's my 5-word answer. Tell that to Noel Hunter. This woman is the reason I run. She's the reason I do what I do in Washington. We can make a difference, and we do every single day. We're proud of that in my office, and yet as I've traveled across the state, I've become acutely reminded of something else the government can do. It can do terrible damage to families and communities. I've seen the hurt in people's eyes in the mountains. It breaks your heart to see the pain that distant planners in federal agencies are causing to so many in our state. And if you're an elected official like me, it hardens your resolve to do something about it. For too long, this administration has tried to tell the American people what's good for them and then blame somebody else when their policies didn't work out. Tonight, Kentucky rejected that approach. Tonight, Kentuckians said we can do better as a nation. Tonight they said we can have real change in Washington, real change. And that's just what I intend to deliver. So, friends, tonight turns a corner, and the future I see is a bright one. Americans have seen that what the current crowd in Washington is offering is making us weaker both at home and abroad. They have had enough. You know, there's an old saying that's often attributed to Winston Churchill that I'm reminded of. Here's what he said about us, about Americans. He said, you know, the Americans, they always do the right thing after they've tried everything else first. Friends, this experiment in big government has lasted long enough. It's time to go in a new direction. It's time to turn this country around. And I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
His wife, and she's that wife that decorates on the 4th of July, but says every day is Independence Day. She's golden rule, teaches school. Some folks say it isn't cool, but she says the Pledge of Allegiance anyway. He's got the red, white, blue flying high on the farm. Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spend a little more in the store for a tag. Says USA. He won't buy nothing that he can't fix. With WD-40 and a Craftsman wrench, he ain't prejudiced. He's just made in America. Born in a heart of land, raised up a family, a King James and Uncle Sam. He's got the red, white, blue flying high on the farm. Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spend a little more in the store for a tag in the back that says USA.
First elected back in 1984 when he defeated Democrat Dee Huddleston, Senator Mitch McConnell re-elected to the U.S. Senate from Kentucky and poised this evening to become the next majority leader. Let's look at the very latest numbers, where shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Mitch McConnell was declared the winner as he defeated Democrat Allison Lundergan Grimes. There are the numbers: 56% for Senator McConnell, 41% for Democrat Allison Grimes. Also, this tweet from David Drucker of the Washington Examiner: the Senate GOP gets one of the other 3 they need to win Senate control. That seat is in Arkansas. We have a live camera inside Tom Cotton's headquarters as well, where he has been declared the winner over Democrat Mark Pryor. Let's go through some of the House results as well, some of the races that we're keeping an eye on. First, in Florida's 2nd Congressional District, where Gwen Graham, the daughter of Bob Graham, is right now ahead with 52% of the vote. That could be a Democratic pickup against Republican Senator Steve Sutherland at 48%. Also in Florida, in the 26th Congressional District, another race that we've been watching, Carlos Curbelo is ahead at 52% of the vote, compared to 48% for incumbent Democrat Joe Garcia. 2 key House races in New Hampshire in the 1st Congressional District. These are 2 seats that the Democrats hope to hold on to. Representative Carol Shea Porter with 21% reporting in New Hampshire at 51% of the vote, compared to Frank Ginta, who previously held the seat, at 49%. In the 2nd Congressional District in New Hampshire as well, this is a seat where Representative Ann Custer is at 60%. Marilyn de Garcia is at 40% in New Hampshire's 2nd Congressional District, and in Ohio's 14th District, where the Democrat Michael Wager was hoping to put on a more competitive fight, but the Republican David Joyce easily winning with 62%. 1% reporting in the 14th Congressional District of Ohio, but already that race declared a winner for Representative Joyce. All of these results are available on our website at cspan.org.
And let's take a look at the balance of power statistics as they stand right now. We've just gotten the results from Arkansas, which is a new pickup for Republicans, and that may not be included in this total. But 34 for the Democrats, 40 for the Republicans, 2 for the Independents, and everybody looking for that 51 for the majority. And Senator McConnell off the stage in Kentucky to watch those results come in from the other key races around the country. We have our phone lines open, and we'd like to hear from you about how you voted today, what your concerns are, and what you think of the results as we are hearing them so far. Let's talk next to Chris, who is in Spring Hill, Florida, an independent. Hi, Chris.
Hi. Boy, God bless you all at C-SPAN. It's a wonderful thing. I just want to first say congratulations to Mitch. That was great. In Florida here, it's kind of restored my faith a little in Floridians. I thought that Chris was going to walk away with it. Not that he should. It's ridiculous, but nevertheless, I've seen more ridiculous things. But our governor has done just nothing short of amazing accomplishments since he's been in. I mean, he took over in a terrible economy, and he took the state that had the highest unemployment rate to the lowest, and it didn't happen by accident. And he did it without adding anything to the debt when he had a much lower tax base to work with because of the bad economy. Didn't add. I mean, he even gave incentives, tax incentives to businesses. Somehow he came up with the money to do that, to get businesses here so we would have jobs. And Chris, by contrast, he would. I mean, the things that were the tough legislation that really needed to be passed, he kept putting off because he knew he would be the bad guy for doing it. And as soon as our current governor got in, he said, "Let me see those things," and he signed them. And he took a lot of heat for it. And but he's an adult in charge, and he does what's right for us. Even if he takes the heat, that's what a man does, And whether he wins or loses, I can't believe I can't believe it's this close, because they did a real hatchet job on him. And most of the stuff that he said about him was either ridiculous or highly exaggerated.
So, Chris, you sound like an independent who leans Republican most of the time.
Well, I am Republican mainly, but I see both sides. I don't, I look at things objectively, because if I don't, I won't learn anything. My feeling is if you only listen to the things that you already believe, and you only look for facts that will support that, you're not going to learn anything new. And so I do listen to everything, but
overall, how's the economy doing in Florida?
Well, it's a lot better than it was. Like I said, we had the highest unemployment in the country when our current governor took over, and it wasn't. I agree, it wasn't Chris' fault, as President Clinton said. But he got us into huge debt. I mean, we have a $26 billion debt. Most of it was accrued by him, and our current governor, in the worst economy, with the lowest tax money coming in that you could ever deal with, he didn't raise the debt at all. He told us that in the beginning. He said he was not going to. He pledges not to raise it, but he can't pledge anything. Promise he's going to pay it off. But he's been trying to pay it down too.
Okay.
And it's not his debt.
Thank you. I'm going to let you go because we have another Republican this time from Orlando, Florida, standing by, and let's give him a time to express his comments about what's happening tonight. Hi, John. You're on the air.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I like your show, and I want to reiterate what Chris just said. I think we've got a good governor down here who did exactly what he has said. My question is more about Virginia. I've been watching. I'm late to the shows. I went and voted, and I'm late to the shows. I know that Virginia is like a really key state. As this thing plays out through the night, what states are you guys looking at that are kind of iffy one way or the other in the Midwest and out west?
Okay, thanks very much. Steve Scully, are you available at the moment to talk about the races we're watching overall?
I am. As a matter of fact, we want to share with you a tweet from Jonathan Martin from the New York Times, who said Kentucky, West Virginia, and now Arkansas, very hard for the Democrats to now compete in federal races in states that they dominated for decades. And let's quickly go through some of the other races. As you indicated, in Arkansas, Tom Cotton has been declared the winner. This is one of those states that the Democrats had hoped to hold on to. Mark Pryor, a long legacy in Arkansas, his father, former senator, former governor, and a big effort by the Clintons to campaign in that state. But as you can see from the numbers, Tom Cotton declared the winner right now with about 50% of the vote, compared to 48% for Senator Mark Pryor. Moving down to Georgia, another state where the Democrats had put in really an impressive effort in terms of the money and the polling, but David Perdue, the Republican candidate, at 60% compared to 38% for Michelle Nunn, the daughter of the former Senator Sam Nunn in that state. In Kansas, one of the surprise races of this campaign cycle, in which Greg Orman, the independent candidate, really following what the polls have been showing, a dead heat against Republican Senator Pat Roberts. Greg Orman has not yet indicated whether he would caucus with the Democrats or Republicans if he is elected. Only 1% reporting in Kansas, and you can see the numbers are very close. 36,300 votes for Greg Orman, 36,236 votes for Republican Pat Roberts. And in North Carolina, where Senator Kay Hagan is in a tough re-election battle right now with 17% reporting. She has 52% of the vote compared to 45% for Tom Tillis. And again, one of the surprises of the night is in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where Senator Mark Warner, the former governor, is in a tough re-election battle right now. Ed Gillespie, former chair of the Republican National Committee, with 74% reporting in Virginia, holding on to his lead at 51%. Compared to 46% for Senator Mark Warner. Susan?
And Steve, is it still the situation that many precincts in Northern Virginia, which has been more Democratic over time, have not yet reported in Virginia?
That's correct. So those numbers could change, but through the course of the night right now, Ed Gillespie has been holding on to a lead, and this is something that many people did not predict until a few days ago.
Thanks for being with us on C-SPAN's election night coverage. The hallmark here of what we do is to give you access to the candidates' speeches, and we let you see them in long form and also throughout the night. In addition to results, we like to hear from you. Next up is David, who is watching us in Detroit, who's a Democrat. Hi, David, you're on.
Well, thanks for taking my phone call. And I'm going to say that a majority of the debates that I was able to access came via C-SPAN. And I have to say, I've never been more disappointed with the Democratic Party before. To me, it seemed like they were just backpedaling, making excuses and apologizing. And one of the things, maybe you can help me out, or some of the other callers can help me out. I don't understand how could we have an economy that our market is at, 16,000 on the Dow. Inflation has been in check. People do have health insurance. Gas prices are down. Housing is coming back. And yet, we have individuals candidates that were more apologetic and trying to keep their distance from President Obama. And that's why I believe that they lost. And they lost in good fashion because they should have lost, because it's almost as though they had nothing but apologies, and the Republicans framed them, and they defined who these people were. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, David from Detroit. Next up is Omar. Omar's watching us in Atlanta, and he's an independent. You're on.
Yes. According to Glenn Beck's The Blaze website, the top 10 poorest states in the union, that's 50, out of 50 states, listen to this: Mississippi, number 1, Arkansas, number 2, 3, Tennessee, 4, West Virginia, 5, Louisiana, 6, Montana, 7, South Carolina, 8, Kentucky, and 9, Alabama, and 10, North Carolina. The top 10 poorest states in the union are ran by Republicans. How in the world, with the Republican House and Senate polling in the teens, in single digits, versus Obama, who polls at 42% and 43%, with Wall Street at all-time highs? How in the world, this is a topsy-turvy world, how in the world did the Democrats fail so miserably?
Well, that's a similar theme to what our Michigan caller just suggested. So what is your sense of why Democratic candidates weren't more successful in putting forward their economic successes?
Well, here's my analysis. Just like the previous caller, it turned off the Democrat voter, the independent voter, the moderate voters, and the non-affiliate voters who don't cling to a party one way or the other. I'm an independent moderate, and I'm proud of it. I have voted for some Republicans, and I have voted for Democrats. But at the same token, they were turned out by Miss Grimes and Miss Nunn because of them running and running to the Clintons. This is also a bad omen for the Clintons. The Clintons campaign hard for a lot of candidates, and those candidates are losing. It tells me the Democrats do not want a Clinton 90s resurgence. What they want is someone like what is the gentleman, the governor from Massachusetts, Deval
Patrick,
and Elizabeth Warren. They want new, fresh blood, not corporate Democrat, not a corporate Democrat, not a Wall Street Democrat, not a big oil Democrat, but a people's person Democrat who's not going to look. 98% of all our legislation favors Wall Street. It favors big oil. It favors a big business. It doesn't favor the average human being, the average American. So you're going to see that the Clinton machine is being rejected, and Hillary Clinton, who is a terrible campaigner, I hate to say, she's a terrible campaigner. They don't want to relive the Clinton era anymore.
All right, Omar, thanks. I'm going to jump in. We have so many people wanting to talk tonight. Thank you for your call and your analysis of what's happening. Steve Scully is ready with more results.
And Susan, one other set of numbers. You indicated $100 million spent in North Carolina. Just want to go through quickly some of these other expensive Senate races in Colorado. Well over $63 million spent in that race. In Iowa, about $60 million, and close to $45 million in the Kentucky Senate race. All in total, about $3.7 billion spent in this midterm elections. Let's look at some of the results first in West Virginia. That is a seat that Republicans hope to pick up on. Nick Rahall, a veteran of the House of Representatives, a Democrat, losing to Evan Jenkins, who's a former Democrat, now a Republican. 19% reporting in West Virginia's 3rd congressional district. He has 18,000 votes, or about 55%, compared to just over 15,000 votes for Nick Rahall. In Virginia's 10th congressional district, just outside of Washington, D.C., this is Frank Wolf's seat. Barbara Comstock, who's a former aide to Frank Wolf and a former senior advisor to Mitt Romney's 2012 campaign, right now at 58% compared to John Faust, who's on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, at 38%. Keep in mind, half of the vote already reported in Virginia's 10th congressional district. In Illinois, in the 17th congressional district, another race that we've been watching, Representative Sherry Bustos at 70%. These are early numbers, only 1% compared to Bobby Schilling at 30% of the vote. Again, early numbers in Virginia, or in Illinois' 17th congressional district. And earlier you had a caller from Florida. Let's look at the numbers in the Florida governor's race. This is a rematch with Governor Rick Scott, and not a rematch, but Charlie Crist, the former governor, and Rick Scott, the current governor. You can see with 72% of the vote now reporting, Governor Rick Scott at about 2.5 million votes compared to just over 2.4 million for Charlie Crist. And Jeff Zeleny of ABC News with this tweet saying that Mitch McConnell telling ABC News that the Republicans would, quote, lead responsibly, governing with the majority. Wondering if that will come up Friday when the president has the top 4 leaders over at the White House. The White House announcing a short while ago that there will be a bipartisan meeting at the White House with congressional leaders. More numbers available online at cspan.org.
Before we leave you, Steve, on the bottom of the screen, some of the numbers were also coming in from Arkansas governor, and it looks like Asa Hutchinson, a former official in past administrations, a Republican, has managed to win over Mike Ross, the Democrat in that state. So good night for Republicans in Arkansas.
Absolutely.
We're going to continue taking your telephone calls. In about 2-3 minutes, Reid Wilson of the Washington Post is going to be with us. In addition to covering national politics, he has a special focus on states. We're going to talk to him about the governor's races and what the implications are for the governors on things such as the health care law as we watch the returns come in for those races around the country. Back to your phone calls. Next up is Rusty. Rusty is watching us in Houston, Texas, a Republican. Hi, Rusty, you're on.
Howdy, y'all. I'm actually listening in through the iPhone app. I think it's great. I just downloaded it. Love it.
Thank you.
The reason I'm calling is I think the Republicans will get the majority tonight. I just hope that I hope they follow up with what they're preaching, the rhetoric. You know, I'm a young guy. I'm getting married soon, and it would be nice if Social Security was around when I reached that age.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question, though. We just heard Mitch McConnell say that he's going governing consensus, that people want more out of Washington than the two parties constantly squaring off from one another. Is that what you want as well?
It would be great for them to work together to restore some of the civil liberties that I think we've lost under Republicans and Democrats. I'm a kind of a liberty Republican guy, so I side with libertarian-leaning Republicans, but we vote Republican and we support candidates who are liberty-leaning in primaries. It would be great if you know, when my kids, if I have kids and they grow up, they don't have to worry about the government spying on their emails or listening to their phone calls. That would be a great thing to have that restored. I just hope the Republicans actually act on this and shrink the size of the government and restore some of these rights that I think have been lost since 9/11 and the Patriot Act and with the NSA spying on us. That's kind of what I'm focused on. It could be bipartisan, sort of what Rand Paul tries to do, a little bit of reaching out to Democrats on some of these issues that affect all Americans. It would be great. I think if they can do that, they'll win the millennials, and they will continue to win elections. If they don't, people are going to become disenfranchised and just become independents.
Okay. Thank you for your call, Rusty. Watching us in Houston, Texas, are actually using the iPhone app, which if you haven't found yet, please do. A great way to access C-SPAN when you're mobile and on the road. Let me show you what the U.S. Senate, we're focusing a lot on that this evening, the balance of power situation there, what it looks like right now. 21 undecided races, Democrats with 36 seats to the Republicans' 41, and those 2 independents. As promised, let me introduce you to Reid Wilson, who is joining us rather from the Washington Post newsroom. Reid, nice to see you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
As promised, I want to start with the governor's races because you've been writing a lot about them. We've been talking a great deal about the Senate, but what is the mood of the electorate as they're going to the ballot booth making their gubernatorial decisions?
Well, I think the governor's races show what this broader election is really about. At the federal level, voter anger with those who are in power is manifesting itself as votes against Democrats and as votes in protest of President Obama. On the state level, though, that voter anger still exists, but it's not just directed at Democrats, it's directed at those in charge. So there are a number of governors up for re-election tonight in deep red states who are Republicans, deep blue states who are Democrats, who are fighting for their political lives right now. And that's largely because, as I say, these voters are just angry with the way their states are going, they're angry with the way the country is going, and they're taking it out on the people in power. At the federal level, that means Democrats. In some states, that means taking it out on Republicans.
In one of your stories, you concluded by making the point that these elections, these gubernatorial elections, have consequences. Mm-hmm. Let me start specifically with the health care law. What are some of the likelihoods to happen if a few of these seats change hands, especially on questions like Medicaid expansion, which was a big issue in Virginia, for example?
In Virginia, yes, but also in Pennsylvania. Tonight we saw Governor Tom Corbett lose to a former revenue secretary named Tom Wolf, a Democrat. Corbett and the Republican legislature in Pennsylvania had not moved forward on Medicaid expansion. You can expect Wolf to try to push for that and to try to push Pennsylvania to accept the billions of dollars that would come from the federal government if they do expand Medicaid to cover more low-income Pennsylvanians. On the other hand, in Arkansas, former Congressman Asa Hutchinson is going to take over for popular Governor Mike Beebe, who's retiring after 2 terms because of term limits, and Republicans control the state legislature there. Now, in that case, Beebe and the Republican legislature pushed through a modified version of Medicaid expansion. I think you can expect Hutchinson and the Republican legislature now to revisit that and possibly pull out and sort of shrink Medicaid, go the opposite way. A number of other states like Florida, where the race right now is just within a couple thousand votes out of a couple million cast, has implications for Medicaid expansion. In a lot of these states, I mean, because we're seeing the Republican class of 2010 come up for re-election this year, Democrats are going to be able to gain a few new footholds and try to expand Medicaid in states that haven't had those expansions.
Besides Medicaid and the health care law, what are some of the other important national issues that these governors are likely to have an impact on?
Well, I'll tell you one that's kind of interesting, not necessarily a governor, but in the state legislatures. Kentucky, in Kentucky, the state House and state Senate are up for re-election tonight. If Republicans are able to take back the state House, which Democrats control right now, they will be able to pass a law that would allow a candidate to run both for President of the United States and for U.S. Senate. Now, that matters because Rand Paul, the junior senator from Kentucky, is up for re-election in 2016, and if he wants to run to keep his Senate seat and to run for president at the same time, he would need a Republican legislature to do that. So there's one race that's sort of below the radar that we're taking a look at. But around the country, I mean, the other big issues of the day are not being decided here in Washington, D.C., where there's partisan gridlock jamming up Capitol Hill. Instead, they're being decided in the states, whether it's minimum wage or abortion rights or voting rights. All of these issues are being played out in state legislatures. The person who signs or vetoes those bills is not President Obama, it's Governor so-and-so in whatever state they're in.
One other aspect of the state elections and the ballot initiatives in the states this year, what are the most interesting?
Oh, they're just fascinating initiatives all over the country. We've got minimum wage increases in a number of states that Democrats had hoped would be an impetus for voters to turn out, not just to vote for their candidates, but to vote because they want to raise the minimum wage in their states. States like Arkansas and Alaska and South Dakota, at least two of which had competitive Senate races. South Dakota didn't turn out to be so competitive. You've got initiatives that would legalize marijuana here in Washington, D.C., in Oregon, and in Alaska for recreational purposes. And then there's a measure that would legalize marijuana for medicinal purposes in Florida. A lot of Democrats thought that measure would bring out a number of younger voters who might otherwise stay at home, and when they come out to vote for the medical marijuana initiative, they would then stick around and vote for the rest of the Democratic ticket. Remains to be seen how successful they'll be at that. There are a number of issues, too. For example, in two states, in Oregon and Colorado, voters are voting on whether or not to require labels on genetically modified foods. That's a huge issue that has attracted millions of dollars in spending from some of the biggest agribusiness interests in the country. So across the country, in 41 states, there are 147 ballot measures, questions, propositions, referenda on the ballot being decided today. Some of those I mentioned, there are some really obscure ones. Maine is going to vote for, I think it's the second or third time, on whether or not to allow traps when hunting bears. So some of these things are a little in the weeds and very state specific, but others have big national ramifications.
Reid Wilson will be with us till the bottom of the hour, and he has been focusing on state and the intersection between state and federal government. Your calls can come in on the national elections, the state elections. Well, he's following all of that, and we welcome your comments and questions about that. Let's return to Steve Scully for more results.
And first, I want to share this tweet from Stephen Dennis, who points out that Tom Cotton, the winner in Arkansas, was 7 years old when Mitch McConnell was first elected to the U.S. Senate. And we're keeping track on the balance of power in the Senate. Let's take a look at some of the governor's races that you and Reid Wilson have been talking about. The potential of a Republican pickup in Illinois, where Governor Pat Quinn, the Democrat, is facing a tough challenge from Bruce Rauner. In looking at the early numbers right now, with about 8% reporting, the Republican candidate at 53%, the Democratic candidate, Governor Quinn, at 45%. In Kansas, this has the potential of being a Democratic pickup, where Paul Davis is slightly ahead over the incumbent Republican governor, former Senator Sam Brownback. Only 2% reporting. Paul Davis at 49%, Governor Brownback at 47%. In Maryland, a state that many people thought was going to be very close, only 2% reporting, but right now the Lieutenant Governor, Anthony Brown, is ahead over businessman Larry Hogan, the Republican candidate, 61% to 38% respectively. In Oklahoma, no big surprise, Mary Fallin easily winning re-election with 55% of the vote compared to Joe Dorman at 42%. This is 4% reporting, but the networks indicating that Mary Fallin will easily win based on the exit poll numbers in that state. In Connecticut, where the president campaigned over the weekend, Dan Malloy at 56% compared to 43% for Republican Tom Foley. And Reid Wilson mentioned Pennsylvania history being made tonight for the first time since 1968. An incumbent governor not reelected, Tom Wolf, following the poll numbers have been showing, it's 66% of the vote. 16% reporting at the moment in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Governor Corbett seeking a second term at 34%.
Thank you very much, Steve. Reid Wilson, our guest here on C-SPAN as our election coverage continues. Let's take our next telephone call of the evening. And it's from Lexington, Kentucky. Keaton, who's a Democrat there. So, Keaton, how do you handicap what happened in your state tonight?
I don't really know what to make of it. First of all, thank you for having me on here. I'm a little bit disappointed by the way that it turned out, but to tell the truth, I'm not entirely surprised because I felt like the Democrats ran a candidate that just couldn't get most of the base fired up. She sort of alienated most of us by turning her nose up at the president and by, at the electorate by default there. We voted for him, and we would have voted for her with a lot more excitement if we'd felt like she was in it for us too. I mean, it was just sort of a letdown all around.
And do you think she'll have a future in politics in your state?
Well, I mean, knowing the way things work around here, yeah, absolutely. And I can't get too excited about that either, but that's just the way that it is.
Now, did you listen to Senator McConnell's comments tonight?
I did. I watched his speech here on C-SPAN earlier.
And did you have any reaction to his conciliatory messages?
Well, I mean, truth be told, I think he's going to have a lot of trouble within his caucus because he's going to be facing a lot of pressure from the far right, and it'll be interesting to see if he can bring some of his clout to bear and to keep him back. He might be willing to reach across the aisle in some cases, but at best, I'm hoping for lukewarm immigration reform and maybe some, like we've been talking about, some concessions on spending from the Democrats. But that's about as much as I can hope for, I guess.
Thanks, Keaton, for your telephone call. So, Reid Wilson, when you looked at Alison Lundergan-Grimes, what happened to her candidacy?
Well, there are a couple of theories about this. First of all, she did get into the race really early. She had to raise tens of millions of dollars to take on Mitch McConnell, which she did, to her credit. She raised more money than I think any other Democratic challenger out there. On the other hand, staying in for so long means that you've got to fight with the incumbent for a long time. And Mitch McConnell is exceptionally good at defining his opponents. He defined Alison Lundergan-Grimes as an Obama Democrat for a long time. And then I do think that her decision not to admit that she voted for President Obama hurt her. I don't know if it was disqualifying or not. Some other people have used that term. I'm not willing to. But it sort of insults voters' intelligence. And I think voters got that, she wasn't necessarily throwing straight with them. And at a time when people hate just about all of their politicians, she gave them a reason to think that she was just another politician. And I think that hurt her in the end. Although, that being said, let's give credit where due. Mitch McConnell ran a great re-election race. He threaded the needle between managing his conservative base and getting through a Republican primary without alienating too many of the moderate voters in and around the Louisville and Lexington area. And he prosecuted what I think is a smart case for a Republican in that region to do, which is accusing the White House of running a war on coal. That's a potent message for a lot of people who live in the coal country of Kentucky, where coal is still king, and who were yellow dog Democrats for a very long time and are now coming around and starting to vote Republican because of their more socially conservative leanings.
Now, we heard that Bob Schieffer is reporting that the president has invited congressional leaders to the White House on Friday. I mention that because I'd like to have you comment about the callers' concerns or observations that Mitch McConnell, if he's successful in gaining the majority for the Republican caucus, will have a tough time finding consensus within it.
I think that's an interesting and fair point and something that we're going to be watching. Look, Mitch McConnell wants as big a Republican majority as possible, not just because he likes being in the majority, but also because he's got to deal with a couple of people on the right flank, Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, Senator Mike Lee of Utah, I think to a lesser extent Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, who are going to push for the most conservative possible option. Now, the most conservative possible option isn't going to have a great chance of winning 60 votes in the U.S. Senate, enough to cut off a filibuster, and it's certainly not going to win a veto-proof majority if some of that legislation gets through and President Obama vetoes it. So I think that, the dynamics of the Republican conference, both in the House and the Senate, are going to be fascinating to watch. We'll see how Mitch McConnell handles that. That being said, though, he engenders a lot of respect and a lot of loyalty among the Republican senators who are up there right now. He manages to keep together folks as diverse as Susan Collins from Maine, one of the more moderate to liberal Republicans, and Rand Paul, his fellow Republican from Kentucky.
At this point, I want to welcome our viewers in Canada who are joining us via CPAC, which are colleagues that are the Parliament channel all across Canada. They'll be with us throughout the rest of the night as the race for control of the United States Senate continues and we watch the results coming in. Glad to have you aboard. We're going to take a look once again at the balance of power in the Senate. Let's see what the numbers as they stand right now. With 17 undecided, Democrats now 38, Republicans 43, and Independents 2. And Steve Scully has more detail.
Well, let's talk about some of the races that we've been getting a lot of the debates on during this campaign cycle. In South Dakota, a four-way race in which Larry Pressler, an independent and a former senator, trying to recapture his seat in the U.S. Senate. But Governor Mike Rounds, the former governor of South Dakota, is currently ahead in the South Dakota Senate race. And also in Massachusetts, where Ed Markey has been declared the winner, according to the networks. And we're keeping an eye on Louisiana. Again, keep in mind in both Louisiana and in Georgia, if no candidate gets 50% of the vote plus one, facing the potential of a runoff. All of the results in the House, Senate, and governor's races are online at cspan.org. Susan?
Back to telephone calls for Reid Wilson. Next is Haley in Brooksville, Kentucky, Republican. You're on.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I was actually calling to comment about the Senate race in Kentucky. I feel like that Allison Grimes misrepresented it. She falsified a lot of her information during the race around here, especially in this local area. A lot of people were misinformed about her position on coal, as well as her voting for Obama. And I feel like that if she had just came forward a little bit more with, honest answers to the questions that she was asked, that I feel like, even though I'm a Republican, I feel like she would have had a lot better chance of winning over Kentucky in the race. And I also feel like that if the Republicans take House majority, that Mitch McConnell's going to have a hard time rallying the Republicans, because around here especially, he doesn't have a good following. A lot of people disagree with a lot of what he's done. And even though I'm a Republican, I feel like a lot of what he's done has not been up to par with what I expect from my party. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Thanks very much. The caller makes the point about Mitch McConnell's own approval ratings in his state.
Yeah, they're very low. They've been low for a very long time. He is not beloved by Kentucky Republicans or Kentucky moderates or Democrats or anybody like that. It's still, though, I mean, this is it became sort of a national race. It became a race about Allison Lonergan Grimes being tied to President Obama, and that's not a place you want to be in a state where Obama won something like 39% of the vote back in 2012. So, a big reason that McConnell won was not because of Mitch McConnell, it was because of the other guys.
And our next call is from Michigan. Dave is watching. There is a Senate race in Michigan. He's a Republican. What do you think of the outcome in your state, Dave?
Well, I'm very happy with what's happening. I'm glad people are waking up. I mean, it's a good sign for our nation. I believe that the Republican Party has become what the Democrats used to be, and the Democratic Party has adopted the socialist platform. So now we have a fight going on in Michigan between what we call conservative Republicans and more liberal Republicans, and it's got to the point where it's almost a two-party on our side. We banded together, we're going to get things done. I'm hoping that Democrats will realize that their party has gone socialist, come to the Republican side, and then we can get more done in our state that's good for the people instead of good for big government. I'm not for big government.
Thanks for your call. In Michigan, which was retirement of Senator Levin, Gary Peters, the Democratic candidate, 53% of the vote. Terry Lynn Land, the Republican, at 44%. Reid, would you talk a little bit about the open seats and what the Senate looks like with some of the long-term senators who had decided to retire this time around?
Well, we've seen this over the last couple of cycles now, sort of an infusion of new blood, not just because Republicans had such a good year in 2010, but also because there are a lot of new Democratic senators, too. Whether it's Jeff Merkley, who's likely to win re-election tonight in Oregon, or Gary Peters, who is favored to be the new senator from Michigan. There are a lot of new folks, new faces around. Michael Bennet from Colorado, Brian Schatz from Hawaii, people like that, who are going to sort of infuse this new blood in a caucus that has gotten progressively older. The Republican conference, by the way, has also gotten a lot of new blood. We mentioned Mike Lee earlier. Tom Cotton, the new senator-elect from Arkansas, is only 37 years old. So this is a new generation of politicians making it into the U.S. Senate and bringing the average age down significantly. Steve said that it was either Steve or you, Susan, who said that Tom Cotton was only 7 years old when Mitch McConnell was first elected to the Senate. Well, Tom Cotton was when Tom Cotton was born, you know, the oldest couple of senators, Dianne Feinstein in California, Richard Shelby in Alabama, were more than 40 years old. So that gives you a little sense of sort of the generational change in the Senate. Let me mention, by the way, in Michigan, this is another good race between an incumbent governor who's faced a rocky first term, Governor Rick Snyder, and an opponent, a former congressman named Mark Schauer. Snyder looked like he was ahead for a while. The late polls showed this closing really quickly. Schauer has a good shot at what would be, I think, what would qualify as one of the upsets of the evening if he knocks off Governor Rick Snyder. But again, in Michigan, like in a number of these other states, Snyder has been pulled to the right a little bit by his Republican-led legislature. And the caller mentioned the fact that there's sort of a schism in the state Republican Party in Michigan. That schism is playing out in a lot of states, and it has forced some Republican governors to the right. In other cases, we talked a little bit about the Kansas governor's race, where Governor Sam Brownback faces a really difficult re-election fight. The governor has pulled the legislature to the right, but there is certainly a war going on within the Republican Party over a lot of issues, whether it's Medicaid expansion in some of these states, or taxes, cutting taxes to the bare minimum. But the Michigan is a good example of one state where the party is in fact divided.
Yeah, and Michigan governor, again early, 12% of the results according to the AP counting of it. Rick Snyder, the incumbent governor, at 55% of that early returns. Oh, wow. At 299,000 votes, and Mark Schauer at 42% with 229, but again, only 12%.
That's still surprising, though, given that Peters is winning by such a big margin in the Senate race, and Snyder is up, and that's really good for Rick Snyder. He may, just based on those numbers, he may pull that out.
Before we leave that thought of the changing Senate and the generational shift there, just to show the names, these old familiar names of the senators who decided to retire this time around, 5 Democrats, including Harkin in Iowa, Johnson in South Dakota, Levin in Michigan, who we just spoke about, Rockefeller in West Virginia, and Walsh in Montana. And Republicans, Saxby Chambliss in Georgia, Tom Coburn in Oklahoma, and Senator Johans in Nebraska. Steve Scully, you've got more for us, I understand.
We're getting a clearer picture on some of these returns in Louisiana, the potential of a runoff that was predicted, and it appears that there will be a runoff in Louisiana if these numbers continue to hold, where Bill Cassidy, the congressman, the Republican candidate, at 43%, Senator Mary Landrieu at 42%. Moving to New Hampshire, where Debbie Stabenow, senator from Michigan, had sent out this tweet: "It is great to have another strong female leader coming back to the Senate. Congrats." As we look at the numbers from the New Hampshire Senate race, this is a tough battle with Scott Brown, the former senator from neighboring Massachusetts, with about a third of the vote now reporting in New Hampshire. Senator Shaheen has 81,000 votes compared to just over 74,000 for Scott Brown. Let's take a closer look at Virginia. Again, one of the big surprises tonight, because many people expected Senator Mark Warner to win re-election. With 85% of the vote now reported in Virginia, Ed Gillespie, the former chair of the Republican National Committee, a lobbyist in Washington, D.C., former counselor to President George W. Bush, at 50% of the vote. In terms of raw numbers, 844,000 votes for Ed Gillespie. Senator Mark Warner at 791,000 votes. And we were talking about Fairfax County, about 38% of the vote now reporting, and that's significant because it's a strong Democratic area for the state. Mark Warner won Fairfax County at the moment with about 53,000 votes, but Ed Gillespie coming in strong with about 38,000 votes in Fairfax County, are getting about 40% of the vote, and that is significant because Mark Warner easily winning a plurality in Fairfax County, but much closer tonight. We're keeping an eye on that. And then finally in Kansas, where independent Greg Orman is challenging Senator Pat Roberts, and we have the latest numbers in that race. Senator Roberts at 49%, Greg Orman, the independent, at 48%, 3% now reporting in that race.
Steve, while you were talking, the Associated Press did call New Hampshire for Jeanne Shaheen. And Reid Wilson, that was one of those early bellwethers, they called it, about how the night might go. But the bellwethers have been a bit mixed. So what's your reaction?
Well, I think the fact that New Hampshire is even in the conversation is a terrible thing for Democrats. At the beginning of this race, Jeanne Shaheen was leading Scott Brown by a significant margin, even into September, even after Labor Day. And by the way, if you dug deeper in those polls, you saw that Jeanne Shaheen had a net favorable rating. More people liked her than didn't like her. On the other hand, Scott Brown's approval rating or favorability rating was the reverse. More people had an unfavorable opinion of him than had a favorable opinion. The fact that this race got so close, even with those numbers underlying it, really suggests to me that New Hampshire is a state that could have gone Republican tonight. If it did, I mean, that would have been an absolute disaster for Democrats. We would be talking about a 54 or maybe even a 55-seat majority for Republicans, because New Hampshire was not on anybody's radar as a potentially close race, 6-8 months ago. It was only got really nail-bitingly close in the last couple of weeks. And around the state, we've seen sort of a mini Republican wave. There's a tight congressional race in the 1st District where Congresswoman Carol Shea Porter is fighting for her re-election against a former Congressman, Frank Ginta, the guy that she beat 2 years ago. And the state House, this is a little bit nuts, but there are 400 members of the New Hampshire State House, which is works out to about 1 in every 3,000 residents in New Hampshire. It's a part-time legislature and all that. They only get paid $100 a year. But that chamber, which has a majority of Democrats right now, is likely to flip tonight because New Hampshire is so susceptible to these sorts of partisan waves. This is a state, a swing state that President Obama won twice. And Kelly Ayotte, the Republican senator, won with something like 61% of the vote in an open seat against a sitting U.S. congressman 4 years ago, back in 2010. That tells me that New Hampshire is a state that's very susceptible to swings, and it could have been the early bellwether that showed that we were going to have a massive Republican wave. Now I suppose we know we're not going to have a massive Republican wave. It doesn't mean the Democrats are going to keep the Senate. It just means that their night isn't going to get that much worse.
Yeah, and if you look back farther in New Hampshire history, 20 years ago, so it was a pretty reliably Republican state, and it was the influx of people into the southern tier and a lot of the high-tech jobs that, as I understand it, started to really swing that state a little bit more to the Democratic column.
Yeah.
So interesting state to watch. Next is another Florida caller, and Sonia is watching us in the capital, Tallahassee, a Democrat.
Hi, thank you for having me on. I was calling to stress my concerns because I'm an educator here in Tallahassee, and the kids are having a major time dealing with the budget cut, and we are dealing with pay tied to how the kids progress. You can't progress if there's no money to put in place the programs that we need. Since our governor came, he has changed so much that he's made educators of 30 years just walk off the job because he's put so many mandates in place. For Florida as a state, where do we go?
We lost Sonia, but she brings up the whole debate over education, both a state and federal issue, of course, and of teacher standards and money tied to it. How, if you look across the governor's races this year, Reid Wilson, how often was education a subject that was tops on the list?
Education cuts, specifically, were a major Democratic talking point in some of the key states where they hope to knock off Republican governors this year, not only in Florida, but also in states like Wisconsin and Ohio, which turned out not to be as close a race as people thought. And, you know, cuts to the budget are essentially the reason that Sam Brownback is having a tough time trailing his Democratic opponent in a state that's so deep red as Kansas. You know, education changes are a potent issue. Interestingly enough, by the way, in North Carolina, where Senator Kay Hagan, the last time I saw the vote totals, was ahead by a few points, she has made cuts to the education budget a cornerstone of her campaign. Now, of course, the education budget isn't something the U.S. Senate deals with. It's something the North Carolina state legislature deals with. But the legislature cut budgets, cut teacher pay for education over the last couple of years under State House Speaker Tom Tillis, her Republican opponent. She so successfully made the conversation about education in North Carolina, again, in a race that doesn't really revolve around education spending or doesn't have much impact on education spending, that a significant plurality of voters, last poll I saw was 30 to 35% of voters, said education was their most important issue heading into the election. I mean, she totally changed the conversation in that race. But again, across the country, education cuts have been a big opportunity for Democrats. Education policy is becoming an increasingly potent issue in the Republican Party, most specifically Common Core. The Republican base, the activist class outside the Beltway, hates Common Core with the fiery passion of 1,000 burning suns, and they're going to punish any incumbent office holder who bothers to stand up for it. So that's been a tricky debate that even some otherwise safe Republican incumbents have had to backtrack on. I'm thinking specifically of Tennessee Governor Bill Haslam, who was a big Common Core supporter, has now backed off that and said he's going to review the legislation. Bobby Jindal, the governor of Louisiana, was a huge Common Core supporter, had to back off when the activist class started getting angry about it in his state too. So education cuts both ways, and in some interesting and not terribly predictable manners.
And one other point we should make while talking about governors, because you've written about this, is there are a number of them that have their eye on higher office. Mm-hmm. So this becomes also an important part in their resume building as they look as to what's next for them.
Yeah, and Bobby Jindal in Louisiana is one of those. I think you can expect that he'll run for president. John Kasich won an easy re-election tonight. He is in a position to think about running for president if he wants to. You know, he's not sort of as open about it as some other Republicans have been as they circle 2016, but some of his advisors have told me that he'll have the foundation to run if he decides to go for it. In Wisconsin, Governor Scott Walker has to be considered near the top of the White House 2016 list for Republicans if he wins re-election tonight. Of course, if he doesn't, then, well, I think his hopes are probably sidelined, but the last polls we saw showed him moving ahead a little bit. And we talk about, you know, Governor Rick Perry, who's ending a 14-year run in Texas, is seriously looking at making another run for president, and the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, Chris Christie, is all but certain to get in as well. One more name I'll throw out there, Mike Pence, the governor of Indiana. He's up for re-election in 2016. So he'd have to decide whether or not he's running for president or running for re-election. But Pence likes to make a lot of noise about some people asking him to run, so don't count him out either.
Next up, we're watching for Mark Pryor to come out in Arkansas with his concession speech. And when that happens, Reid, we will say goodbye to you because we know you have a busy night ahead of you. We always appreciate the time that you give us. Let's go back to Steve Scully with more results.
And in New York's 11th Congressional District, Michael Grimm, who is facing a 20-count indictment, winning at the moment against Dominic Recchia, 55% to 42% for the Brooklyn native running in the Staten Island district. Again, that's from New York's 11th Congressional District. In Massachusetts' 6th Congressional District, where Seth Moulton is at 52%, Richard Desai at 42%, with about 35% of the vote reporting in that congressional district. In Nebraska's 2nd district, this is one of those races that, again, Democrats hoping for a pickup. We carried a rather contentious debate in that race, but Republican Representative Lee Terry at 52% in terms of raw numbers. That's just under 28,000 votes compared to Democrat Brad Ashford, who has about 43% of the vote, or about 23,000 votes. And then in Pennsylvania's 9th congressional district, another race that we were watching, Congressman Bill Schuster easily winning re-election in his race with about 40% of the vote now reporting. And again, we're keeping an eye on that Virginia Senate race, Susan, looking at really a map of the state. We're still waiting for a lot of the results to come in from Northern Virginia, which will be key to whether or not Ed Gillespie is able to hold on to his lead, or Mark Warner eking out a victory. That, again, would be one of the surprises of the night that I know Reid Wilson and others at the Washington Post will be writing about a lot tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and as you were talking, we saw the results on the ticker on the bottom, and it is neck and neck, 48-48, with Pat Roberts' race for re-election. Reid Wilson, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a race that is real tough. Pat Roberts ran just about the worst campaign of any incumbent seeking re-election this year. After he won a really competitive primary, Republican primary, his campaign manager said he was going to go home for a few days, and by home he meant Alexandria, Virginia, or Arlington, Virginia, somewhere around here, rather than back home to Kansas. So not a great thing to do if you want to appeal to a broad middle here. Kansas is a fascinating state, though, because we talked earlier about Michigan and the schism within the Republican Party there. The same thing is happening in Kansas. What happened was a couple of years ago, after Sam Brownback won the governorship in 2010, he tried to cut taxes to an extent that was so deep that even Republicans in his state Senate, which was sort of a more moderate caucus, rebelled, and they didn't want to go along with him. So he ran a bunch of primary campaigns against those Republican senators. He was able to beat a lot of them and pass his tax reform bill. Now the state has suffered dramatically because of that. Its budgets are deep in the red. It's running deficits, and there are a number of Republicans, moderate Republicans, who are angry at Sam Brownback. They came out to endorse Paul Davis, the Democrat running for governor, and sort of as fallout from that, Pat Roberts got swept up in it too. So the entire Republican brand, this is one of those examples of voters taking out their anger on the people who lead them back home, not just on the folks who are leading at the national level. So Republicans came under fire in Kansas. That put Brownback in a really bad spot and Roberts in a spot that's not much better. Now, the National Republican Cavalry really came in for Roberts over the last month or so. They saw that he was in danger. They weren't going to be surprised, so they replaced his campaign manager. They brought in some high-level consultants. The campaign was so bad, by the way, that when those new guys showed up, they realized the old guys hadn't ordered any yard signs or bumper stickers for the campaign, both of which are kind of things that you do on day one. So Roberts was facing this really difficult challenge. National Republicans came in, everybody from Ted Cruz to Bob Dole, there you go, talk about the two ends of the Republican spectrum right there, came in to campaign for Roberts. My gut tells me the cavalry arrived at the right time and just enough to save him just by a little bit. But boy, Greg Orman, the independent candidate, sure is sticking around.
And while we talk about national surrogates, we had a caller earlier that was looking at the Clintons' record for the number of races they were involved in. How carefully will be people like you watching what their win and loss record is for the folks that they were supporting?
I think that matters not terribly much. It doesn't matter that their candidates won or lost. It matters that they showed up. The Republicans who were planning to run for president in 2016 spread a lot of money around state races, state legislative races, even county races in states like Iowa and New Hampshire. The Clintons were asked to show up for a number of candidates. They did. They're demonstrating that they're team players. At the end of the day, that matters more than whether or not the candidates won. I'll point out that pretty much everybody who's in the conversation for the White House in 2016 has visited the same campaigns. Martin O'Malley was campaigning for the Democrat running for governor in Iowa, who's going to lose tonight by 20 points or so, and the Democratic governor of New Hampshire, who is going to win. That race has already been called. On the other hand, Elizabeth Warren was in Kentucky and West Virginia, two states where Democrats lost as well. I don't think it reflects at all on the candidates, the sort of the higher level folks, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, Martin O'Malley. It's more an indication that they're willing to help the party, even in states where they've got a tough time. So I think that's it's a positive for everybody when a big name shows up for one of your candidates.
So, Reid Wilson, we're going to say thanks to you. If people want to follow your Twitter feed for the rest of the evening and for the reporting on the outcome, what is it?
It's @PostReid.
Thank you very much for your time and your insights tonight on C-SPAN's election night coverage.
Thanks a lot.
We return to Steve Scully for more results.
And Susan, this tweet from Carl Hulse of the New York Times saying that Udall campaign says voters are still in line in Colorado, predicting a long night of vote counting, saying it remains confident. Let's go to a couple of Senate races that really are not much of a surprise. Dick Durbin, part of the Senate Democratic leadership, easily winning re-election. We carried a number of debates between Senator Durbin and his Republican challenger, Jim Oberweis. With 36% of the vote now reporting in Illinois, Senator Durbin with 61% of the vote, compared to 36% for Republican Jim Oberweis. In Texas, another easy win for another member of the Senate leadership, this on the Republican side. John Cornyn of Texas declared the winner with 61% of the vote, compared to David Alamiel, the Democratic challenger, with 36% of the vote. And two governor's races, one that's already been declared, another that we're keeping a close eye on in Massachusetts, where Martha Coakley is in a tough battle against Charlie Baker. And in that race right now, you can see with about 43% of the vote now reporting, it is essentially a dead heat. Baker at 48%, Coakley at 47%. And finally, in the Arkansas governor's race, this is a Republican pickup in the State House. Former Congressman Asa Hutchinson declared the winner with 55% of the vote, compared to 42% for Democrat Mike Ross.
So, Steve, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you check in on the Senate race in Virginia? Because it looks like to me that it's been tightening.
It has been tightening. Again, going back, I was looking at one of the maps from Northern Virginia. The results are not in Loudoun County and Fairfax County, and that, of course, will make a big difference for Mark Warner in his re-election battle. I'll be able to show you in just a moment what the map looks like. Most of it is red, but in the urban areas, the Democratic stronghold, those results typically come in later, and we should know more in the next half hour, but I'll get some more information in just a moment.
Okay, thanks so much for that. So for the rest of the night, we are going to be watching results and reporting them to you. We also will be taking your telephone calls and your tweets, and you can send them in to us using our Twitter handle @CSPAN. And also being on the lookout for these major speeches in the Senate races, the victory and concession speeches. We're waiting next for Arkansas. Let me show you the scene there in Mark Pryor's headquarters as people are gathering around waiting for the senator to come out and concede his defeat in his bid for re-election. And as soon as he does that, we will bring that to you. And his challenger, successful challenger, Tom Cotton, also scheduled to speak, and you'll see that on this network as well. In the interim, we're going to continue taking your telephone calls. Next up is Bo in Beloit, Ohio, an independent.
Hello.
You're on the air. Welcome.
Thank you. I wrote some things down that I'd like to share with you, if I may. First of all, let me say, in my personal opinion, it doesn't really matter who controls the power in our government until the following issues I'd like to present are fully resolved and transformed. If I may share this with you, the powers that be or will be, and American people at large, I'd like to do that if that's okay.
You know, Bo, we're happy to listen, but if you could make it concise, because lots of callers on the line.
Okay. My questions are, when will the powers that be stop selling justice and our government to the highest bidder by way of special interest groups and lobbyists when justice and our government are not to be for sale? When our justice systems and government are for sale to the highest bidder, it always benefits the rich and the powerful that be. It's an injustice to those of us who are not rich nor in power. And my other questions are, when will the government and powers that be do what is best, not for themselves or the rich or the powerful friends, but what is best for the majority of the people who voted them into office? It is time to make lobbying and special interest groups illegal and a federal offense as a threat to the national security of the Commonwealth, who are the majority. Our government is to do what is best for us and not for themselves. And my final thing is whatever happened to doing unto others as you would have others do unto you. We all know that the love of money is the root of all evil, which produces the fruit of evil that we are now all reaping. So I'd just like to know when the corruption and the greed is going to stop by all persons in power.
Okay, thank you for your call. That's Bo watching us in Beloit, Ohio. Next is another call from Kentucky. This is Victor, a Republican there. And Victor, what did you think of the outcome in the Senate race in your state?
Yes, I was just excited that Mitch McConnell won the race and the Republicans was able to attain another position in Congress to, oppose some of these dynamic ideals that the administration is having, such as, increasing minimum wage and whatnot. And, it's not able to do that. But I'm just excited that he won, and I hope more people get involved into politics.
Thanks for your call, Victor. Next is Georgia calling us from Georgia, from the town of Marietta. A Democrat, you're on the air.
Hi. What I'm most concerned about is the fact that it seems like a lot of Americans pay absolutely no attention, don't bother to vote, and a lot of those who do vote don't really have a clue what they're voting on. I spoke to several people today trying to get them to vote, and I found out they knew nothing about what was going on. I had a girl tell me that, she didn't like Obama because Obama, she was a cashier at a grocery store. She said, Obama, the insurance costs too much. And I explained to her that she would qualify for Medicaid, and she wouldn't pay anything except Georgia, because they're controlled by Republicans, don't allow Medicaid. So we have hundreds of thousands of people who can only go to emergency rooms. She had no clue. And what I would like to say is, with C-SPAN, next election, you should take every candidate and give them a list of 20 questions on the exact issues and put that on your website so that people can look up the candidates and find out, because you have absolutely no clue what anybody stands for. It's all just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. And the American people don't seem to be sophisticated enough to see that. They vote on one issue. If they like guns, they'll just vote for whoever that is. If they're against abortion, they'll vote for whoever that is. They don't care that their kid makes minimum wage or that they make minimum wage. People are not very sophisticated in this country, and they are fooled all the time. And I think C-SPAN could do something really big by really letting us know what each candidate stands for.
So, Georgia, the predictions are that your Senate race is going to go to a runoff, and I'm wondering what you think about that process overall. If people aren't engaged for the major election, how much will they be paying attention to a runoff?
Well, I hope there's not a runoff, but I'm sure there probably will be. I think it's Louisiana and Georgia seem to be stupid with this idea that you have to have 51% to win. But if there is a runoff, I believe that Georgia may be able to really mount a get-out-the-vote campaign for Michelle Nunn, because I don't really think we need another hedge fund guy in the Senate. We've got enough of those people.
Thank you for your call. Back to Steve Scully for more results.
And Susan, a confirmation based on the reporting of both CNN and NBC, there will be a runoff in the Louisiana Senate race. None of the candidates getting the 50% majority. So that runoff between Republican Congressman Cassidy and Democratic Senator Landrieu. The story in Virginia, which we keep talking about, let me show you this map. You asked about it earlier, and you can see why that race has not yet been declared. Ed Gillespie is now essentially tied with Senator Mark Warner with 94% of the vote now reporting. But this is really the story here in Northern Virginia. And down in the Richmond area, still the vote totals have not been counted. And these are areas that traditionally are stronger for the Democrats. So that early lead that Ed Gillespie had now is evaporating, but still a lot of votes to be counted. 94% reporting in Virginia. Ed Gillespie with 981,000 votes compared to 975,000 for Senator Mark Warner. Colorado, a Senate race that also could potentially be a Republican pickup. Cory Gardner with about 53% of the vote now reporting. 50% of the vote compared to 44% for Senator Mark Udall. This is a new experiment in Colorado, the all mail-in vote that took place across the state. In Georgia, the Senate race with Michelle Nunn, the daughter of former Senator Sam Nunn, and David Perdue. David Perdue, the Republican, now at 59% of the vote compared to 39% for Michelle Nunn. But again, keep in mind in Georgia, the Atlanta area has yet to report, and so that could change the numbers slightly. And then finally in Kansas, where independent Greg Orman is challenging Senator Pat Roberts, a very close race, but right now with 10% reporting in that race, Pat Roberts at 49%, Greg Orman at 47%.
Some of our viewers are using Twitter to tell us about races not at the national level that are important to them. Here's one example. Patricia Guadalupe reports that Democrat Nelly Gorbea becomes the first Hispanic elected to statewide office in New England, becomes Rhode Island's Secretary of State. Thanks for telling us about that. Next is a phone call. Connie is in a town with a very picturesque name, Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. Connie, you're on the air.
Thank you. I'd just like to say I've been watching, and there have been several people that expressed extreme surprise at how poorly Democrats are supposed to be doing. All they have to do is look at the state our country is in, look at all the scandals that the Democrats have been involved in. But how can they be surprised by the results? The Obama administration has been and is a total failure. Thank you.
That's Connie from Tennessee. Next up is a call from Russell, and Russell is in Milford, Pennsylvania, a Republican. You are on, Russell. Go ahead, please.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just wanted to say that although I'm a Republican, I voted for Wolf against Corbett.
And why was that?
He was very Corbett, all he did was try to tie Wolf to Obama. And although I believe Obama to be a horrible president, Wolf is not Obama. And Corbett had very little to run on. Our jobs record here in the state of Pennsylvania has just plummeted to one of the worst of the nation under Corbett's administration. And also our freedoms have also been curtailed, especially with all this nonsense chasing Eric Freen. It was his chase might have been widely publicized, but the loss of freedom through that chase was not. I know that there was quite a few areas that were locked down with little explanation, and quite a few civil liberties were taken during that. It is somewhat a nationwide trend, losing our civil liberties, but under a Republican governor, it's not something I could vote for again.
So thank you for your call, Russell. Milford, Pennsylvania. For that voter, the idea of tying the record of the incumbent to the president didn't work. Next is Rachel in Lawrence, Kansas. And Rachel's a Democrat. You're on the air.
Hi, thank you. So I wanted to talk about Sam Brownback's verbal behavior. So the interverbal operand occurs when a verbal discriminative stimulus evokes a verbal response that does not have point-to-point correspondence with the verbal stimulus. So that is, the verbal stimulus and the verbal response don't match each other as they do in the echoic and textual relations. So, like all verbal operands except the demand, the interverbal response produces generalized conditioned reinforcement. For example, in the educational context, the reinforcement for correct answers usually involves, some form of generalized conditioned reinforcement, such as right or points that we see in the votes, or the opportunity to move on in the race, such as Paul Davis maybe going up to become a governor.
So, Rachel, you're using language that is probably not familiar for people who don't study communications theory. So translate all that for us.
So basically, what is Sam Brownback trying to say in those commercials against Paul Davis? I just don't understand his point of view. What is he getting at?
And in the governor's race, what are the issues most important to you?
What is not important? Well, I think that's the issue.
Okay. And may I ask how old you are?
27.
27. So for you, how involved have you been in politics? How many years have you been following?
6.
6 years. And
since I turned 21.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for calling in and commenting on the theory behind advertisements used by the governor in the state of Kansas. Next, we're going to return to Steve Scully for more information.
In one of the open seats in Virginia's 10th congressional district, this tweet from the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, saying, "Great to see Barbara Comstock pull out a win in Virginia's 10th district. Congratulations." We've been keeping track also, Susan, on some of these rematches, former member races. Let's go through 4 of them, beginning with Illinois' 10th congressional district, as we look at the results in that race, where Robert Dole 53% of the vote trying to recapture his old seat. Representative Brad Schneider at 47%. This is with 70% of the vote reported in that Western Illinois district. And in Illinois' 17th congressional district, another former member rematch, Sherry Bustos at 59%. Compared to 41% for Republican Bobby Schilling, just under 20% reporting in that district. In New Hampshire's 1st congressional district, one of two member rematches that we've been following, Frank Ginta at 52%, Congresswoman Carol Shea Porter at 48%. So with about half of the vote now reporting in that race, Republican Frank Ginta could recapture his old seat against freshman Representative Carol Shea Porter. And then finally in New York's 18th congressional district, where Nan Hayworth, the Republican candidate, at 57%, Representative Sean Maloney at 42%, but still some very early numbers in New York's 18th district, only 1% now reporting.
So, Steve, we're going to show the House overall numbers, but it's 198 undecided, but the reality is the number of competitive seats, toss-up seats in the House of Representatives is somewhere in the 22 range. Is that correct?
It is, and there's been no doubt that the Republicans will maintain the majority in the House. So the question is how many seats would they pick up? Would be in the single digits or in the double digits?
And where it stands right now, from what we do know from reported results, Republicans at 145 and Democrats at 91. Let's go back to telephone calls. This is Madry. And Madry is watching us in Crestwood, Kentucky, a Democrat. Hi, you're on.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I am a recent citizen. I became a citizen in May. I'm originally from South Africa, and this was the first election I was able to vote in. And I'm just incredibly disappointed in how uninformed the voters seem to be. It seems like people, especially in Kentucky, seem to be experts in voting against their own self-interest. If you look at the minimum wage votes in Arkansas and I think Nevada, too, that have passed in what I think were generally Republican states, it just seems like if people were more informed about what they were voting for, maybe they would vote more Democratic.
So, Madry, how long has it been since you lived in South Africa?
We moved here in November of 2000, so I've been in the United States for about 13 years,
So
14 years.
can you compare with the level of knowledge that voters in your home country have?
Well, I grew up right after apartheid ended, and so people were pretty informed about what they were voting for because it was new. They weren't always able to vote. The majority of the country weren't. And so they were pretty informed about what they were voting for, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much for your call. Appreciate it. And good to hear from a first-time voter and a new citizen. Let's look at those Senate results once more and see where the balance of power stands right now with 13 races yet undecided. The Democrats at 40, Republicans at 45, and independents at 2. We're waiting for Senator Mark Pryor to come out. And, Steve, I'm going to have you fill in briefly until the senator comes out so we don't interrupt a caller as they come on board. Can you tell us a little bit more as we're waiting for Senator Pryor?
Sure. Let me share with you this tweet from Jonathan Martin of the New York Times. Again, we're keeping a lot of attention on what's happening in Virginia because, as you can see from this map, there's still some urban areas to be reported. Hampton and Norfolk, Virginia still have some votes out. And as Jonathan Martin points out, those are heavily Democratic cities. And let's go through Louisiana, Michigan, and North Carolina. First, in Louisiana, it will be facing a runoff that is confirmed by the networks and by Ed O'Keefe of the Washington Post. That runoff is scheduled for early December because no candidate winning with 50% of the vote. And then in Michigan, Gary Peters, the Democratic candidate, is easily winning that seat. This is an open seat, as you pointed out earlier. Senator Levin is retiring. And very close race still in North Carolina. As we look at the numbers here, let me just try to pull it up here, where Kay Hagan is at 48% and Tom Tillis also at 48%. This is one of those seats that if the Democrats have any hope of maintaining the majority, they need to hold on to North Carolina. As you said earlier, the bellwether for Democrats was New Hampshire, where Jeanne Shaheen was able to win in that state. Still no certainty, though, in Virginia or in neighboring North Carolina. As you point out, we're live in Arkansas as well, where Tom Cotton was declared the winner over Mark Pryor. That was a race that was an expensive race, and one in which former President Bill Clinton spent a considerable amount of time in that state. And I think we can now go to campaign headquarters for Mark Pryor, who is about to concede the race in Arkansas.
you. Golly, what a lot of great friends. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, let me start by just saying, to God be the glory, and I believe that. I believe that, God's hands in everything that happens, and this election is no different. And, 12 years ago, the people of Arkansas gave me the greatest privilege of my life to represent them in the United States Senate. Those years were filled with some hardships and some difficult decisions. 2 wars, the most severe economic downturn in my lifetime, and an exploding national debt, just to name a few. But also those years included a lot of good things. Bringing our men and women home from distant lands, and even though it has been slower than I would have wished and a lot of us would have liked, an American economy that is now poised to grow and be even stronger than ever. I believe in Arkansas and I believe in America. The biggest and most serious problem we're facing in our nation today is the dysfunction of our political system in Washington. We have incredible potential, but we won't reach it unless Washington starts to work again for all of us. If we're going to continue to be the greatest nation on earth, we must work. A future united is much brighter than a future divided. Tonight, the people have spoken. I've just called Tom Cotton to congratulate him on his victory. I wish him the very best as he takes this seat on the Senate floor, and I want you to know that he will be in my prayers. That's part of taking off the red jersey and taking off the blue jersey, right? We all need to help him do his job. I must confess, thank you. Thank you. I must confess, though, that I have some sadness tonight. I'll miss waking up every day to go to work for the people of Arkansas, but as one chapter of my life closes, another chapter begins. It's uncertain, but it's exciting, because I know God will direct my steps to whatever He has planned for me. And before I leave this stage, I have to thank just a few people. First, Joy, who's been with me every step of the way. And my children, my 2 children, come on up here. And of course, my wonderful parents, Barbara and David Pryor, y'all come on up here. And my 2 brothers, y'all come on up here, my 2 brothers. But also a great campaign team, and my incredible official staff, both past and present. Thank you. And all of my many supporters across this state who have believed in me and who have carried me through this campaign. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless Arkansas, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Under that old pine tree, you ought to see it now. Standing in the backyard, reminding me and you. But if we don't see eye to eye, there's something we can. Hey guys, I'm gonna start walking your way. You start walking mine.
An emotional scene at Pryor campaign headquarters in Little Rock, Arkansas, with Senator Mark Pryor, his father, former senator, former Governor David Pryor, the Clintons, both Bill and Hillary Clinton, spending a considerable amount of time and energy trying to put Mark Pryor over the top. But this is a Republican pickup in Arkansas. Let's go through the numbers very quickly in Arkansas, where you can see the results. Tom Cotton at campaign headquarters. Also, we expect to hear from him in just a moment. As a matter of fact, let's listen in to what's happening at Cotton campaign headquarters. All of the results, by the way, on the bottom of the screen. And if you're joining us on C-SPAN Radio, you can also check it out online at cspan.org. Live coverage here on C-SPAN. As we wait for freshman Representative Tom Cotton to come to the podium, let's look at the numbers again. First, in Arkansas, declared the winner Tom Cotton, the Republican candidate, over Mark Pryor. Also in Virginia, where the race is now considerably closer, with Mark Warner seeking a second term versus Ed Gillespie. And I think we'll have the numbers on that race as well. And then in Kansas, where Greg Orman, there are the results from Arkansas. Tom Cotton at 56%, Mark Pryor at 40%. Moving on to Kansas, where Greg Orman, the independent candidate, is challenging Senator Pat Roberts. Right now, Pat Roberts, with 20% of the vote now reporting, has 50% compared to 46% for Greg Orman. And as we said, in Louisiana, where there is going to be a runoff in early December, Bill Cassidy at 42%, Mary Landrieu at 41%. And Susan, just want to share with you one tweet from our friends at the Washington Post at Post Politics, a milestone tonight. Congress now reaches 100 women for the first time in history. Susan?
And it is just a few minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. That means in 4 states out west, the polls are closing, including Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. And that Iowa Senate race has been one that people have been watching from around the country, Braley versus Ernst, and we will be watching the results as they begin to come in as those polls close. We're waiting for Tom Cotton, and let's listen in once again.
Members of Tom's extended family, including someone you've probably seen on your TV set, Drill Sergeant Norton. We also have 2 other folks who've become celebrities in their own right during this campaign. Tom's parents, Len and Avis. Without any further ado, please join me in welcoming with our cheers the new United States Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton. All right, we're going to have to, that was just a warm-up. All right, are you excited? That didn't sound like excited. That sounded like somewhat enthused. Let's go, Tom! 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 Let's go, Tom!
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, how about that win? Well, I think it was a win that we all hoped for and maybe expected, but perhaps a little earlier and bigger than any of us would have expected. And I want to thank all of you for being here and thank you for your support. Most important, I want to thank you, the people of Arkansas. I'm humbled by your trust and confidence. It's a true honor to serve this state we all call home. Every election is about a choice for the people. In this election, the people had a choice between two ways of governing and two ways of living. It's a choice about the equal rights that God granted us, that the Declaration proclaims and that the Constitution protects. A choice to live as a free people and to govern ourselves freely under the greatest Constitution in history. The people of Arkansas tonight have made their choice. We have again chosen constitutional self-government, which allows each of us to flourish according to his abilities in industry, to live with the blessings of civil and religious liberty, to live as free men and women under law, and to control our government rather than be controlled by it. Throughout this campaign, Arkansans have told me they're ready for America to again be a great, strong, and prosperous country. We reject the pessimism and defeatism inherent in the other way of governing, the centralizing and bureaucratic rule of presumed elites. This other form of government, through taxing and spending and regulating, now consumes nearly half the fruits of all our labors and all our saving. It intrudes on private life. Every community, every business, every school, every person gets unwanted instructions from on high, from unaccountable and unelected elites. This other form of government always wants to help, but is always hindering. Constantly seeks to aid, but constantly ends up constraining. We may gain some material security by choosing this other form of government, but under it, there is no true security for anyone. Because a government big enough to grant everything is big enough to take away anything. in this campaign, I've contended if we choose this form of government, we'll spend so much trying to make us all the same that we'll all be impoverished and elevate the presumed elites further still. Our country will be too poor to defend itself from enemies that multiply abroad, too diffident to protect our borders and provide opportunity to our citizens, and too sluggish to care for the needy and provide work to the able. But Arkansans know that decline is a choice, and tonight we have resoundingly rejected it. Arkansans are a free people, and tonight we have once again chosen a free government, one that is limited in scope, yet strong and competent in its rightful duties. We have chosen a government that aids our fellow citizens who are struggling without overwhelming them or taking away their freedom, or everyone else's freedom in the process. Arkansans have chosen a government that protects all the things that we hold dear and in common: our natural rights, the national defense, a system of free enterprise built on private property rights, not special privileges, and the right to think our thoughts and speak our mind and pray our prayers and raise our kids according to our faith and our conscience. To do these things does not require a relentlessly centralizing, bureaucratic administration of supposed elites. In fact, it requires the exact opposite: constitutional self-government. That's the choice that we have faced. This election was not so much about Mark Pryor or about me, but about you, and about how we choose to govern and live as a people. Earlier tonight, I received a gracious call from Senator Pryor. I commend him for a spirited campaign, and, along with every other Arkansan, I thank him and his family for their years of service to our wonderful state. Senator Pryor and his family will be in my family's prayers, as I know they'll be in your family's prayers. I also want to thank everyone who made this night possible. My whole team, for whom the hours were very long, but the pay was very low. But these great young people didn't work for me. They worked for you and the people of Arkansas. To all our wonderful volunteers all around the state who worked in these last hours, days, weekend, weeks, months, over the last year, wonderful women like Betty Daly and Ann Griffin, and so many others. and so many others who gave of themselves, worked so hard and sacrificially for our campaign. And to the people of Dardanelle and Yell County, who supported me not just in this campaign, but over the course of my entire life. And I thank you, the people of Arkansas, for now bestowing upon me the privilege to serve you. I recognize that not everyone voted for me tonight, but the season for campaigning has ended. Now we begin the serious work of governing to improve the lives of all our people in every station and season of life. I will serve and represent every Arkansan, Democrat, Republican, and everyone else. While I am a proud Republican, you have elected me to represent Arkansas in the United States Senate, and it is Arkansas who I will represent. And tonight, this victory belongs to you, the citizens of Arkansas, to all the families who are struggling to make ends meet, to the workers and the businesses who are just barely holding on, to the young and the old who dream and still believe America is the greatest country on earth. where all things are possible. I will work to make that dream a reality again for each of you. I will not forget that it was you who elected me to the Senate, and it is you to whom I will listen every day. Of course, none of you will agree with every vote I cast or every word I speak. But as I have for the last 2 years, so I will for the next 6. I will act upon my conscience, my judgment, my unbiased opinion, and explain my reasoning forthrightly and frankly. And while we may, on occasion, disagree, I firmly hope I will never disappoint. I know many of you are cynical about our politics today, sadly, with much good cause. I won't promise to heal the planet or repair every broken institution, but I will promise to act with integrity and principle and to use politics as an instrument to unite us, not a weapon to divide us. Together, I hope we can turn that cynicism into a traditional and healthy skepticism that recognizes men are not angels, yet also appeals to the better angels of our nature. I have served you before in distant lands, where troops tonight bravely defend this free government of ours. My heart is filled with gratitude for them, my old battle buddies, for my parents and my sister, who have loved and supported me, and for my wife, Anna, whose love sustains me and completes me. And for our beloved country, whose promise I will always cherish, whose blessings I will never forget, and whose call I will always heed. And especially tonight, my heart is filled with gratitude for you, for allowing me to answer that call again. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless our great country.
After 2 years in the House of Representatives, 37-year-old Tom Cotton, now the new Republican senator from Arkansas, as we look at the scene at Tom Cotton's campaign headquarters in Little Rock. And this is a race that many people thought was going to be much closer. In fact, Senator-elect Cotton even made reference to that. As we look at the scene in Arkansas, let's look at the numbers in that Senate race, in which Tom Cotton easily winning this race with 56% of the vote, compared to 41% for Senator Mark Pryor, and the AP declaring that race over. Also, the Associated Press declaring in Colorado Cory Gardner the winner. We're keeping an eye on Virginia as well. But let's look at the Colorado governor's race, where Bob Beaupre at 49% compared to 47% for Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper. This is with 65% reporting. Bob Beaupre, who ran for governor before, and John Hickenlooper, who's the former mayor of Denver, now down by 2 percentage points. Moving on to Connecticut, where the president campaigned over the weekend. This is a fairly solid Democratic state, but you can see Republican Tom Foley at 50%. Compared to 49% for Democrat Dan Malloy. That's with 31% reporting. In Florida, the race between Charlie Crist and Governor Rick Scott. Right now, Governor Scott at 48% of the vote, compared to 47% for former Republican, now Democrat Charlie Crist. That is with 99% reporting. That race, though, has not yet been called. In Illinois, Pat Quinn, who's a Democrat trying to seek a second term, right now he is behind Bruce Rauner, 49% to 48%, 2/3 of the vote in that state. In Wisconsin, as Susan Swain was saying earlier, that's a state where Scott Walker could use as a springboard to a potential presidential bid. The polls showed this race much closer, but Governor Walker now with 61% of the vote, compared to 38% for Democrat Mary Burke. And finally in Maryland, this is again one of those surprise races in which has been much closer than many people initially thought. Maryland is a traditionally Democratic state. The Lieutenant Governor, Anthony Brown, at 50%. Compared to 49% for businessman Larry Hogan. That is with 30% of the vote now reporting. And some early numbers, just by the way, in Iowa showing that Bruce Braley is ahead. But again, the polls closing just a short while ago in Iowa. We'll have more numbers on that coming up momentarily. Susan?
And Steve, in fact, as close as that was in Florida, the Associated Press has just called Florida for Rick Scott, the incumbent
governor. There you have it. And we should point out that Rick Scott loaned his campaign several $1 million in the last 10 days for a new ad buy in that race. And, of course, who can forget that moment that we carried live here on C-SPAN where Governor Scott was not on the stage for that first debate with Charlie Crist.
Over the course of the use of an electric fan.
That's
right. It was
right.
one of the interesting debate moments of this season. One of our viewers watched the Arkansas speeches, and Clay Basswood has this to say about Senator Mark Pryor on Twitter. Senator Mark Pryor gave a wonderful concession speech. He has many good years ahead. We're seeking your reaction to the results as they come in from around the country. Let's take our next by phone. Jason is in Las Vegas, an independent there. Hi, Jason.
Hello, how are you? Salutations. If I can, and I would love to just say what I have to say. First of all, they say doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. And we've been doing it since I've been born, having a Republican always at the presidency till now government. And so it is sad to see that we will be the divided states, not the United States, because if you look at the Tea Party side, it's either their way or no way. And to all the Republicans that keep disrespecting our president, I just would like to tell you this. It is sad to see how you disrespect him before he even got in office and keep on telling you how he is so weak, but yet he cleaned up everything George Bush left behind. And all I can say is this, to all the people that keep on telling African Americans this, stop talking about race. The Indians got their reservations. The people from the Holocaust got reparations, but we never got our 40 acres and a mule. But since we didn't get our 40 acres and a mule, we have one thing we have, and that's talking about race, because we see everything through race. And Barack Obama, he might not have you Republicans, but he has 80% of African Americans. And so, no matter what, you can talk about him all you want, but he cleaned up a lot of garbage that a Republican left behind. And it's sad to see insanity once again reign in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason from Las Vegas. Next is a call from San Antonio, Texas, and this is a viewer by the name of Elder, an independent. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're on the air.
Doing?
I'm fine. Welcome to the program.
Yes. Before I even get started, I want to make everyone understand that I have 24 years in the military service. I'm a proud American, not a proud Democrat, Republican, or independent. I'm a proud American. What I don't understand is how can someone living in the middle class and or below the poverty line vote for Republicans? Because I don't understand what they have done for the middle class or below in the last 10 or 15 years. It goes to show you that talking points really, really does work. If you hear it enough or say it enough, it starts becoming true. And that's why we got cults and terrorists. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But my last little thing I want to say is be careful what you ask for because you might just get it. I pray that God forgives the United States of America because God don't bless no mess. And that's what is going on right now. I thank God for America. I pray God bless America. God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much for my comments.
And thank you for the call. Elder, San Antonio, Texas. Let's take a look at the Senate balance of power right now. Democrats at 40 with 11 undecided, Republicans at 47, and independents, of course, remain at 2. 51, the magic number in the Senate, as Republicans get closer to that total. And we're watching now as results come in from Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Next up is Cindy. Cindy is watching us in Jarrettsville, Maryland, a Republican. Hey, Cindy, you're on. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I am a Republican in a very Democratic state. I just want to comment on the governor's race here. It's very close. Martin O'Malley, who someone there on your staff referred to a few minutes ago as a front runner for perhaps president in 2016, has really taxed those of us who live in Maryland to the point of almost breaking. The middle class here in Maryland is in a lot of trouble. He proudly was the first governor to sign on to Common Core when Race to the Top funds first went in. And as a retired teacher, I can tell you that whole concept has not been good for our educational system. So I'm really worried when he's called a top forerunner for someone in the 2016 presidential race.
Thanks very much. I don't think our guest earlier called him a forerunner, but he listed him as among the governors who are interested in higher office. Steve, you have more for us?
Susan, let's quickly talk about Virginia, because Mark Warner just a moment ago, according to the AP, pulling ahead with about a 2,400 vote lead against Ed Gillespie. But this has been a very close race, much closer than many people expected earlier in the evening. And we want to talk about some of the House races as well, including West Virginia's 3rd Congressional District, where Nick Rahall, in a tough re-election battle, he has lost his race against former Democrat and now Republican Evan Jenkins with 91% of the vote in West Virginia. Evan Jenkins with 55% compared to 45% for Nick Rahall. Moving on to Colorado's 6th Congressional District, an interesting race because Andrew Romanoff was a candidate for the Senate seat. Mike Kaufman, the Republican candidate, winning that seat with 54% of the vote at the moment. That race has yet to be declared. In Florida's 26th Congressional District, this is another race in which an incumbent Democrat has lost his re-election. Congressman Joe Garcia, we carried the debate last week in that race, to Carlos Curbelo, the Republican candidate, 52% to 48%. And in Georgia's 12th Congressional District, another race that we carry debates on, Rick Allen defeating Congressman John Barrow in that seat. So that is a Republican pickup in Georgia's 12th Congressional District. And finally, in the Iowa Senate race, these are some early numbers, but right now Bruce Braley is ahead, only 7% reporting. He has 126,000 votes compared to just over 100,000 for Joni Ernst. And finally, Susan, I want to share this tweet from Amy Klobuchar, the Democratic senator from Minnesota. NBC has called Minnesota's Senate race from my friend Al Franken. Congratulations to Al and Franny, his wife.
We also have some numbers on a few of the ballot initiatives. You've probably heard that marijuana, in some case recreational use, in another case medical marijuana, is on the ballot in several states. Since you've got the results from Florida's governor, Florida is one of the states with medical marijuana, and it looks as though the ballot measure has passed pretty handily, with the Associated Press reporting right now 3.2 million in favor of it to 2.4 million against it. Let's go back to telephone calls. This is Katy, Texas, and our caller is Louis, a Republican. You're on the air. Go ahead, please.
It's Willie, actually. Hi.
Oh, good evening. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. Wow, this is a great night. I only say to my friends on the first 2 calls in this segment, the guy from Las Vegas and the one from San Antonio there, listen to Tom Cotton's speech and learn. Okay, and I am elated for what happened in Arkansas. I'm not an Arkansan, but Greg Abbott made quick work of Miss Davis there, so I'm really happy about that. And now we can get on to his promise about enforcing the border. One more thing quickly, Scott Walker, when I'm really kind of interested in that because of his presidential aspirations, but he has, he has suffered greatly at the hands of the Democrats, all kinds of injustices, and I'm really glad for him up there in Wisconsin. And I think he should do a big victory dance when he accepts his victory for this election. Thank you.
Thank you for the call, Willie in Katy, Texas. Karen's up next, Woodstock, Georgia, independent there. Hi, Karen. You're on.
Hey, I'm calling because I have been listening to what some of the callers have been saying and about my vote. We had a Purdue-Nunn race here, and Purdue is the Republican, and Nunn was the Democrat, and we also had a Libertarian in the race. But we have not been given an explanation about the enterovirus 68 that's paralyzing and killing our children, even though It's unprecedented for it to be in 44 states at one time. And I'm sure that this has to do with the illegal aliens that have been coming across because our border is unsecure. And I believe that Perdue and the Republicans are more likely, not likely, but more likely than the Democrats to secure our border. The other thing, I was very disturbed to hear one caller from Michigan earlier say about the Obamacare that people have coverage. Well, I don't have coverage, and I'm a veteran, and if I go to the VA, I wait forever to get care. So this idea that Obamacare is some great thing is, and people get coverage, I voted for Perdue because I'm hoping the Republicans, again, I'm not sure that they will, but they're more likely to do something about Obamacare, to repeal it and replace it. We need lower premiums and an option on deductibles. Apparently, these Obamacare plans have really high deductibles, and so people are getting stuck with that. Whereas the illegal aliens, they just go to the emergency room and they don't pay. And so I'm paying for their bill when I go to the emergency room, which I just pay out of my pocket. So those are some of the reasons that I voted for the Republican in this race. I just feel Obama is letting the country down and making sure that everybody's wages are going to be depressed by the illegal aliens. And if our wages aren't depressed, we're going to end up in the hospital with that enterovirus.
Thanks, Karen. Woodstock, Georgia. Let's take a look at the numbers for the House and the Senate, beginning with the United States Senate. 12 undecided races at this point, 39. Seats for the Democrats are currently decided. The Republicans 47, Independents 2. And in the United States House of Representatives, let's take a look at the balance of power there. Currently, with the decided races, Republicans stand at 177 and the Democrats at 104. Let's go back to telephone calls. We're going to take a call next from Dustin in Gilbert, Arizona. Dustin is an independent there. Hi, Dustin, you're on the air.
Hi. First off, I'd like to say I am an independent, formerly of Kentucky, just relocated to Arizona, two very highly Republican states. But first off, what I'd really like to say, regardless of who wins, loses, Republican, Democrat, whatever, Washington, like what now former Senator Pryor said, is that Washington really needs to get back to working for the people instead of working for large corporations and not in the public interest, as well as and agreeing with Landry from Crestwood, Kentucky, who called earlier, saying that people need to be more educated when they're going to the polls and, researching the candidates, know who you're voting for. Don't just vote for whoever is against Obama. This isn't a race. I mean, Obama has really nothing to do with this race. This is for the Congress, not president. I mean, given more Democrats in Congress would give Obama more pull, but this race is not about Obama. This race is for the people who represent the majority of Americans, and which is the United States Congress.
Thanks very much. In a rebuttal to our last caller, someone tweeted, someone just blamed the enterovirus on illegal immigrants on C-SPAN tonight. We're enjoying your conversation and your reaction, your discussion about issues here. You can tweet us at C-SPAN, and our phone lines are open. We'll put the numbers on the screen in between results here. Let's return to Steve Scully for more information about what's happening in some of these races that are just finishing up.
Susan, an interesting night. If you're keeping track of the most expensive Senate races in the country, North Carolina leads the list, about $100 million spent in that race, followed by Colorado, Iowa, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Alaska. Almost $30 million spent in the Alaska Senate race, and that is a media market that is not an expensive media market, so you can get a sense of just how many ads have been on the air in that state. I want to share with you a tweet from Emma Dumaine of Roll Call. We reported earlier that John Barrow, losing his own re-election battle, still can't believe he actually lost tonight. The perpetual frontliner Blue Dog, who was always supposed to hang on by a thread. Well, speaking of hanging on by a thread, the Virginia Senate race has been much closer than people expected. Right now, Mark Warner is ahead, but only slightly. 49% of the vote for Mark Warner, the Democrat, Ed Gillespie at 49%. This is with 99% reporting, but look at these numbers. 1,036,000 votes for Mark Warner and 1,033,000 votes for Ed Gillespie. In the North Carolina Senate race, Tom Tillis, the Republican candidate, is ahead slightly over Senator Kay Hagan. This would be a huge pickup for the Republicans in that state. North Carolina and Iowa were two of the states that Senator Harry Reid said were must-wins in order to maintain the majority, with about 82% of the vote reporting in North Carolina. Tom Tillis, 1.2 million votes compared to just over 1.1 million for Kay Hagan. In Kansas, where Senator Pat Roberts, at least at the moment, appears to be ahead with 33% reporting. He has 51% of the vote compared to 45% for independent Greg Orman. And finally, in the Georgia Senate race, two key numbers to keep in mind, who has the majority, but also a majority above 50% at the moment. Businessman David Perdue is holding on to his lead with 57% of the vote, which means that if this holds true, there will not be a runoff. Michelle Nunn, the daughter of former Senator Sam Nunn, at 41%.
Thanks very much, Steve. And Peripatetic Apostate on Twitter wonders this: how many of these races are going to be lawsuits in the courts with less than 1% differences in the counts? Election night coverage here on C-SPAN. Next up is Steve, watching us in Columbus, Georgia. Steve, you are on the air. Welcome, Republican.
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, I wanted to thank you very much for taking my call. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. 200 years ago, when people would vote for a candidate, they would the candidate would get the wishes from all of their constituents, and they would ride a horse or a buggy to Washington and put those wishes forth when they came together to talk about the issues. Nowadays, they don't do that anymore. Now the people vote for people to think for them, and I disagree with that. I don't need anybody to think for me. I'm grateful for what they do believe. But when we elect someone, they're supposed to vote our wishes. They work for us. And in this vein, I believe that Congress and the presidency are letting us down. They think for us, and they think that we can't think for ourselves. I just want those people that are elected to step forward and vote as we, the constituents of each state, wish. Another thing that I wanted to thank America for is for their ability to, in this election, to stop Obama from seizing more power from America and taking away our personal freedoms. Also, I believe that the Republicans will see what they can do about securing our borders, stopping the onslaught of the illegals that are coming in and taking our jobs away from us. I am a contractor. Before Obama took office, I was making over $200,000 a year. I have since been replaced by illegals that come in and work as illegals, and even though they're known as illegals, this past year I filed income taxes on $9,000 earned, and that's just because I can't find work. Even after having been in my field for 38 years and having the best name for my product in 100 square miles, I can't find work. And it's all because of the illegals that have come in and displaced me. I do believe the Republicans that are coming in will do what they can to secure our borders, to kill the amnesty that Obama wants to grant. And this will help to put people like myself back to work and not replace taxpayers with tax liabilities.
Steve, thanks from Columbus, Georgia. Appreciate your telephone call. Mitch McConnell was an early victory with the Kentucky polls closing early in the country tonight. And we're going to listen next to his victory speech where he talks a little bit about governing style.
Are you having a good time? On a night like tonight, you're grateful above all else. And for me, that gratitude starts with the people of Kentucky. They've put their trust and confidence in me for a long time, and I want to thank them tonight. I work hard to bring your concerns to Washington, and I will not let up. You know, every election is a job interview. In this case, a very long one. I shared my vision with you. You shared your stories and your concerns with me. And yet one complaint has stood out above all the rest, especially in recent weeks. So I'd like to make an announcement that I think will be very welcome news to many of you. No more campaign commercials. The TV executives may not like it, but enough is enough, right? A little while ago, I spoke with my opponent. Secretary Grimes ran a spirited campaign. She earned a lot of votes, and she earned my respect. It took a lot of guts to take on a race like this. Because of the business we're in, it also meant she'd take some heat. I admire her willingness to step into the arena and fight as hard as she did. We need more people who are willing to do that, not fewer. She deserves a lot of credit for it. This was certainly a hard-fought contest. And I've been so proud to have my wife beside me every step of the way. You know, Elaine told me early on she wasn't ready to have me sitting around the house working on my resume. And she's gone above and beyond to prevent that. She's been the most valuable player on our team, and I'm so blessed to have her in my life and by my side. And to my campaign manager, Josh Holmes, my friends, he pitched a perfect game. Thank you, Josh. Of course, there's so many others I could thank. They know who they are. Thank you, every one of you, for giving so much of yourselves to this race. Nobody's been blessed with a better team than I have had over the years, and I want to thank them all. My thoughts also turn back tonight to two other people who aren't here, but to whom I owe a great deal. My parents. I learned a lot from them both. From my dad, a combat veteran of World War II, I learned an abiding love of this country and all that it represents, not only to those of us who were fortunate enough to be born here, but to so many others around the world. From my mom, I learned the value of perseverance and got an enduring lesson as she helped me overcome a frightening bout with polio as a child. In many ways, my folks were just like any other parents of their generation. They were optimists. They believed in America. Without a trace of cynicism, they transmitted the central promise of this country on to me, the promise that every generation will leave the next one a little better off than the one before. This is the compact that every generation of Americans has made with the one that followed it. And through Civil War and depressions and world wars and strife, we've always made good on it. But as I've traveled through Kentucky over the past year, I've sensed new doubts. Suddenly, folks aren't so sure that that compact will survive if we continue down the road that we've been on. They're hungry for new leadership. They want a reason to be hopeful. Above all, they want some reassurance that people who run the government are actually on their side. So tonight I pledge you this. Whether you're a coal miner in eastern Kentucky who can't find work, or a mom in Paducah who doesn't understand why the government just took away her family's health insurance, I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington. And look, when you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. To restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the President to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the President gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans. Kentuckians are tired of a government that only seems to work when it is working against them. And they're also tired of hearing that those of us who fight for them in Washington are somehow the problem. I'm so honored to have Dr. Noel Hunter with me tonight. You've all gotten an opportunity to get to know her. What an extraordinary woman. Dr. Hunter was determined to get her daughter back. Against all odds, she did it. She did it. And when all was said and done, she achieved something else that a lot of people said was even more remarkable. She made me seem more warm and cuddly. You know, over the past year, a lot of people from outside the state have tried to tell Kentuckians what motivates me to do what I do. I'll let them have their say. But here's the truth. To anyone who says nothing ever gets done in Washington, here's my 5-word answer. Tell that to Noel Hunter. This woman is the reason I run. She's the reason I do what I do in Washington. We can make a difference, and we do every single day. We're proud of that in my office, and yet as I've traveled across the state, I've become acutely reminded of something else the government can do. It can do terrible damage to families and communities. I've seen the hurt in people's eyes in the mountains. It breaks your heart to see the pain that distant planners in federal agencies are causing to so many in our state. And if you're an elected official like me, it hardens your resolve to do something about it. For too long, this administration has tried to tell the American people what's good for them and then blame somebody else when their policies didn't work out. Tonight, Kentucky rejected that approach. Tonight, Kentuckians said we can do better as a nation. Tonight they said we can have real change in Washington, real change. And that's just what I intend to deliver. So, friends, tonight turns a corner, and the future I see is a bright one. Americans have seen that what the current crowd in Washington is offering is making us weaker both at home and abroad. They have had enough. You know, there's an old saying that's often attributed to Winston Churchill that I'm reminded of. Here's what he said about us, about Americans. He said, you know, the Americans, they always do the right thing after they've tried everything else first. Friends, this experiment in big government has lasted long enough. It's time to go in a new direction. It's time to turn this country around. And I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
That's Senator Mitch McConnell celebrating one of the early victories of the evening there with the junior Senator Rand Paul of the state of Kentucky. You're watching C-SPAN's live election coverage, election 2014. Let me show you the scene in Denver, Colorado, where supporters are awaiting Representative Cory Gardner, Colorado's new senator-elect, the Republican, who has defeated Senator Udall, and we are waiting for him to come out and talk to his supporters about that victory. You'll see it live here on C-SPAN when he does. And in the interim, let's return to Steve Scully for more results.
And some of the headlines in Maryland, this could be an upset where the Republican candidate is ahead of the Lieutenant Governor Anthony Brown in that state. The other headline is that there will be a runoff in the Louisiana Senate race. No candidate getting the 50% majority, so Bill Cassidy and Senator Mary Landrieu will face each other in early December. There will not be a runoff in the Georgia Senate race, based on the numbers coming from that race where David Perdue is well above 50%, and Nathan Deal has been declared the winner in the Georgia governor's race against Jason Carter, the grandson, I should say, of former President Jimmy Carter. Let me share this tweet from Chad Pergram, a former C-SPAN staffer, now at Fox News, saying in New Hampshire, former Senator Scott Brown not ready to concede, saying Bedford, a big GOP area just outside of Manchester, has not yet come back. And so even though the Associated Press and the networks have declared a winner in the New Hampshire Senate race, we can look at the numbers and it has tightened. We have not yet heard from either Senator Shaheen or Scott Brown. As you look at the numbers, 192,000 votes for the incumbent Democratic senator, 190,000 votes for Scott Brown, so a difference of just over 1,000 votes in that race, 74% reporting in the New Hampshire Senate race. In South Dakota, former Republican Governor Mike Rounds winning that seat with 51% of the vote. Rick Wayland, the Democratic candidate, at 29%, and there are two independents in that race, including Larry Pressler. The Iowa Senate race, where at the moment Bruce Braley is ahead, but slightly, 19% reporting in that race. 212,000 votes for Democrat Bruce Braley, 196,000 votes for Republican Joni Ernst. And in the Kansas Senate race that has been called, in which Pat Roberts at 52%, Greg Orman at 44%, CNN and NBC declaring Pat Roberts the winner in that race. Two House races that we want to follow as well in Louisiana's 5th Congressional District. That race showing that Jamie Mayo at 28% and Ralph Abraham at 23%. Significant because Vance McAllister is not in the top two, and so he very well could go down in defeat. Of course, facing his own controversy, so-called kissing congressman from Louisiana's 5th Congressional District, seeking a second term. And in New York's 11th Congressional District, Mike Grimm, the Republican candidate from Staten Island, is at 55% of the vote. Dominic Recchia at 43%, and Congressman Grimm is facing the possibility of a 20-count indictment on ethics violations in the House of Representatives. But tonight, he is ahead in the polls with 67% reporting in New York's 11th Congressional District.
And among those 130 debates we covered, that Grimm-Recchia debate was
one of the most memorable, if not the most memorable.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
We're taking your tweets and your calls in reaction to tonight's election results. Martin Brady sends this. The Virginia Senate race results say a lot. Warner was supposed to win in a walk. That race not called yet, but it is much closer, as Martin Brady suggests, than anticipated. Rita is our next caller tonight, and Rita is in Fulcroft, Pennsylvania, a Republican. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi, Rita, go ahead, please.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. I am very disappointed that we lost our Governor Corbett to Democrat Wolf. Wolf has a business. He took it out of Pennsylvania and took his business into Delaware so he doesn't have to pay taxes. Now he says he wants to help the people in Pennsylvania. Well, if he wanted to help the people in Pennsylvania, why didn't he keep his big business in Pennsylvania and hire people rather than go to Delaware and not pay taxes? And he campaigned because of the schools that Philadelphia has been Democrat for 60 years. And they've been broke. They can't afford their schools. They have no money, and they keep on complaining to the governor they want more money. Well, if our governor gave them more money, they would blow it like the four winds, like they've been in the last 60 years. But the people in Philadelphia keep on voting in the same people, and then they complain. I am disgusted with Philadelphia. Why don't they get their act together and try to get a Republican in and straighten out? And I think this new Governor Wolf should come into Philadelphia and look at their books, just like Corbett went to Chester. They were going against the governor in Chester because they had no money for the Chester schools, but he sent people from Harrisburg into Chester and straightened them out to show them where they were broke and why they were broke. He should have did it in Philadelphia rather than just Chester. So and I hope
Caller, I'm going to interrupt. Michelle Nunn is speaking at the podium live. Let's listen. I'm going to move on as we're getting that settled to Sid, who is in College Station, Texas, a Democrat. Hi, Sid.
Hello.
You're on.
Hello. Yeah, I go to Texas A&M University, and I'm just amazed really by the disillusionment that I see in, around young people. In a class of around 60 today, only 3 of us had actually voted. I just really want to see less obstructionism in Congress, people actually coming together and doing what they're saying in their speeches. Everyone talks about how they're going to go to Washington and take some action and fix the country. But, you need to actually do something. I mean, we've been saying the same thing now for the past 6 years. It's just, I mean, you can't say something like, we would support the troops, and then not want to do any action to help support them. You can't have bipartisan committees who come back with common sense solutions and then completely ignore them, like the Simpson-Bowles Commission.
Okay, Sid, thank you. I'm going to jump in. It's College Station, Texas, a student there, and we have resolved our audio issues with Michelle Nunn. Let's listen.
And you could not have worked harder. We have exceeded every expectation of what was possible in this race. I just want to remind you all that just about 15 months ago, all of the political pundits said that Georgia was not in play, and we put Georgia in play. But we've built a foundation now that needs to be cultivated, and it needs to be built upon. And we need to work on it to broaden our reach with the message. We want to remind people, y'all, that elections make a difference in people's lives. We change people's lives, we change communities, we change our nation, we change our world when we vote. And we've reminded people of that, and we want to keep reminding people of that. We make choices about how we're going to care for our sick. We make choices about how we care for our environment, how we care for our elderly. And these are the choices that we want to continue to lift up in the future as we go forward. So I hope that we've reminded Georgia also that we can and should have leadership that represents and looks like our state. During the course of the campaign, I met with a wonderful group of Pakistani and Indian doctors in Warner Robins, and they told me it was the first time that anybody had reached out to them to engage them in this process. And when I left, they said, "You've given us hope and you've given us inspiration." You all did that. So I started out this election saying that I'm optimistic about America, and I have never been more optimistic than I am right now today after 15 months of seeing the extraordinary idealism, commitment, and passion of Georgians. And I was reminded time and time again of our Georgia State motto. Y'all have heard me say it, right? But I have seen it embodied in our Georgia citizenry: wisdom and justice and moderation. So tonight, more than anything, I want to thank you all, to the staff and to the thousands of people who've worked so hard on this campaign, for the future of our state, for the future of our country, for your commitment and for your dedication. Each one of you here has given so much: your talents, your resources, a lot of sleepless nights, and an unrelenting commitment. So I am so grateful to have walked this path with you, to be fighting for something that transcends us all and that we'll continue to work towards. And I want to say a few thanks to my family, because otherwise it would be out of control, the number of people that I would have to thank. But I want to thank my parents who are here. They've taught me the importance of public service. And have been my father. Every single day of the campaign trail, I hear a story of someone who he made a difference for. And he's a great exemplar of what matters in public service. And he's been a role model and a great advisor throughout my life. And my mother, whose fierce determination, whose tireless work ethic and unyielding support has sustained me throughout this race. Ron, as he said, my very wonderful and long-suffering husband. And I want to thank Elizabeth and Vincent, who are here somewhere. They've traveled the state with me. They have seen the extraordinary goodness of Georgians and the beauty of the state. And I think that in about 20 years, they're going to thank me for this campaign experience. Also in 20 years, I think there will be young women like Elizabeth who will take for granted that we have equal representation of women in Congress. And equal pay as well. So, y'all, even though this election did not turn...
Senator Jason Carter conceding the election. I want to congratulate all the people in the state of Georgia, and especially those of you who helped us and worked so hard. You've just elected the best First Lady of this state once again.
Say that one more time.
We've had people all over this state who have helped us, and I just simply want
Okay.
to say thank you for your work, for your family.
I apologize for that. We lost Michelle Nunn, and what you're looking at now is Nathan Deal, who has won his re-election bid for governor in the state of Georgia. And that was unexpected switch on our part. We're now waiting for Mr. Perdue, the victor in the Senate race in Georgia, to come out, and as soon as he does at his campaign headquarters, we'll bring that to you. C-SPAN's election night coverage, it's now 8 minutes past 11 o'clock, and we have polls closing in 5 states now: California, Hawaii, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. There are Senate races in 2 of those. In Hawaii, reliably Democratic, expected outcome there. And in Oregon, Senator Jim Risch is in his bid for re-election. We'll watch the results as they come in on our continuing coverage. Let's go back to calls. And, well, actually, we see Mary Landrieu, who's giving her speech. Let's listen in.
With wings as eagles, they shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. We have the race that we want. And Bill Cassidy, you cannot run. You cannot hide anymore. This race is starting tonight. This race is not about who the president is, who the president was, or who the president will be, or which party controls Congress. This race is about the future of Louisiana, the bright and strong future that Louisiana deserves, our children, our families, and our parents. The question facing us tonight, the voters in Louisiana, will be a very simple one. Which candidate has the proven record of standing up, fighting, and delivering for our state? And which candidate has a record of running scared and trying to hide his record from the voters? I want to thank my family, my extraordinary husband, my wonderful son, daughter, and daughter-in-law, and the newest member of our family, Maddox Parker Snelling. And to my extraordinary mother and father, a plethora of brothers and sisters, nieces, nephews, cousins, etc. To my extraordinary staff that's put in 24/7, and to all of you that are here with me tonight and have been with me for 18 years as we have done some extraordinary things for Louisiana and our country. Let me say a word of thanks to Colonel Bob Maness, his wife Candy, and his 5 children for putting themselves out there, for showing up to face the voters. He drove his pickup truck more than 85,000 miles, and especially for his 32 years of service in the Air Force. Thank you, Colonel Maness. And I know that you and I don't agree on every issue, but at least we have one value in common, at least one. We know how to show up and fight, and we know that Louisiana is worth fighting for. So tonight, I issue a challenge to Congressman Cassidy: 6 debates, 6 hours. 6 debates, 6 hours, 1 hour for each year of a Senate term. I don't think that is too much to ask a guy that wants to represent 4.5 million people in the United States Senate. And I suggest that some of these issues be education, number 1, jobs and growing our economy, Social Security and Medicare, health care, energy and the environment, and yes, international affairs and trade. These are critical issues for our state. And you're going to have to say, Mr. Cassidy, more than President Obama's names in these debates. President Obama is already the president. This race is about who is going to represent Louisiana in the United States Senate for the next 6 years. In the next 4 weeks, the Landrieu campaign for Louisiana's future will ask some important questions. When Louisiana needed someone to stand up and fight, both the Democrats at times and the Republicans, to get our fair share of offshore oil and gas revenues to restore our coast, we stood up and delivered billions. But let me ask all of you, where was Bill? When we fought for troops, when our troops came home after fighting for our freedom, and they needed quality health care and a living wage, we stood up and delivered 2 new veterans clinics, one in Lake Charles and one in Lafayette, and we're building a state-of-the-art veterans hospital not too far from this hotel. When Louisiana needed leadership to save thousands of jobs at Fort Polk and Barksdale, together we stood up and delivered. We know where we were, but where was Bill? In 2012, when Hurricane Isaac destroyed 59,000 Louisiana homes, and the people in the river parishes looking for their own congressman couldn't find him, but we delivered. So let me ask you, where was Bill? When Louisiana women needed a fighter for equal pay and against domestic violence, where was Bill? When Louisiana needed students to help student loans face a 50% tuition hike because Governor Jindal slashed higher education by $700 million in this state, the largest cut in the nation, we went looking for our congressman to join our effort to make college more affordable. And here we go again. Where was Bill? The crawfish farmers came to me in 2000 and said, Mary, the Chinese are dumping an inferior product into our market. It's costing us jobs and our livelihood. We took on the Chinese and the presidents of both political parties, and just last week, Mark Henskins, we delivered $20 million to our crawfish producers. Where was Bill? So Louisiana voters know they can count on me when our seniors deserve respect for a life of hard work and needed someone to protect the best parts of Medicare and Social Security. We stood up for our seniors and said, no, we will not raise the retirement age to 70. We will not give out coupons for Medicare. But where was Bill? Whether it's for Louisiana veterans or women, workers, our middle-class families, or seniors or students, to be a senator, you have to know how to put coalitions together. Be willing to stand up, even to your own leadership at times, and to your own party to get the job done. For instance, when President Obama shut down drilling, you all know this story, killing millions of jobs, I stood up to the president, put a hold on one of his top appointments until we could get some relief. And that moratorium was lifted, and now we have put people back to work and have more than 50 wells drilling in the deep Gulf of Mexico. And as a chair of the Energy Committee, or perhaps as ranking member, we don't yet know, I promise you I will continue to fight for drilling and for oil and gas jobs and for the energy we need to move this country forward. And then when President Bush said no to Morganza to the Gulf, you know that, Ed, you live in Houma. Many of you know the Houma area, one of the fastest growing cities in America, and President Bush vetoed Morganza to the Gulf. I stood up and led our delegation to override President Bush's veto because we need levees that will protect us from rising tides and the storms that are raging. So let me ask you, when we were fighting for these things, where was Bill? Grand Isle. Thank you, David. We need seniority in the Senate. Louisiana needs muscle. We need experience to deliver and continue to deliver for the people of our state. It has been a joy and a privilege to represent you. I've now worked with 3 presidents, 4 majority leaders, and 6 governors from both political parties, and I've proven that we can work together to get the job done. I'm not afraid to oppose them when I think they're wrong, and I'm not afraid to stand with them when I think they're right. Louisiana does not need a senator that just mails it in. We need somebody who will stand up. We need a fighter. We know that voters want and know what we can do. So I ask the voters, look at what we have done. The record is clear. One candidate has a strong record of fighting and delivering for our state, and the other, where was Bill? So, Congressman Cassidy, I look forward to this race. I've wanted to run it my whole life. So let's get on with it. 1 hour for every year that you are asking to serve in the United States Senate. I really don't think that is too much to ask. So, thank you. Si se puede. Louisiana voters all across the state deserve to hear directly from both of us on the issues that matter most. They should have their questions and concerns answered. This campaign for Louisiana's future begins tonight. From Bossier to East Carroll, to Cameron to Plaquemine, and yes, to Grand Isle, and to every special place in between, Louisiana's worth fighting for. Join me. Let's get some rest tonight and hit the campaign trail in the morning. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, a story there as the runoff is in the offing, and unfortunately, Bill Cassidy talking at the same time. We're going to go right to him now.
100% of the time. It's going to come down to one fundamental issue. Do you want a senator who represents Barack Obama? No! Or a senator that represents you? Yeah! I tell you, I am with you. Now, for all those others who voted for change but did not vote for Cassidy tonight, if you want a senator who again will vote to repeal and replace Obamacare, who will work to get our economy going again by using America's natural resources, who will respect and protect your Second Amendment rights and also appreciate the culture of life, if you want a senator that represents you, not Barack Obama, I look forward to getting your vote on December the 6th. We have 32 more days. This is not over yet. If you have stock in a TV station, you're going to make a lot of money over the next month. We need you. We win if we win. Now, as we leave tonight, we will celebrate. But this is just the beginning of the next month. So for the next month, and I'm just looking around seeing friend after friend after friend. So many folks from my childhood to folks who have just joined this campaign. Oh, yes. I am moved. And I am moved because each of you cares about our country. You care about our country so much that you are willing to step forward, take on the most powerful man in the world, and the senator that supports him 97% of the time. And you do that not for yourself. You do it for those who have suffered under this economy, who are poor because of this job, who's lost their insurance, who's lost their doctors, who are tired of being told things that are not true by both the president and our senator. This is how democracy is supposed to work. If we are upset, we vote for change. I will finish where I started. Tonight, 60% of people in Louisiana are going to vote for change. We have got 32 more days to make sure that change is completed. Thank you for being here. I look forward to being your next United States Senator. Thank you.
From the Bill Cassidy campaign headquarters in Louisiana, and again, the challenge earlier from Senator Mary Landrieu for 6 debates in that runoff slated for Saturday, December the 6th. So far, $24.5 million spent in the Louisiana Senate race. And as you heard from Congressman Cassidy, if you own a TV station in that state, a lot more in the next 4 weeks. Here are the numbers. 93% reporting. Bill Cassidy ahead with 42% of the vote compared to 40% for Mary Landrieu. But what is known as the jungle primary in Louisiana, 9 candidates on the ballot. If no candidate receives 50% plus 1, there is the runoff. Interesting to point out that Rob Maness, who is the other Republican candidate in that race, getting about 192,000 votes, and that's the reference that Bill Cassidy was making. And so it will be interesting to see what happens in Louisiana over the next 4 weeks. And of course, if there are 6 debates, we'll be covering those debates in that race. Some House races that we want to bring to your attention. First, in upstate New York, outside of Rochester, Representative Louise Slaughter, who is the ranking Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. You can see the numbers down to the 10th of a percentage point. Louise Slaughter at 50.2% with just over 93,000 votes. A very close race to just under 92,000 votes for Mark Assini at 49.8%. That race has not yet been fully declared, but 100% reporting in New York's 25th congressional district that includes the areas surrounding Rochester. And in the Texas race, the Texas 23rd congressional district, this is another member of Congress who may go down in defeat, Representative Pete Gallego, the Democrat, against Republican Will Hurd. You can see that race with 60% reporting, both at 49%. And in Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, where Representative Lee Terry could potentially be a Republican going down in defeat in a year that Republicans gaining many House seats, Brad Ashford, the Democratic candidate in that Nebraska district, right now at 49%, compared to 46% for Representative Terry. And finally, in New Hampshire's 1st congressional district, this seat has been going back and forth over the last couple of campaign cycles, and with 72% reporting, former Congressman Frank Ginta could be Congressman-elect, as Representative Carol Shea Porter is behind 48% to 52%. All the results available on our website at cspan.org. Susan?
Steve, would you be able, in the next time we come to you, to show people all of the detail that we have on our website? Hoping many people are using it as a second screen tonight. Absolutely. While we're watching the results here and listening to those speeches. There's much more detail on our website about these races that you can dig into, and maybe you can give us a quick little tour of how that works. Because the night is still young.
And can I show you one other thing? This is the map from Virginia. We're still waiting for that race to be called because Mark Warner is now ahead, but only by a few thousand votes. And you can see that in Northern Virginia and in the central part of the state, those numbers still have not come in, and that will, of course, determine whether or not this is an upset for the night for Ed Gillespie or whether Mark Warner holds on to that seat. Of course, Democrats need that seat. The Democrats have lost 5 seats in total, and in Iowa, Joni Ernst is ahead against Democrat Bruce Braley.
And on the ballot initiatives, voters in the District of Columbia were asked to approve of marijuana for recreational use, not for medical marijuana, and it seems to have passed overwhelmingly. One of our viewers, Bohisita Bryan, has this to say: voters in the nation's capital, this is on Twitter, just legalized weed, which means floor speeches on C-SPAN just got a lot more interesting. You're watching election night coverage here on C-SPAN, and it is just about half past the hour of 11 o'clock here on the East Coast. And half an hour from now, one other contested Senate race is finishing up. That's the Alaska race, where Senator Begich is defending his seat. And we will look forward to learning how the voters in Alaska have decided. That's one of the ones we've heard more challenging because of the votes having to come in from so many different parts of the state. And some of the travel and other considerations there more of a challenge than other parts of the country. We're going to go back to your telephone calls. Adam is in Halifax, Pennsylvania, and a Democrat. You're on the line, Adam. Go ahead, please.
God bless you. How are you doing?
Just fine, sir. What about your governor's race in Pennsylvania?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Tom Wolf won in the landslide.
And why do you think you won? What was the winning argument for the voters?
A lot of people around here were for education. Tom Corbett cut a lot of educational funds, and he wasn't charging the gas companies the taxes to make any money for our state. And I think that's the main reason.
And how's the economy been doing in Pennsylvania?
I'm 36 years old, and you just mentioned about the marijuana in Washington, D.C. That's amazing. That's another step towards the green rush that is fastly approaching. But I'm 36 years old, and I'm watching C-SPAN tonight and watching these politicians, and they argue about the same things constantly. And I think they're all deep down good people and want to do good for the people. But one of the main things that I'm worried about now, and I'm not a drug user, I mean, marijuana is something I've used from time to time, but I truly believe it is a medicine. And if our country would just legalize it as a whole, it could be a $50 to $100 billion industry that could get us out of debt, raise money for education, release prisoners, have less police officers, and our country as a whole would be so much better instead of arguing about the silly stuff they've been arguing about for years. Every 75 years, we had the Industrial Revolution, and then 75 years later, we had World War II, which made our country a superpower, and now it's been 75 years, and I think the Green Rush will bring America back to where we need to be.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Appreciate the call from Halifax, Pennsylvania. The Associated Press has just declared a Republican majority in the United States Senate. We'll have more details about which race put it over the top, but we thought you'd want to know that news. That the Republicans have taken control of the United States Senate, which will mean an interesting couple of years for the president with Republican majorities in both houses of Congress. Next is Debbie in Bloomington, Illinois, a Republican. You're on the air.
Hi. I feel really bad that my Democratic Party let me down. I feel that the Democrats represent the views of our president and not of the private sector. I'm disappointed that they're against voter ID because anybody can go and vote, whether they're a citizen or not. I'm very disappointed with Obamacare. It was supposed to be affordable health care. It's not. I didn't realize that people would be punished if they didn't purchase insurance. Nobody should be punished or forced to purchase insurance. I'm disappointed that Benghazi has never been resolved, that nobody's been held accountable for the deaths of the people over there. I am upset that any president has the power to write an executive order whenever they want. That's why we have senators. You know, it shouldn't be up to one person to say, hey, if I don't get my way, I'm going to write an executive order. We need to bring our jobs back to America. We need to bring back manufacturing. Everything seems to be coming from China, and that really upsets me.
Debbie, thanks. I'm going to jump in. Thank you very much for your list of concerns about the country. And let me return to Steve Scully for more results.
And Susan, we were talking about Pennsylvania, where for the first time since 1968, an incumbent governor did not win re-election. Let's look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, where Tom Wolf easily defeating Governor Tom Corbett, 55% to 45%. And you mentioned the C-SPAN website. One of the great tools of the website is the breakdown county by county. So you can see, for example, in western Pennsylvania from Erie and in the Pittsburgh area where Tom Wolf was able to win, also in the central part of the state, and then in Philadelphia. And I think if we can go to the website here that we have right here, there you go. And you can look, for example, if you want to go to Montgomery County in the Philadelphia area where Tom Wolf getting 60% of the vote compared to Tom Corbett's 40% of the vote. And this is the area in the central part of the state that Tom Corbett needed to offset what would happen in the eastern and western parts of the state, which is traditionally Democratic strongholds. And let's take a look at another upset in Maryland, looking at the results in the Maryland governor's race, where Larry Hogan is right now ahead of Anthony Brown. I think we have the numbers in that. You can see Larry Hogan at 54% to Anthony Brown at 45%. And again, going down to the C-SPAN website, you can see the county-by-county breakdown. The area in red is the area that Larry Hogan has been able to pull off what may be a big upset in the Maryland governor's race, and only in the Democratic strongholds around Baltimore and the surrounding areas was Larry Hogan able to offset that. That race has yet to be called, but Larry Hogan ahead, according to the Associated Press. All of this information, all of the races, governor's races, Senate races, and House races, county by county, district by district at cspan.org.
And if you lived, Steve, in the Washington area, Anthony Brown spending a lot of money on Washington, D.C. television with commercials that featured former President Clinton.
Absolutely. I'm going to go back in a moment if you want to get a call, and we'll look at the breakdown county by county in Virginia, because that's an interesting Senate race as well.
Sure thing. Get ready. I'll be back in just a second. Let's listen in the interim to Jeff, who is in North Fort Myers, Florida, and independent. Jeff, you are on the air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, my name is Jeffrey George Virgil, and I think this whole race is about Barack Obama. Everybody wants to vote against a black man, and it's crazy. It's totally crazy. I was in the military, okay? And when you start out E1, you go all the way up. It doesn't matter. There's black people there's black people that are great people. They're just decent people. The whole thing's about a black president. They can't stand it. Number one, they blocked the vote for hundreds of thousands of people trying to block. Then they lie and they cheat. So they lost the presidency on lying and cheating, and they still can't win against them? It's wrong. It's really wrong. You should just enjoy your life and go on and start helping this country instead of driving it into the ground and trying to blame it on the black president. You know what I mean?
All right, Jeff, thank you. Ronald's up next in Austin, Texas, a Democrat. You're on, Ronald.
Oh, yes. Good evening. My name is Ronald Townsend. I'm from Austin, Texas. And I just want to say that I've highly supported the president and the First Lady, Michelle Obama. And I'm just a little saddened that fellow Democrats didn't support the president during this election cycle.
Do you mean the candidates themselves?
Well, no, yeah, the candidates themselves, and then just, well, you're right, because it has to be the candidates. They kind of distance themselves when they could have, they could have looked at what the successes were with the Democratic Party, and you just to go back to the Great Recession of 2008. And Barack Obama and the Obama administration bringing us out of that situation, correcting the financial markets through the TARP, the Troubled Asset Release Program, and then saving a lot of homeowners from losing their homes back in 2008. And those are big accomplishments. Now, I don't know if the gas prices would, lower them, because you can always lose those lower prices sometime in the beginning of 2015. But I think from my perspective, there's a great divide, like the gentleman said earlier, just before me, that there's a great divide in this country, sort of a black and white or blue states against red states, just like it was back in 1861. And it's sad that we're at that point. I just hope that it just won't be whack-a-mole for President Obama over the next 2 years. That's the only thing that I'm afraid of, that he won't be able to complete his legacy and his agenda.
Thank you, Ronald, from Austin, Texas, a Democrat. Let's take a look at the balance of power, and then we'll go to Steve Scully on those Virginia results. United States Senate, 51. We just said they were over the top to the Democrats, 42, 5 still undecided, and 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats. And in the United States House of Representatives, let's see how that stands right now, 217, and the Democrats at 128. And we will continue to watch those results. Steve, you were going to show us more about Virginia and how the precincts are breaking down.
If you want to know why this race is so close in Virginia, just go to Prince William County, which is just outside of Washington, D.C. You can see that Mark Warner, this is from the C-SPAN website, again, a county-by-county breakdown that you can check online at cspan.org. But you can see that Mark Warner getting 50% of the vote compared to 48% for Republican Ed Gillespie. 14,237 votes separate the two, but at the moment, Mark Warner is ahead at 50% to 48%. Also, the other Senate races that we're keeping an eye on, as you indicated earlier, the Republicans now have a majority in the U.S. Senate, and they could add to that majority if these numbers continue to hold true. But first, I guess we have Pat Roberts in Kansas, who has been declared a winner in that state. Let's listen in.
I don't think there's any question that the eyes of the nation were on Kansas, and hopefully still are on Kansas today. The country was counting on us to help deliver a Republican majority to the Senate, and we delivered. I thank you for your vote. I thank you for your work. I thank you for your support and your friendship and your kindness. You're all family. And I would like to now introduce mine, my very special family. This is about family, really, yours and mine. This is, of course, my wife, Frankie, who was on the campaign trail. My son, David. My daughter, Ashley, also on the campaign trail. Where'd you go, Ash? My other daughter, Ann West, and grandchildren, Lorena, Patrick, Lillian, Charlie Bear. Where are you, Charlie Bear? Charlie Bear. And my youngest, Miles, who, yes, does look like me, about some years ago. So, at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Kansas. It has been truly a privilege and an honor to serve our great state, and I am deeply humbled to continue that service. Tonight, Kansas stood up and said, enough. Enough of the gridlock, enough of the failed leadership under President Obama and, yes, Harry Reid, and enough of the unconstitutional maneuvers of an intrusive federal government. Tonight we stood together. We made a stand for Kansas. We made a stand for America, for our values, our families, our children, and their future. And we made a stand for the Republican values of limited government, fiscal discipline, and free enterprise. You made a stand. I stood with you, and now it is time for action. And this Marine is ready to lead that charge. This was a tough election. It was a hard-fought election. And I have heard my marching orders loud and clear. I will be bold, I will be conservative, and I will be constructive. And I promise you this, we will get things done. We will do great things for our nation. We will do great things for Kansas. We began by unleashing the power of the American economy, because business is a partner of good governance, not an adversary. We will free our job creators from the stifling regulation of the administration. We will reform the tax code, and we will level the playing field so that businesses all up and down main streets of Kansas can grow and hire and thrive again. Now, I'm next in line to be the next chairman of the Agriculture Committee. And once again, I will have the opportunity to be a champion for our farmers and ranchers. Nobody has felt the burden of the Obama agenda quite like our farmers and ranchers. They feed a troubled and hungry world, and they work hard, and they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. You can trust that I will bring common sense and respect back to farm country. Our men and women in uniform risked their lives to secure and protect our freedoms. They deserve nothing less than our full faith and backing. We will renew the bond between those elected and those who serve. I am and always will be a Marine, and I will never stop fighting for our military and our military families. In the name of national security performance and performance of the individual bases, I will fight to keep our Kansas military bases at the ready. McConnell, Fort Riley, Leavenworth, Forbes, you make our country and our state proud and safe, and I've got your back. Finally, our families deserve better. Our senior citizens deserve better. Our moms deserve better. Our children and our unborn deserve better. You know, the greatest nation on earth can provide for those in need. We can provide a safety net, and we should. But we must reject an ever-growing system of entitlements. Greatness is born from freedom and opportunity, not from dependency and entitlement. If we are to remain the land of the free and the home of the brave, we must not fall to the temptation of more regulations, more benefits, and more government. We can't afford it, and our children should not have to pay for it. I believe the greatest thing that we have to fear is the inability to restrain the growth of government. Americans are losing faith in their government because they feel powerless to change anything. The endless grandstanding and the bickering confirms their worst fears, that even their elected leaders are powerless. You know what? I reject that notion. We will restore faith in our government by restoring the government's faith in you. And that begins by returning to the founding principles of our Constitution. Now, this election was so important because so much was at stake: our values, our prosperity, our future, and our very faith in government. Thanks to you, your vote, your hard work, our conservative Republican solutions will now see the light of day and be put before the American people, and we will do great things. So tonight, as is always with a night, there will be the start of a new day. The tide is turned, and the era of the Obama-Reid gridlock is over. With your help, each and every one of you, with your help, and with God's good grace, no, we weren't dragged across the finish line. We crossed the finish line. We took the hill. My heartfelt thanks. My heartfelt thanks for your vote and support. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to work. Let's get our country back. Thank you. Thank you.
From Topeka, Kansas, a race that got a lot of attention as Senator Pat Roberts winning his re-election bid, first elected back in 1996. He has the seat previously held by Senator Bob Dole, defeating Greg Orman, the independent candidate in that race, by about a 5% margin. Let's look at the very latest numbers according to the Associated Press in the Kansas Senate race, as Pat Roberts has been declared the winner. If you go to the C-SPAN website, you'll see the breakdown state by state, and you can also click on the county by county results. It now looks in Virginia as if Mark Warner is going to eke out a victory. You can see in purple Louisiana. That means that there's a runoff that will take place in early December. Tom Udall winning in New Mexico, but Mark Udall losing to Cory Gardner in the Colorado Senate race. And you can see out in Oregon where Jeff Merkley has been declared the winner. All of this available online at cspan.org. Let's go through some other Senate races. In the Iowa Senate race, where the networks have declared that Joni Ernst is the winner by a 6 or 7% margin. Right now, 51% for Joni Ernst, the Republican state senator in that state, to Congressman Bruce Braley at 45%. She is speaking right now in Iowa, and we will show you that speech in its entirety in just a little bit. And finally, in the North Carolina Senate race, where the race has been declared the winner, Tom Tillis, another Republican pickup. at 49%, defeating incumbent Senator Kay Hagan at 47%. Susan?
A lot of close races tonight. On our Facebook page, we have posted the Senate change of power and asked for people to comment. Here's a few people have responded. Sylvia Clem-Womack says, happy. We will soon see a budget. Michelle McFarland says, and you will see your Social Security check evaporate before your very eyes. James E. Taylor says, it's the death of democracy in America. And Tiffany Rachel Rion says, nothing will change, more fighting and nothing getting done. Those are some of the Facebook comments. You can join the conversation on C-SPAN's Facebook page about the change of control in the Senate. And this is what it looks like now. Democrats at 43 with 2 independents caucusing with them, Republicans at 51, and still 4 Senate races undecided. We're going to continue taking your calls and your tweets and Facebook comments. Marcia Kane on Twitter says, the sad part is that this election was bought and paid for with dark money and horrible, unprofessional fear ads. Your reaction to tonight's results. Let's listen to Jerry in Alberta, and you are on the air. Are you in Alberta, Canada?
Yes, Alberta, Canada.
And why are you watching the results here?
Oh, well, the Canadians know a lot about the Americans' elections and stuff. We watch them quite closely.
And what is your reaction to what you're seeing tonight?
Very disappointed that the working class and the middle class people are going to take a pounding by a Senate that's going to control the government.
And what are your own politics?
My own politics is that President Obama is probably one of the best presidents you guys had. I put him in the category of John F. Kennedy and of Bill Clinton. The rest of the world loves Obama. I don't know why Americans hate them at all. As far as Obamacare, up here in Canada, we don't pay 1 cent for medical insurance. It's included in our tax system. Yes, people have concerns about a waiting list, but if you need health care immediately for anything that is serious, you are attended to right away. I'm just so sorry for the American people with their commercials on their TV and some of their news channels, the propaganda sent out by big business, insurance companies, drug companies, they're all getting fooled. Americans, wake up, I would say, and get more educated.
Thank you, Jerry.
I am very disappointed.
Thanks so much for your call in Alberta. Watching us on the Canadian Public Affairs Channel, our colleagues that do a similar kind of business for Canada. Scott Brown is speaking. Let's listen in.
And Merrill Linder and Wald for their wonderful efforts. And thank you very much. You and I have waged a great campaign, and I couldn't have asked for better allies and friends to see it through. We stood strong. We fought, even in defeat. You've got no business in politics unless you respect the judgment of the people. If you run for office, you've got to be able to take it either way. I accept the decision of the voters, and I have already offered my sincerest congratulations and good wishes to Senator Shaheen. From the very outset of this campaign, I decided to run a race that we all could be proud of. That's always been my standard. I want to walk away with no regrets, and that's what I'm doing. And that's how it is this time. I've kept my word, I fought clean, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. I can't pretend that feelings of gratitude don't come easy at a moment like this, but I know how much I have to be grateful for. I was born here, and as a new candidate for office here, I'm so very, very thankful for the people who are willing to come out and help give me a shot and give us an opportunity to try to make a better state. That's the spirit of New Hampshire, and it's lucky, and I feel lucky. I feel like a lucky man to live in this great state and call it home. And of course, I'm especially indebted to many people that are here. I'm looking at each and every one of you. And as soon as the count is final, we'll know the exact number. One of the reasons we were delaying, it was up, it was down, it was all around, waiting for towns to come in. There's still about 45,000 votes to come in, but it's clear that the area itself that are coming in are probably not going to make up the votes that we need. But it's always an honor. It's always an honor when people choose to check your name at the ballot box. It's an honor to try to serve. Each and every one of you have made such great efforts to move our state forward and try to make it a better state to live in, that live free or die experience. I'm also asking a lot of folks to work for months and months in an uphill campaign, whether it's on the staff or volunteering in the field. How could I not give my best in this campaign after everything that each and every one of you have done? We had an outstanding team, and I'm proud of each and every one of them. So I want to just give you a round of applause, everybody. Thank you. I'll be looking for you this summer. And the one thing that I'm so grateful for, above everything else, the most important thing for me is my family. I want to thank each and every one of my family members that are standing here. I want to give a shout out to Ariana, who's studying for finals at school, at vet school. I want to tell her that we love her and miss her. But let me just say that every journey, wherever it leads, is better because I can share those wonderful experiences with the people behind me. So, my friends, it looks like it is a good night for America. It looks like the Senate has changed over to Republican hands. And regardless of what happens here tonight, I have one thing that has come true, that Harry Reid is the minority leader. Oh, brother. So let me just say, listen, I want to just say thank you very, very much. It was an honor. It was an honor to carry the flag, and I thank you for the privilege of being the nominee. And I'll just say that we have better days because the Senate is turned Republican, the House is Republican, and I'm hopeful that the President will come back and try to put our country's interests first and be a uniter instead of a divider. So I want to just say thank you. I'm going to come down and say hi to everybody. So God bless and have a wonderful fall, winter, summer, Christmas. You get it. Thank you very much.
From Manchester, New Hampshire, Republican Scott Brown, who was the former senator from neighboring Massachusetts, losing in his bid to oust Jeanne Shaheen in a night that's been otherwise a good evening for Republicans. I want to share with you this tweet. He made a reference to Senator Harry Reid, and a short while ago, the Senate Democratic leader, soon to be the Senate Minority Leader, said, quote, "I congratulate Senator McConnell, who will become Majority Leader." Senator Reid went on to say, "Voters made clear they want us to work together. I stand ready to do that." The results in the New Hampshire Senate race first, again, where Jeanne Shaheen winning re-election. As Scott Brown indicated, the numbers were all over the place early on, but with 81% now reporting, Jeanne Shaheen holding on to her lead with 51% of the vote, compared to 49% for Republican Scott Brown. And want to go through some of the governor's races yet to be determined, beginning in Colorado, where Governor Hickenlooper is in a tough re-election battle against Bob Beaupre, the former congressman, and right now with 80% reporting, the Republican candidate is ahead slightly, 48% to 47%. In Connecticut, where the incumbent Democratic governor is in a re-election battle with Tom Foley, the Republican candidate now ahead with 55% reporting in the Connecticut governor's race. Tom Foley at 51%, Governor Dan Malloy at 48%. In neighboring Maine, another state where there's a multiple candidate race, Governor Paul LePage is ahead at 48%, Congressman Mike Michoud at 44%, but still half the vote yet to come in the state of Maine. Out in Kansas, former Senator, now Governor Sam Brownback is at 49%. He is inched up slightly to 47% for Paul Davis. And now we'll go to Jean Shaheen's campaign headquarters in New Hampshire as she declares victory tonight in her re-election effort.
Tonight, the people of New Hampshire chose to put New Hampshire first.
As you can see, we've lost the audio for that, and we're going to tape that, and we'll come back and show it to you in its entirety when we've got the audio reestablished. And in the interim, let's do a quick update on the Senate and and how it stands. 4 races undecided, 43 for the Democrats, really 45 caucusing with them, Republicans at 51. And I'm going to take you back to Jean Shaheen. The audio is back.
I promise you, I will work with anyone in the Senate, Democrat, Republican, Independent, to get things done to help New Hampshire's working families and our small businesses. With the new term you've given me, I will fight to make sure that students can refinance their student loans. I will fight for a smart energy policy that focuses on efficiency and new energy technologies. To end our reliance on oil and coal and fossil fuels. I will fight for a minimum wage. That ensures that no one working 40 hours a week is stuck living in poverty. And I will fight for equal pay for equal work for women. will fight for smart, serious national security policies that keep us safe. And I will always fight for a woman's right to make her own reproductive health care decisions. And as I have said many times in the last weeks and months, I will never stop fighting to make sure that everyone in New Hampshire has access to quality, affordable health care. Now, I have a lot of thank yous tonight, and I want to start with thanking my family. My husband, Billy. My daughters, Stephanie, her husband, Craig, Stacy, her husband, Ryan, Molly and Hugh, and all my 7 grandchildren, but only 3 of them are here. So we have Ellie, Anna, and AJ. As I know everyone here knows, because you've seen them all out on the campaign trail, this campaign truly was a family affair. When the going got tough, they kept my spirits up. And you know, they're sort of a competitive bunch. So they, competed for who did the best tweets, who had the best Facebook posting, and who got the most votes at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. I love you all. Now, I also have to thank my spectacular campaign manager, Mike Placid. Boy, did he run a great operation or what? And thank you for leading such a great campaign staff. And thank you to Maura Keefe, my Senate Chief of Staff. To all my Senate staff, to all the coordinated campaign, to all of you who worked so hard, thank you. Thank you. And to all of you volunteers here and watching at home tonight, thank you for sacrificing your time, for all of the hours and days and weeks, and for many of you months that you worked, sacrificing your time to help keep New Hampshire moving forward. That you stood by me through thick and thin means more than you will ever know. I am so grateful. Thank you. And congratulations to our wonderful Governor, Maggie Hassan. And thank you to all of the candidates up and down the ticket, to the winners and losers tonight, for everything you have done to make our democracy stronger. Tomorrow we get back to work, back to our regular lives. But tonight, let's celebrate. To the wonderful people of New Hampshire. Thank you. Thank you all.
That's Jean Shaheen from Manchester, New Hampshire, successful in her bid for re-election. We're going to take a couple of calls here, and next we'll show you Greg Orman's concession speech in the Kansas race. Brent is up in Staten Island, New York, an independent. Hey, Brent, you're on the air.
Hey, how's it going?
What's your thought about tonight's results?
I've been watching this whole C-SPAN thing, and first of all, I'd like to thank you for listening to everyone and especially fielding our calls. And I just want to say, I can almost represent the younger class as far as I speak with a lot of people my age and the majority of my age, and I feel like a lot of them just didn't vote because they didn't understand everything.
How old are you?
I'm 24. So my father's been big in politics. He was a poli-sci major in college, and he's a Republican, yet I registered independent. Just because what I truly believe in, it's not like what the president believes in, because what I feel like is the president's just a puppet. And what this election is what America represents. And what I've been following is I followed several news channels. And
Brent,
it looks like
I'm going to put you on hold with apologies. I hope you can stay with us. But as you can see, Mark Udall, who lost his re-election bid, is speaking. Let's listen and we'll come back to you. Hope you can hang on.
Colorado's the best job in the world. The best job in the world. I thought about Abe Lincoln, you know, his famous story about the boy that stubbed his toe. And he said it hurts too much to laugh, but he was too big to cry. I do respect the will of the voters here in the state of Colorado, but I also thought about my dad. You may remember, some of you, that he lost an election and he said the voters have spoken, the blankety blanks. But in that spirit, I do want to say that I really want to thank the people of Colorado for the great privilege of loaning me their power to serve as a senator from Colorado for the last 6 years. And it's, as I've said, with that same spirit that I do wish Congressman Gardner the best as he prepares to represent our state in the U.S. Senate. We truly live in the greatest state in the nation. We do. And it means so much to me to have been able to represent that optimism and determination in the United States Senate. You know, like all of you, the guiding light in my life has always been my family, my wife and constant companion, Maggie. Our wonderful children, Tess and Jed. They're the reason that I chose to enter public service, and their love and their inspiration has always supported me during the good times and the bad times. My sister Dodie and my brother Brad and Jane are here. Many of you know that we lost our brother Randy last year, and I'm so happy that his wonderful children Tarn and Tori are here with us tonight. You know, Randy was always the conscience of our family, and I used to say he would say what I was thinking, but he used to think what we all ought to be thinking, and he was the smartest and the most principled person I've ever known, and in many ways this campaign's been dedicated to his memory. I also want to thank my incredible staff for the tireless work they do for all Coloradans. Yeah. I've had the great fortune to work with the most talented and passionate people that you'll ever meet. And in particular, I want to single out my Chief of Staff, Mike Sozan, and my State Director, Jennifer Roepler. Yeah. I also want to pay special thanks to my campaign manager, Adam Dunstan, and to his number 2, Jennifer Ritter. They built this campaign from the ground up. I couldn't have run this race without their counsel and patience. They knew when they came on board they were signing up for an enormous undertaking, and their grit and determination is why we ran a campaign that we're all proud of. And I want to turn to all of you who've worked so hard. You know, it was my name printed on the ballot.
At this point, we're going to say goodbye to Senator Udall, who has lost his bid for re-election, to introduce you to North Carolina's new Senator-elect, Tom Tillis.
Tom Tillis, and I'm the next United States Senator from the state of North Carolina. But I want to make absolutely certain that every single one of you still just call me Tom, because you are friends. You know, this victory is not my victory. This victory is our victory. Our victory. You know, if you take a look at all the negative ads against me and against any Senate candidate, more negative ads against any Senate candidate in the Senate candidate in the country. $111 million. We didn't bend. We won. I tell you what, though, I'm sure y'all been watching the ads, but there was something very, very important that also had to happen tonight. And we have swept this nation with a compelling Senate majority. So, somehow I think Senator Reid's going to have a different office assignment come January. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, I think the reason they spent all that money is that they looked at North Carolina. They knew what we had here. We had hundreds and hundreds of volunteers absolutely committed, calling, knocking on doors, doing what we had to do to win. Y'all refused to lose, and that's why I'm standing here before you. Now, I will tell you, I received a call both from Sean Hall and then from Senator Hagan. I want to thank Senator Hagan for her service. I also want to thank her for a gracious offer to make sure that we do what America does best, and that is to effect a smooth transition of power over the next couple of months. You know, I tell you, taking that phone call, it's very difficult. You know, the challenges of campaigning are very difficult, and I really appreciate Senator Hagan's statesmanship manner in which she proceeded with doing what we have to do. Recognize this isn't about me. It's not about Senator Hagan. We just occupy these seats, but this is your seat. That's right. And this is a seat that I'm going to take to Washington and make sure I never forget where I came from. Now, I had somebody ask me, actually I had some family members ask me, how on earth was I so calm? You know, with all these attacks and things, they said, you seem to get more annoyed when the Panthers lose than all these attacks. And I've been annoyed a lot, but it's been mainly the Panthers, not this, because I knew that we were right. I knew that you all and North Carolinians want elected officials that are going to go to Washington and get something done, fulfill their promises. And you all know that we're going to continue the tradition that we've done here in North Carolina. We're going to go there and expect more out of our leaders, and we're going to fulfill our promises, and we're going to make this country great again. So, I see a few people around the room, but when I think about transitions and elections, I see one gentleman here in the center, Reverend Mark Harris, who was in the primary with us. I'm not really sure. I also want to thank Heather Grant. She traveled all over the state, her and her husband Michael helping us. But you know, we overcame a lot of adversity, and here we are, and with the opportunity to just make America great again. And the reason that I believe we can do it is because we'll have leaders in Washington now that believe that America is made great when we let Americans make America great, not government. When we stop accepting this idea that people want to be provided for by government, the problem with that is the only way government can provide you with something is to take it away from someone else. There's only one thing government can give you that doesn't come at the expense of anyone else, and that's freedom. And we need to free the American people up to make America great again. We need to free the American people up to make it an economic superpower, a military superpower, and an energy superpower. These are the things that we're going to go to Washington and do. Now, I know my communications people are going, Tom Tillis is completely off script, because I'm not reading the teleprompter. I'll leave that up to President Obama. What I'm going to do is listen to you. And I'm going to go to Washington, and next year I'm going to come back and I'm going to go across this state to the towns and counties that I've been to. I'm going to thank all of those who voted for me, and I'm going to go to those who didn't vote with us, and I'm going to convince them that maybe they should give us a chance to make this nation great again and just get back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you enough. There are a lot of people in this room that if I made eye contact with you right now, I'd probably get teary-eyed. So I'm not looking this way. But what I do have to do is I have to thank my wife, Susan. I've also got to thank my son and my daughter. I mean, they're two people that I could always rely on to take a look at some of those negative attack ads, and we just laughed at them. We did. Lindsay and Ryan. Now, I also have to tell y'all, I've got two brothers and two of my sisters here. I have one sister who wasn't able to make it, and it was wonderful having them volunteer this week. But I also have the most special mother who's here, my mom, Margie Tillis. Can you come up? No, I don't think that's typical mom. But if you're on Facebook, go out and do a friend request for Margie Tillis. You will not be disappointed because my mama has been taking care of this family forever, and she's been taking care of her son during the Senate race. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you all, you're an extension of our family. There's a lot of people in here that have been a part of this campaign. They've been a part of my campaign since I ran for town commissioner. There are people that worked hard in the difficulty of a primary, and we came back together. And there were people today, I went around the polls, and you could just see that they were so emotionally invested in it, wondering, boy, were we going to pull this off. Well, we pulled it off because of you. So I want to... From the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you how much Susan and I, my entire family, appreciate what you've done. Because I really do believe that through your efforts, through your prayers, through your financial support, through the ground game, through door knocking, that you all are literally a part of a historic moment in this nation's history. And I want to thank you. So, I'm not going to speak much longer. I'm going to get around and try and shake a few hands, but I don't know if I can do selfies with everybody today. But we will be back. And again, thank you all. God bless you. God bless this great nation. Thank you.
And from North Carolina to Denver, we'll introduce you to Representative and Senator-elect Cory Gardner.
To a future that is brighter than our present. Ours is a forever young state with an ever hopeful attitude. All of us are here tonight because we believe there is something exceptional about our state and our nation. We believe in courageous ideas and bold beliefs. We believe in the power of optimism, of the American story, a belief that isn't electioneering, but enduring, a generational commitment to be better tomorrow than we are today. The moral compulsion to give our children and grandchildren a better starting point than the one we inherited from our parents and our grandparents. And I say we can fix this nation's problems together. We can build a stronger economy together. We can achieve energy independence together. We can improve education together. And we can protect our incredible environment together. Because tonight, the people of Colorado sent a message that is what is happening in Washington isn't working, and it has to stop. That our country expects and deserves better than what it is getting. That leaders shouldn't stop at the status quo and think they deserve a pat on the back. It was not a message for Republicans tonight or against Democrats, but a warning to all who fail to courageously act on our nation's greatest challenges. Over 200 years ago, people came to this great nation wondering how we became who we are. How did this ragtag nation of farmers, planters, mercantilists defeat the greatest nation on the face of this earth? And it was because each and every one of us has a passion in our hearts to rise. A passion to rise and be better, to imagine a great nation, imagine a great economy, to imagine together a nation that rises. Thanks to all of you who made this night possible. And thank you to my family. It is time for a new direction. It is time for a new way forward, and we did the job tonight. Let's make sure that we lead this country forward. God bless you, God bless this country, and God bless the great state of Colorado.
A Republican pickup in the state of Colorado, Cory Gardner defeating Senator Udall in that race, and live coverage from Denver. I want to share with you, first of all, this is a tweet from Senator Tim Kaine. We've been keeping a close eye on the Virginia Senate race. He says, congratulations to my great friend Mark Warner on his well-deserved victory. Proud to call him my senior senator. A 14,000 vote difference between Senator Warner and Republican Ed Gillespie. Let's look at the Colorado Senate results again, where Cory Gardner defeated Mark Udall in that race, 51% to 44%. And some governor's races. One of the surprises of the night in Maryland, where Republican Larry Hogan is the winner over Anthony Brown, the Democratic lieutenant governor. And look at these numbers, with 88% reporting the Republican candidate with 759,000 votes compared to 670,000 for the Democratic lieutenant governor. Martin O'Malley is term limited, and many saying that the issue of taxation in Maryland was a big factor in Larry Hogan's win. This is a traditionally Democratic state, but a Republican pickup in the State House in Annapolis. In Florida, Charlie Crist, who ran as a Republican and won, and also ran as an independent. He lost his bid for the Senate 4 years ago and lost his bid to go back to the governorship. A close race in Florida, but Governor Rick Scott at 48%, Charlie Crist at 47%. Now let's look at the House leadership. First of all, in Ohio's 8th congressional district, where Speaker Boehner is returning as the Speaker of the House, winning with 68% of the vote, compared to Tom Potter at 27%. In California's 23rd congressional district, this is a seat held by the Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, easily winning in his re-election battle, 75%, to Raul Garcia with 25%. And also in California, the 12th congressional district, the Democratic leader, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, getting 79% of the vote compared to 21% for John Dennis. And then finally, in Maryland's 5th congressional district, Steny Hoyer easily winning re-election with 65% to Chris Chafee at 35%. One other race, Utah's 4th congressional district, where Mia Love and Doug Owens in a close battle. Only about a quarter of the vote now reporting, but Mia Love, the Republican candidate, many expecting to win this seat. But at the moment, Doug Owens is ahead 50% to 47%. All of the results are available on our website at cspan.org, and a breakdown county by county for the state races for governor and for the U.S. Senate. Susan.
Thank you so much, Steve. We're going to take a few telephone calls, and then next you will see Joni Ernst, the Iowa senator-elect. She was speaking earlier when we had live coverage of another candidate, so we recorded that and we'll bring it to you in just a couple minutes. But we'd like to hear what you have to say about tonight's election results. Let's listen to Mike. Mike is in Madison Lake, Minnesota, a Democrat. You're on the air.
No, that's Medillion, Minnesota.
Well, welcome. You're on. Go ahead.
Anyways, I wanted to say that they're cutting down Obama when he's done a lot for this country, and I heard that they want to go back the way things were when Bush was in office, and I think that'd be a mistake because we'd be going further in debt.
Okay.
And if Obama could have got the Obamacare sooner through, I don't think my brother would have suffered as bad as he did when he had cancer. He could have got his chemo because where he worked at for over 25 years, they cut him on his medical. So he had no medical to help with his chemo and stuff. So he suffered for quite a long time before he died.
Mike, thank you for your call. Tim is in Portage, Maine, an independent. You're on the air.
Yeah, hello. I just got to say that there's a lot of people that don't realize that
You got problems in this country, and voting for Democrats does not help that. Everybody wants to have government funding to support themselves. Government doesn't support people. People support people. We need to fight and work for our privileges. You just don't get a handout. That's not how it works.
Thanks very much. Tristan is up next. Eugene, Oregon, a Democrat there. Tristan, what's your reaction to tonight? All right, we will move on to Gregory in Louisville, Kentucky, and listen to your comments. Republican, you're on the air.
Greetings, my sister. Yes, I think it's congratulations to all the winners in the United States. The problem I have is this country, right before our eyes, is being turned into a Solomon and Gomorrah with the administration, current administration we have, with the Attorney General and the President. The President is morally the worst president we ever had. And I think we should get back to the Lord, the way this country was founded on God, and address some issues with black-on-black crime, the mass destruction of alcohol and drugs, getting jobs, maybe doing the minimum wage and just take it to $10 an hour without waiting 2 or 3 years. Just do it within a couple of months. I mean, I am hurt by the actions of the administration, and the administration is a failure. There's no other way around it.
That is Gregory from Louisville, Kentucky, a Republican. The Senate balance of power, there are still 3 undecided, according to the Associated Press. They're still holding out on Virginia. And the other 2, of course, Alaska, Mark Begich bid for re-election, and that runoff in Louisiana. So with that in mind, it's really 45 with the 2 independents for the Democrats and 52 for the Republicans as our election night continues. As promised, we're going to introduce you next to Joni Ernst, the victor in the Iowa Senate race in that open seat. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Iowa. Oh, my. Well, thanks so much for being here on this special evening. Just a few minutes ago, I got off the phone with Bruce Braley. And, no, I congratulated him on running a phenomenal campaign. He was a worthy opponent. He was a worthy opponent. And he was willing to sacrifice, to fight for what he thought was right. We didn't agree on much, but I do admire anyone who is willing to stand up and fight for what they believe in. Well, Iowa, we did it. We did it. Thank you. It's a long way from Red Oak to Washington. From the biscuit line at Hardee's to the United States Senate. But thanks to all of you, we are heading to Washington. And we are going to make them squeal. Thank you. Thank you. This morning I was voting in Red Oak, and as I looked around, I noticed that this is about as different as you can get from Washington, D.C. In Washington, politicians are more interested in talking than doing. They ignore problems, hoping they'll go away. But you know what? ISIS isn't just going to go away. The almost $18 trillion of national debt is not just going to go away. Our economic struggles aren't just going to go away. And our problems aren't just going to go away on their own. But we can overcome them. Because this is the greatest nation in the history of mankind. And there is nothing we can't achieve. We are going to do this. But to get there, it starts with new leadership. And that's what Iowa has voted for today. Yes. We've talked a lot in this campaign about Iowa values: honesty, service, and hard work. Knowing the value of a dollar and not to waste it. These are the values that our parents and grandparents have taught us. These are the values that my mother that my mother taught me on rainy mornings. Not with a lecture or a book, but with plastic bread bags. You see, growing up, I only had one good pair of shoes. And so on those rainy school days, my mom would slip plastic bread bags over my shoes to keep them clean and dry. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you. And you know what? It wasn't high fashion, but I was never embarrassed. And it worked. And it worked. So it wasn't high fashion, and you know, I wasn't embarrassed because every day when it rained and I got on the school bus, there were rows and rows and rows of other kids just like me with plastic bread bags tied to their feet. These were the sons and daughters of hard-working Iowans. And our parents didn't have much. But what they did have, they worked very hard for. They taught us to live simply, not to waste, and to help our neighbors. And they taught us to thank God every day that we live in this special place that we call Iowa. Thank you. People ask me all the time what my favorite part of the campaign has been. Well, I think tonight, nothing is going to beat tonight. But before tonight, my favorite part of the campaign was going through the Iowa State Fair. And believe me, I hugged my way through the Iowa State Fair. And if you got within 5 feet of me, it was probably because I was trying to hug you. I love the State Fair because it truly is a celebration of what is best about Iowa. Our agriculture, our manufacturing, our technology, our community, and our family. That's who we are, and that's the Iowa way. And our Iowa way is working, and it's not luck or an accident. It's because we have the greatest people. And we have the greatest governor and lieutenant governor of any state in the nation. Here in Iowa, we understand that America's greatness doesn't come from its government, but it does come from our people. And look, yes, and look at the result. Look at the result. In the last 4 years, we've lowered taxes, reduced job-killing rules and regulations, and we've balanced our budget every single year. And yes, thank you. And we've created up to 150,000 new, good-paying jobs, while personal income is growing at the 4th fastest rate in the United States. That's the Iowa way. Now let's look at what they're doing in Washington. Higher taxes, more spending, more debt, and the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. But tonight, we're taking the Iowa way all the way to Washington. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And let me tell you exactly what that means to me. It means I trust Iowans know what's best for Iowa more than bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. Yeah. It means getting spending under control, keeping taxes low, and cutting red tape so businesses can grow and invest. It means preserving and protecting Social Security and Medicare, not just for today's seniors, but for future generations to come. And it means keeping America strong in the world, because the world is a safer place when America is the strongest nation in it. And it means fighting. It means fighting every day for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform and the veterans who have worn it in the past. They have sacrificed so much and risked everything to protect our freedoms. They deserve better than what they're getting from Washington today. And I can tell you, when I go to the United States Senate, I am going to make sure they get what they have earned and they deserve. There are so many people that I want to thank tonight. And first, I need to start with my family. They have been there. They have sacrificed so much during this campaign cycle. And family, family, I love you all so very much. Thank you for being there for me. I also want to thank all of my many, many, many wonderful supporters who are always willing to lend a helping hand and pray for me and my family. And I have so many of you here. They've known me for my entire life, many of you. And again, I want to thank you for always being there, always being supportive, and helping me on this incredible journey from Montgomery County all the way to Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. And lastly, I do want to thank those Iowans who voted today for my opponent. I plan to work day and night to earn your trust and confidence in the years to come. So thank you. Thank you. So in closing, I do want to say something about this incredible country that all of us call home. As they say, only in America. Here in the fields of Iowa, our grandparents worked and dreamed of a better life for their children. Many, like mine, had very little to call their own, but they were determined to give their children a chance to succeed. And so they did. And because they did, they gave an ordinary Iowan extraordinary opportunities. Opportunities that they could only dream of. And in the Senate, that's the kind of America that I am going to fight for every single day. Every single day. Thank you. Thank you very much. An America where no matter who your parents are or what neighborhood you grew up in, you have the chance to succeed. An America where it doesn't matter who you know. All that matters is how hard you work and what you can do. And working together, that's the America that we are going to build. That we are going to build. And with your help, we can change direction and take the Iowa way all the way to Washington, D.C. God bless all of you. God bless the state of Iowa. And God bless these great United States of America. Thank you so much.
Iowa's Senator-elect Joni Ernst speaking tonight in Des Moines. And in just a few minutes, you will be hearing from Bruce Braley, her competitor in that state. But first, here's the story of the evening. Republicans take control of the Senate with 52 seats, and there are still 3 undecided. AP has not yet called Virginia. And then, of course, Alaska. We're waiting the results there. And the runoff scheduled for December in Louisiana. Steve, what do you have for us?
Well, you were hearing Katy Perry's song, Roar, which we should point out is often used at Hillary Clinton events. And we mentioned the music because after that song was played, a song from Taylor Swift was played, and that became part of the debate in Iowa over the last 24 to 48 hours when Senator Tom Hargan made a remark about Taylor Swift, referring Taylor Swift and Joni Ernst. But, of course, the Republican candidate winning in that Senate race, defeating Bruce Braley. That is a Republican pickup. And the first time, by the way, Iowa has elected a statewide woman candidate. There's this story from the Hill newspaper. The governor race deepens the White House gloom. The president on the campaign trail in a couple of key races, including Maryland, where Larry Hogan, the Republican, defeating the Lieutenant Governor Anthony Brown in a very close race in Connecticut. This is a story from thehill.com pointing out that a bad night for the White House got worse as a number of Democratic gubernatorial candidates for whom the president campaigned in the final weeks of the midterm election fell to their Republican challengers. Let's look at 2 governor's races. First, out in Colorado, where the president also campaigned for Governor Hickenlooper in his own re-election bid, and that race is very close indeed. Right now, Bob Beaupre, with 84% of the vote now reporting, has 800,000 votes, compared to the incumbent Democratic governor at 785,000. And in Connecticut, at 1.7 votes made a difference between Tom Foley and Dan Malloy, with 65% reporting. You can see just how close this race is between the Republican candidate and the Democrat, Dan Malloy, trying to seek a second term. We also want to share with you some of the ballot initiatives going on across the country, including in the District of Columbia, the ballot initiative that would legalize the minimal possession of marijuana, and the residents of D.C. voting yes, 69%, 31% saying no. And both in Oregon and Florida, the use of medicinal marijuana in Oregon, Measure 91 passing with 54% of the vote compared to 46% saying no. And in Florida, a similar vote on the use of medical marijuana. That race has not been fully declared, but at the moment, the yes vote at 58%, the no vote at 42%. And again, a reminder, all of these results available on our website. Check it out at cspan.org.
In Iowa, that's Bruce Braley. And it's going to begin with the gentleman who gave up his Senate seat, Tom Harkin. Let's watch.
So my friends, I know we have heavy hearts tonight, but our heads are held high because we fought a hard, clean, honorable campaign. With Bruce as our great standard bearer, we all stood tall behind him for Iowa's progressive values and our traditions. We fought the good fight, and we should all be very proud of that. When I was campaigning for him the first time during his first race in 2006, I knew he was the real thing, a passionate progressive, a natural-born leader, someone from humble roots who would fight for working families. And he has never, ever let us down, and he did not let us down in this race. He stood for everything we believe in. So, my friends, I want you to know how proud I am of Bruce and Carolyn and his family, how much we owe them for his service in the United States Congress. And mark my word, you haven't heard the last of Bruce Braley. So, let's show him how much we appreciate all he did for us. Congressman Bruce Braley. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Tom Harkin, for always being by my side along this journey. But the most important people I have to thank are the people standing behind me and the people standing in front of me and the people who walked beside me on this important journey. First and foremost, my wife Carolyn, who has been such a rock. My mom, who may be the most famous mom in Iowa right now. And for good reason. My three wonderful children, Lisa, David, and Paul, my son-in-law, Bright, Paul's wonderful friend, Melissa, who has been with us on this journey, my brothers, my sister, my brother's wife and daughter who are here with us tonight, and all of the people who got up every day and volunteered because they believed in what this race was all about, and that was a better future for the people of Iowa. I am so proud of my amazing campaign staff led by my campaign manager, Sarah Benzing, and all the great campaign staff, all of the amazing staff on our coordinated campaign who worked tirelessly to turn out voters all over the state. I can't ever thank you enough for what you've done for me and for our party. All the volunteers that I met on the journey in all corners of Iowa who worked tirelessly to try to help elect Democrats and make this a night that we could all be proud of, no matter what the outcomes of these races are. And I think that they were best exemplified by one of the volunteers who came up to me yesterday in Iowa City and told me that she'd gotten a woman who was 70 years old to vote for the first time in her life. Yeah. I want to thank my good friend Jeff Link, who was one of the first people I ever talked to about running for public office and who's been with me every step of the way. And it proves that you can be involved in politics and be a great friend first. And I want to thank you, Jeff, for making me a better person. You know, there are a lot of disappointed people tonight, including me. but we are lucky to live in a country where we have the freedom to be disappointed in the outcome of an election. Because people come here from all over the world because they don't even get to vote on the people who make decisions that impact their lives. We get that right here in the United States, and tonight thousands of Iowans had the opportunity to vote for their elected representatives, and we should all be thankful that we live in a country that gives us that opportunity. We have the freedom to be disappointed in America. But I got to tell you, this is not a bad day for Bruce Braley. A bad day is when you're 23 years old and you lose your father. A bad day is when your next door neighbor, who's your first cousin, dies of colon cancer when she's 39 and leaves 2 children behind. A bad day is when your 17-year-old niece that you love takes her own life. This is not a bad day for Bruce Braley. This is a day to celebrate what people can do together when they put their mind to it, they work hard, and they try to change the way people think about their relationship to their government and to their future. So my biggest fear is that all of the great young Democratic activists that I've met on this campaign are going to be frustrated about what happened tonight. That would be the worst outcome of this disappointment. You have the power to change lives and to change the future of this country. Tonight is the starting point of the rest of your life and the opportunity to make your mark on this state and this country. I am going to be there for you, cheering you on, supporting you in making this a better place for all Iowans and all Americans. So I'm here tonight to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will never forget the confidence you placed in me, the energy that I drew from you everywhere I went, and I leave here tonight filled with hope and optimism. That's why I called Joni Ernst to congratulate her on winning this race and wish her the best, because Iowans, the only way forward is by having optimism in the future. Thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you for what you've done for me.
The scene in Des Moines, Iowa, as Congressman Bruce Braley losing to Joni Ernst. This was a Senate seat that Harry Reid all along said that the Democrats needed to hold on to if they had any chance of maintaining a majority in the U.S. Senate. But Republican State Senator Joni Ernst, who surprised a lot of people in winning the Republican primary, in part because of that ad that she made reference to about her years growing up on an Iowa farm, winning with 52% of the vote compared to 44% for Democrat Bruce Braley. Let's go through some of the other races across the Senate in this country, beginning with New Hampshire, where Jeanne Shaheen, the Democrat, winning in a tough re-election battle against Republican Scott Brown, the former senator from neighboring Massachusetts. In the Georgia Senate race, a lot of speculation that this might face a runoff. That is not the case. Republican David Perdue, with 99% of the vote, now reporting in at 53% to Michelle Nunn at 45%. In Arkansas, where the prior name has carried the father and the son to the U.S. Senate, but Tom Cotton, the freshman Republican, winning with 56% of the vote compared to 40% for Mark Pryor. The polls up until today had this race much closer, but Tom Cotton easily winning against the incumbent Democratic senator. In Kansas, where Greg Orman was tight in the polls against Senator Pat Roberts, but as you can see, a 10-point difference. The Republican senator, first elected back in 1996, in the seat that was previously held by Bob Dole, winning with 93% reporting in Kansas. 3 other states to share with you. First in Colorado, where another Republican pickup, Cory Gardner, the congressman, defeating incumbent Senator Mark Udall 51% to 44%. And in North Carolina, where Tom Tillis defeating freshman Senator Kay Hagan 49% to 47%. And the story that we'll be talking about over the next 4 weeks, the runoff that will take place in Louisiana under what is often called the jungle primary in Louisiana. 9 candidates on the ballot. Mary Landrieu now with 42% of the vote. Bill Cassidy with 40% of the vote. And that runoff is slated for December the 6th. We're going to continue with a few more of your phone calls. Our lines are open, and then we'll share with you the thoughts of David Perdue, who won the Georgia Senate race. But first, Craig is joining us from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Republican line. Tell us what the turnout was like where you voted today, Craig.
I voted Republican, but I'm fearful that the Republicans will fall into just what the Democrats did, and that is tunnel vision. We need a whole new approach. Whenever there is a political event, we need all parties to participate and right from the get-go start reasoning together on the issues, trying to get the best decisions for the American people, and that will determine how we vote instead of doing it the way we've done it this time, as usual, with $3.7 billion just for the congressional race and so many entities giving money, and we don't even know who they are. They're secret donors. Okay. And we just got to quit functioning this way. We got to start working together as fellow Americans, reasoning together.
Craig, can I jump in, because we don't have a whole lot of time, but I do want to ask you a real quick question. How did Joni Ernst, and why did she win in the state today?
Because people are sick and tired of what the Democrats are doing, and they're tired of all their money being taken away from them. And but the problem is we need each other.
Okay, we're going to move on to Dolores joining us from Holly Pound, Alabama, Democrats line. Good evening, or good morning now. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I would just like to say on our elections that we need more debates. That needs to be one of the criteria that whatever, I mean, it's such an important election that they agree that to at least one debate, because right now we're just solely electing somebody off who has the most negative ads, and whether you're a Democrat or Republican or an independent, you really, in my case, I really don't know what the candidate truly stands for. I want somebody that's going to go up there and work together, just not get elected because we're dissatisfied with our president, because he had some good things and some bad things. I think the health care issue hurt because I don't think it's really what people expected it to be. But another thing that I'd like to say to the American people, we can make a difference regardless of how this election goes. We can make our country better just by reading a label and buy American. That will send a message to the companies that sending our jobs overseas, and we will have more people working.
Okay, thanks very much for the call. All of the results are available on the bottom of our website and are on the bottom of the screen, and also on our website at cspan.org. Just want to share with you one of the races that we were following. A lot of debates in the Massachusetts governor's race, where now Charlie Baker ahead over Martha Coakley, and this would be a Republican pickup in the State House. Deval Patrick unable to seek another term. Let's go to Ken joining us from Gloucester, New Jersey, Independent line. Go ahead, please.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
I was curious. It was interesting tonight for me to see that governors in Pennsylvania went from Republican to Democrat, which the whole trend tonight has been the other way in all the different races, it seems to me, as an independent. And I'm wondering if that's a state that's going to be interesting for the next 2 years to see how the Democrat does, and if he does better in that state alone, will it show in the 2016 elections themselves? In other words, maybe the Republicans bought off more than they can chew for the next 2 years. I don't know.
Well, and we should point out the president was in Philadelphia, his final campaign appearance on Sunday. to campaign for Tom Wolf. He also campaigned in Connecticut, where Governor Malloy is now behind in that race, and he was on the campaign trail in Wisconsin, where Mary Burke lost to Scott Walker. So one of the headlines we shared with you earlier, not a good night for the president in terms of the Senate, but also for the races that he campaigned for in the governor's races over the weekend of the election. Only one, Tom Wolf, winning in Pennsylvania.
And just one other point I wanted to make regarding the initiatives. In Florida, my friend lives in Florida, and she has told me that the marijuana initiative for medical use needs a 60% threshold to pass. So
yeah, you're absolutely right. So that's
okay. So that actually, even though it looks like it's a big lead, really is not.
Right. Very important point. At 52%, but you do need 60 to pass.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's going to make it or not.
Right. But it did pass. Well, the initiative in D.C. passed, and the other initiative passed in Florida.
And it's interesting that in Florida that it wouldn't pass, to me at least.
Let's take a look at the balance of power, where the Democrats losing a number of Senate seats, and now the Republicans in control of the U.S. Senate for the next Congress. As you look at these numbers, 52 Republicans now in control, 3 races still to be decided, 1 in Louisiana that won't be decided until early December. We're still waiting for the results, of course, in Alaska. The Democrats will lose from the 53 seats to the 43 in the next Congress. Of course, 2 of those independents also caucus with the Democrats, and still some races to be determined. Let's go to Ken, and we'll go to Jeremy next in Seattle, Washington. Go ahead, Jeremy. You're on the air.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. I just wanted to say it's great to see such a big turnout at the election right now, considering it's a midterm. And I know I'm in Washington, but I really quickly wanted to congratulate my older brother, Gregory Carlson. He ran George Liang's campaign in Colorado District 2. George did not win that race, but he gave the incumbent, Jared Polis, a run for his money. So I just wanted to, on air, say congratulations, Gregory, for a great campaign.
Okay, and we'll go to Debbie next, our last call for this segment from Mesa, Arizona, Republican line. What's your take on the returns thus far tonight, Debbie?
You know, I'm very happy, and first of all, I would like to share congratulations to all the winners. But let's look at let's hope the American people won tonight. Not the candidates, not the president, not the Congress. The American people needed to win tonight, and it was time for a change. And I think this is positive. I think people need to start realizing that we're in a world economy today, and that we need to start addressing our taxes differently on our corporations so we can compete, like Mr. Herman Cain shared his 999 plan. And isn't that what Americans are about, free markets?
Okay, Debbie, thanks for the call from Mesa, Arizona. Over the weekend, Jonathan Martin of the New York Times reporting that the polling in Georgia showed that it was beginning to slip away for Michelle Nunn, although a lot of people had expected that the strong possibility of a runoff. That was not the case. She loses, the daughter of former Senator Sam Nunn, to businessman David Perdue, both relative political newcomers to this Senate seat. We covered the final debate in our campaign over the weekend, Sunday, courtesy of WSB TV. And tonight, Republican David Perdue in Atlanta declaring victory.
Loud and clear in this state, and Bonnie and I are committed to go to Washington and fight for you, and not the special interests and not the insiders in Washington, but you, the Georgians that we love. Thank you. You know, we heard loud and clear Georgians want us to fight for their constitutional rights. They want us to fight for the right to life, the value of life. A senator who won't bend to special interests, but listen to the people here at home and act accordingly and bring a sense of urgency to Washington. The thing we heard more than anything else is that Washington's broken and it's affecting our lives. And we don't want to leave this world to our kids without trying to make it better. Most importantly, Georgians want good-paying jobs. And to do that, we've got to get this economy going. We have to finally resolve our tax problems. And right now, Saxby Chamos is handing the baton over to me, and I'm going to fight for the fair tax. You know, I never imagined that Bonnie and I would be standing here. We're the most unlikely people to be doing this. But we felt led that this was something we could do to make a difference. But tonight we start a new journey. This has been an extraordinary 18 months. When I called my cousin, the ex-governor, and said, you need to run, he said, no, I've been paroled. But he said, you need to think about it. And we thought about it and prayed about it, and we started a journey with your help and some great, great professional help here. And we took our message around the state, and it resonated, and it worked because it was sincere. It was from our heart. More importantly, it was from your heart. And that's what people of this country and this state, that's what they're hearing tonight. But I want to remind you, tonight we start a new journey to set a new course for America, not just Georgia. This race was always bigger than me. It was always bigger than Georgia. We have to do this for our kids and grandkids. I do not want to be a member of the first generation in the history of our great country that has to tell my kids and my grandkids that I'm leaving you a world worse off. And you know what? Starting tonight, we're going to change that with your help. Thank you. Tomorrow morning, my commitment to you, at about 5 o'clock, I understand my first day starts as a senator-elect, and I'm very proud to be up tomorrow morning. I'm going to roll my sleeves up and get to work like I've done all my life. My entire career, that's all I've ever done. We've always worked as an underdog, just like in this campaign. But I need each of you to help me do it. Just because we had an election. There you go, Joni. Something I was saying. What a great night. I'm telling you, I have chill bumps. We have got to work hard. The part of my speech right here, you just can't believe what I'm about to tell you. Just because we had an election, seriously, this journey's just starting. And now we know we have a majority in the U.S. Senate where we'll move those 300 bills off Harry Reid's desk finally and get a vote. From the bottom of my heart, from the bottom of Bonnie's heart, I want to thank Georgia for trusting me with this unbelievable responsibility. I take it very seriously. Johnny Isakson, Saxby Chambliss are great, great heroes of Georgia. I will work hard to earn your trust over the next 6 years to be like them. I'll work every day to turn your trust into results. I want to thank each and every candidate in this long road to get here, and we had a few in the primary. I want to thank Michelle Nunn most of all for running a strong campaign, and she should be proud of their effort. And to her supporters, I mentioned to her tonight, I wanted her to convey my congratulations because they fought hard, and they believed in what they believed, and they worked that way. That's our system, guys. We have to engage. I will not give up my values, but I'm going to Washington to get something done. I want to thank, for those who voted for her and Amanda Swofford, I want you to know that I welcome you to join us in trying to make America a better place for our kids and grandkids. And the last thing, I want every person in the state of Georgia, some plus 10 million people, my commitment to every one of you is that Bonnie and I will give you everything we have to represent every single individual in this state, because this is the greatest state in the country. We can lead this country out of the doomsday that it's headed toward right now and back in the direction it ought to be headed. Very quickly, I would be remiss without thanking Congressman Jack Kingston. He epitomizes, please. After 30 years of public service in the state of Georgia, he backed me in this general election from the first day after the runoff. and he has worked very hard to get us to this point. And I want to personally, Jack, wherever you are, I want to say thank you to you and Libby. God bless you. To Phil Gingrey, Congressman Phil Gingrey, Congressman Paul Brown, Karen Handel, Derek Grayson, and Art Gardner, all in our primary. We had a ball, didn't we? It was a hard-fought battle, and these are great individuals. They're great Republicans, they're great Georgians, and they're great Americans. And I want to thank them for all they did in this process. But guys, I want to thank the thousands of volunteers. You just can't imagine. I've never been through this. I'm seeing the faces out here right now. You know, we couldn't do it without the volunteers, the donors. I mean, some of you got the calls last year, and the first words out of your mouth is, David, what are you thinking? But you hung in there, and you stepped up for us. And our staff and the yeoman job that you guys have done over the last year and a half is just beyond belief. Thank you. God bless you. And lastly, and I'm going to get this out, to my Bonnie, she is a rock. Truth be told, she's better at this than I am. And I want to thank my sons and their wives and our grandsons for putting up with this. I mean, I've been an absent father, an absent grandfather, absent husband over the last year and a half because we were on a mission. And with your help, we did it. I just want to thank you finally for all your confidence. You know, this is not about me. I don't even think it's about Georgia. I think it's about our country, and we have an opportunity, and you've got to stay involved. You've got to hold me accountable. You've got to hold our elected officials accountable, all of them. And I just want to tell you right now that with your help and God's will, we will change the direction of our country. We will be able to tell our kids we're leaving you a world better off than our parents left us. And I'll tell you this, I am so proud to be an American. I love my country. I love you. I love my state. And together, we will make Georgia and America the best place on earth for our kids and grandkids. Thank you all. God bless you.
From Atlanta earlier tonight, Senator-elect David Perdue, the Republican, winning that Senate seat, keeping it in Republican hands. And we want to thank WSB and WRAL for allowing us to bring in some of the speeches during the course of the evening. More of a chance for you to phone in and share your comments about this election and what it all means. Let's go through some of the governor's races in which the president campaigned over the last week and a half to 2 weeks. We want to begin with Wisconsin, where Mary Burke in the polls showing it a much closer race than the final results. Governor Scott Walker, who is a potential 2016 presidential bid, 91% reporting in Wisconsin, and Scott Walker with 53%, Democrat Mary Burke at 45%. In Pennsylvania, the final campaign appearance by the president over the weekend, Tom Wolf, the Democrat, winning with 55% of the vote, defeating incumbent Republican Governor Tom Corbett. In Connecticut, it is a race that is still too close to call. Governor Dan Malloy is ahead slightly with just over 50% of the vote compared to 48.5% for Republican Tom Foley. That race at one point, only 7 votes separated Dan Malloy and Tom Foley. In Maine, a 4-way race, but looking at the top 2 contenders, Governor Paul LePage is currently ahead at 48%, Congressman Mike Michoud at 44%, and still 40% of the vote has yet to be counted in the state of Maine. And finally, in Illinois, where Governor Pat Quinn is seeking a second full term, but that race has gone to the Republican Bruce Rauner with 51% of the vote, Governor Quinn losing with 46% of the vote. And this tweet from Senator Rand Paul, he's been sharing a lot of thoughts tonight about this election. Today, he says voters sent a message to President Obama and Hillary Clinton rejecting their policies and their candidates. And you can see the photograph in here of Michelle Nunn with Hillary Clinton on the campaign trail. Let's go to Olive joining us from Punta Gorda, Florida. Good morning to you. Olive, you're on the air.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening. I'm a Democrat, and I've been listening. I think a lot of the people showed up to vote, which I really was surprised because this is a midterm election. But basically, I think it was just the money. And I mean, they just bombarded us. I couldn't watch my TV without seeing 1,500 advertisements and talking, and really we don't know what they're going to do because, you know, it's left to be seen.
3.7.
If you could afford to spend millions, then whatever.
$3.7 billion spent in this midterm election. And the most expensive Senate race in North Carolina. Also, of course, no surprise, in Arkansas, Louisiana, Alaska, where the polls are now closed, among the most expensive in this midterm election. Let's look at where the state houses fall, the governor's races this year compared to what we saw before. Right now, there are 29 Republican governors and a pickup right now of 1 with 21 Democratic governors, and they now hold 14. 6 have yet to be decided. But again, in some early numbers from Alaska, we could see Dan Sullivan is ahead over Senator Mark Begich. That is one of those races that could further add, if the Republicans pick up Alaska, to the GOP control of the U.S. Senate in 2015. Carrie joining us from Fallbrook, California, Republican line. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm an American of Mexican descent, and a lot of this election is really giving me a lot of hope. I just think that it's really time to close the borders. I think it's time to get back to the privilege of being an American, and instead of the handout, the brown paper bags that everyone's grabbing for. It's just time to get back to work. It's time to go back to those things. We could have avoided the Ebola crisis if people were brought into the state into the country like they used to be, and people worked. And it's time to get back to that work ethic. And as an American of Mexican descent, I encourage other Americans of Mexican descent to do the same.
Okay, Carrie, thanks for the call. A tweet from Senator Tim Kaine, who wants to welcome Don Beyer, the former lieutenant governor, who won in the seat, an open seat in Virginia, Northern Virginia. Excited to welcome Don Beyer to the Virginia delegation. We need more can-do optimists like him in Congress. And the seat previously held by Frank Wolf in a neighboring district is staying in Republican hands. Barbara Comstock defeating Paul Faust in that race. Denise joining us from Centerville, Iowa, independent line. Good evening.
Good evening. Good morning, actually.
Yes.
I'm an independent voter, and I have gone online to research all the candidates for my state before I finally made the decision to vote for Joni Ernst based on her Iowa family values and her Christian values, including her stance on abortion. I think that's very important, and since she is a mother and she is a veteran, I think that her values fit right into Iowa values completely.
Hey, Denise, can I ask you another question? Because one of the issues that came up early on in the Iowa Senate race, that comment made by Bruce Braley that referred to Senator Chuck Grassley as just a farmer from Iowa. From your standpoint, how damaging was that to him among the rural voters?
I don't think it was damaging. I happen to have some insight on that because I know Chuck Grassley and Tom Harkin personally. I grew up as one of their neighbors. But Chuck Grassley has a record that speaks for itself, so I don't think that any of the comments that have been made about him by Bruce Braley or anyone else is going to make any difference at all.
But did it hurt Bruce Braley? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. Probably. I would have to say in some people's minds, yes. In mine, no.
Okay.
I as an independent registered voter, I vote for the person, not the party. So I ruled him out for other reasons.
Gotcha. Hey, Denise, thanks very much for the call. We'll go next to Charles joining us from Eugene, Oregon. Go ahead, please. Jeff Merkley winning in that Senate race in your home state, Charles.
Yep, that's correct. Well, basically, I'm just wanted to make a comment about the media coverage of the elections.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just think that, it's kind of ridiculous, all the fanfare that goes into it. I believe that this, for public service,
it shouldn't be a job where people get rewarded with fame and fortune, you know?
Okay, Charles, thanks for the call. In Tennessee, where Senator Lamar Alexander easily winning his own re-election battle, Monique is joining us from Cordova, Tennessee on the Democrats line. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm just really disappointed in just everyone in the state that didn't vote for Initiative 1 to be brought down, because it was against abortion. And I understand Christian values say, no, we shouldn't be for abortion, but I'm like, Amendment 1 didn't give insight that if a woman has MS or has cancer or has been raped, that she should be able to choose. With my daughter, I had MS, and my doctors didn't want me to go ahead and have my pregnancy. Now, for myself, I chose to have her. But for another woman, that should be her choice, not a choice that someone is forcing you. The government shouldn't force you to have a child if it's going to make you die.
Okay, Monique from Cordova, Tennessee. During the course of the evening, we've been sharing with you the victory and concession speeches of the candidates in those Senate races that now determining who is going to control the Senate. It will be the Republicans. All of the results available on our website, and a county-by-county breakdown at cspan.org. Greg Orman, the independent candidate who lost to Senator Pat Roberts, here's what he had to say earlier in the evening in Overland Park, Kansas, just outside of Kansas City.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. I couldn't have expected a warmer welcome, and Sybil and I are just so grateful that you're all here today. 10 minutes ago, I called Senator Roberts and congratulated him on his victory. We had a very cordial conversation, and the senator knows very, very clearly that Kansas is deeply a part of my future and his future, and asked to actually be able to work together. And I told him I would enjoy that opportunity, and he couldn't have been more gracious. So congratulations to Senator Roberts. I have to say, when Sybil and I started this process, we knew that it was going to be difficult. We knew that we were going to face tough competition. What has been, for us, the greatest of surprises is how wonderful our friends and people we've never met before and volunteers have been. They've given of themselves. They've told us, we realize you're out here on a limb. We want to crawl out on the limb with you. It is something that I will be eternally grateful for, and I have to say to all of you who are here tonight and those people who couldn't be here, there's too many people to name them individually, but I couldn't be more grateful than I am right now for all the help, the effort, just the sheer caring, love, and passion that Sybil and I were shown by so many of you. So thank you all so very much for that. It has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to travel the state of Kansas, to talk to Kansans about issues that matter to them, to have them be so gracious, warm, and welcoming as we traveled the state. And again, I can't say enough about the voters of Kansas and the people of Kansas, and how genuinely privileged I've been to be able to be a part of this process. I have to also say, while Senator Roberts won tonight, we didn't lose. We not only ran against Senator Roberts, we ran against the whole Washington establishment. And Kansans and all of you in this room sent them a very strong message, and that message couldn't have been clearer. You can't go to Washington and hide behind your party label. You've got to go there and get stuff done. That's the message that you helped me send today. That's the message that voters of Kansas sent. And if you think about where we came from and where we are today, it's absolutely amazing that with everything aligned against us, until 30 minutes ago, we believed that there was a chance that we would fundamentally change Washington, and I believe we did. My firm hope and belief is also that we sent a message to other aspiring independents out there that this can be done, that voters are with you. While we didn't get it done today, I believe that what we did was sparked a fuse that will allow other independents in other states to step forward and say, enough with the partisanship, enough with the fighting, enough with the gridlock. We need to go there and represent Americans, not one party or the other. As I look around this room, I realize how genuinely blessed Sybil and I are. Not only do we have many wonderful, lifelong friends here, but I see so many faces of people that we've met over the past several months who I now think are going to be lifelong friends. And I couldn't be more grateful for that. If someone asked me if you could do it all over again, would you decide not to? I would say absolutely not. This has been the greatest thrill of my life. I am so excited to be standing here today. And again, this is not the end of anything. This is a beginning. And thank you for So thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you all for being here with us over the past 5 months as we've ventured on this journey together. Again, I can't thank you all for everything that you've done to help us send a message to Washington. And I am firmly convinced that what we have done here in Kansas, what we are doing tonight, it's the start of something great for this country. It's the start of the renewal of America, and I thank you for that.
Greg Orman, who many suspected had he won, he might have caucused with the Democrats. He never indicated during the campaign which party he would caucus with, but he lost by a rather substantial margin, by a 10% margin over Senator Pat Roberts, who is going to come back and likely to be chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee with the Republicans now in control of the U.S. Senate. A tweet sent out earlier today from the current Senate Majority Leader, Harry Reid, saying that he hopes to work with Mitch McConnell and compromise on some of the issues. Let's take a look at some of the House races still to be decided, including some members who could go down in defeat. We want to begin with California's 26th congressional district, and you can see Representative Julia Brownley, a Democrat, with about half of the vote now reporting, holding on to a very narrow lead, 50.3%. Jeff Gorell at 49.7% of the vote. Also in California, in the 52nd Congressional District, this is a race that we covered a number of debates in. Congressman Scott Peters right now is behind. He is a Democrat over Republican Carl DeMaio, 51% to 49% respectively. In Nebraska, the 2nd Congressional District, the race where Representative Lee Terry, a Republican, this could be a Democratic pickup for Brad Ashford, right now with about 70% of the vote reported. Brad Ashford at 49%, Congressman Lee Terry, Republican, at 46%. Another potential Democratic hold would be in Utah's 4th Congressional District. Mia Love is the Republican candidate. Actually, now that's just been changed. She is now the winner with a new set of numbers, 99% reporting. So Mia Love, the Republican, winning with 50% of the vote. Doug Owens, who was ahead earlier in the evening, getting 47% of the vote. And in Louisiana's 6th Congressional District, we'll look at the numbers in that race as well. Edward Edwards at 30% of the vote and Garrett Graves at 27%. So if those numbers hold true, Louisiana could be heading to a runoff in that race. Edward Edwards, who went to jail. He is the former governor of Louisiana. An interesting race to watch in that part of the state. And finally, in Arizona's 2nd Congressional District, the seat previously held by Gabby Giffords, her longtime staffer, Congressman Ron Barber, in a tough re-election battle in that district, holding on slightly, 50.5% of the vote. Martha McSally, the Republican nominee, at 49.5% of the vote. Let's go to Retrieve, joining us from Childress, Texas. Good evening, Republican line. Your take on all of these results tonight.
All right. Back in 1972, I went through college. Went to Ordain College. And I went through high school, and I went through school, and all the way through the school. And I was raised in 1965. Well, in 1972, when the Democrat says no prayers in school, so they was trying to vote out the prayers in school. The Democrats did this. Well, this went on turned up to Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter tried to pass it. No prayers in school. It didn't pass because the Republicans says no. We're not going to step in, and we're not going to take God out of America. Well, here comes they started right back up again, taking prayers out of school. Now, if they finally took prayers out of school, they got that passed. Now they're trying to take God out of Fed's allegiance. They're taking God completely out of America.
Okay, we'll go to Cindy next in Fort Lauderdale, Independent line. Your take on the results in your state, Governor Scott winning in a close re-election battle over former Governor Charlie Crist.
I just think that they both said what people wanted to hear, and when they get in there, they're not going to do anything. That's how it's always been. You know, the things that should have passed didn't pass, and the ones that should be in the chair, I don't think any of them needs to be there because they're only telling us what they want us to hear, what we want to hear. And when they get in there, they do none of what they said they were going to do.
Okay, thanks for the call. Again, it is official. We're Governor Rick Scott winning a second term. He loaned his campaign several $1 million in the last 10 days of the race. Charlie Crist, who stepped down from the governorship 4 years ago and lost to Marco Rubio in the Republican primary, now losing in his bid for a second term as Florida's governor. We'll go to Aaron next, joining us from Groveport, Ohio. Good evening to you, Aaron.
Yes, good evening. I just got some things I would like to say. You know, it's about three things that I would like to point out to the people who got elected tonight or today and the people who were elected before. One, stop foreign aid. You take the billions and hundreds of billions of dollars that's being sent overseas and pour it back into this country to help the poor people who are out of food, out of jobs, and out of homes. Second, immigration. Yeah, everybody's wanting to stop immigration. There was a right way to get immigration into this country and to the people who come into this country. Illegal immigrants coming into this country, what are we doing? We're feeding them, we're housing them, and then adding more to people who don't have it. Third, the people who got elected today and who were elected before. When you walk into the House partisan, and wherever you're at in Washington, D.C., hang up your political affiliation on the door before you go into that office. And remember, you're there to represent the people of the United States of America.
Okay, Aaron, we're short on time, so let's move on to another caller. One other note, by the way, the president will sit down with the congressional leadership, the Speaker of the House, the Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi, the Republican leader and soon-to-be Majority Leader Senator Mitch McConnell, who won re-election tonight, and Senator Harry Reid, the outgoing Majority Leader. They will all sit down at the White House on Friday. The president then traveling to Asia for a trip to Burma, China, and Australia next week for the APEC Summit. Brian is joining us from Walla Walla, Washington, Republican line. Your take on all of this tonight, Brian. Good evening.
Good evening. I was just calling actually to ask a question, and I'm very glad for the Republicans that they took the Senate. It's about time. But I was calling to see what you think about whether what the Republicans will do now, what their priority may be as far as immigration, or, what your take on it is, what you think that they will prioritize to start out with.
Okay, well, the good part about this program is that you get to express your opinion. We're here to facilitate the conversation. We do know that there will be a lame duck session, and of course immigration potentially could be an issue. It depends on whether the president issues executive orders, and certainly a series of topics that we'll be covering a lot in the days ahead here on the C-SPAN network. So thank you very much for the call. Dean is joining us, Stuart, Florida. What a Senate race. That was a lot closer than many people initially expected in Virginia.
Yeah, very much so. I'm a libertarian. One thing I want to see that's going to actually happen is whoever loses is going to blame the Libertarian Party for Robert Sarvis for taking what his way. It's happened last year in the governor's race. It'll happen again. I'd like to also say that in the 6th District House race, I got to give it up for Will Hammer. He got 12%, which is very good for a Libertarian candidate versus a Republican.
Okay, Dean, thanks for the call. A breakdown of all of these races and a county-by-county look at the results available on our website at cspan.org. Kay Hagan, hoping to hold on for her re-election. She spoke to supporters conceding the race in Greensboro, North Carolina, as she lost to the Republican State Speaker of the House, Tom Tillis, in the North Carolina Senate race. Let's watch.
Hello. Hello, everybody. It is so good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much for your friendship. Thank you for being here tonight. I've just called Speaker Tillis to congratulate him and to tell him we will work with him during this transition period. And I really first want to thank my fabulous husband, Chip. It's been one of the greatest blessings in my life to have Chip with me, by my side, standing with me, as we really work for the values we hold dear in North Carolina. Chip, thanks for your unending support. I also want to thank my kids. The best, absolutely the best. And my baby grandson, Harrison. And another one that's on the way. These kids are going to hear some great stories. Fun stories. And I want to thank each and every one of you, all of you here tonight, so many people all across North Carolina, our supporters, our volunteers, and our incredible staff. Please know I consider each of you a friend. Thank you for standing with me during this campaign. It's been a long couple of years, but none of it would have been possible without the long hours so many of you logged, knocking on doors, making all of those phone calls, making sure that people all across our state could have their voice heard. You weren't just standing with me, though. You were standing with working families all across North Carolina. Those are the families that I have worked to represent my 6 years in the U.S. Senate. And those are the families that still need a voice. This campaign has ended, but our work to improve the lives of North Carolinians and to build an economy that works for everyone isn't over. In North Carolina, I know everybody in this room knows we have a state toast, the land of the longleaf pine. And in that state toast, we say, and if you know it, you can say it with me, here's to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine, where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. Here's to down home, the old North State. You know, I have done my very best to give North Carolina the opportunity for every North Carolinian to grow both strong and great, because that's what our state, is really all about. It has been such an honor to hear your stories, your dreams, and your hopes. I will always be grateful for the trust that you placed in me and for the chance to serve our great state. Y'all, it has been fabulous, and what an incredible family, state, staff, supporters we have all across this great, great state. And all of our volunteers. Oh my goodness, I see so many of you out there, and every one of you should be right up here on stage with me tonight. So God bless you. We're going to continue to make North Carolina everybody have an opportunity to grow both strong and great. God bless you, and God bless the state of North Carolina. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our thanks to WRAL in Raleigh, North Carolina, allowing us to share with you the results from the North Carolina Senate race and the speech by Senator Kay Hagan, who lost her re-election battle to the Republican State Speaker of the House, Thom Tillis. I want to show you the headline from the Washington Post, calling it a Republican wave as the GOP dominates the midterms and takes control of the U.S. Senate. And the Washington Post also declaring in Virginia that Mark Warner, in a tight race, was reelected against Ed Gillespie. Also, this is what the map looks like, courtesy of the Washington Post, looking at a state-by-state breakdown. And in the District of Columbia, Muriel Bowser winning in her bid to become D.C.'s next mayor. Let's take a look at some of the governor's races around the country, beginning with the Maryland governor's races. This is one of the surprising stories of the night, where Larry Hogan, who is a relative newcomer to Maryland politics. He did lose his bid for a House seat. His father, though, served in Congress. He won the seat against Anthony Brown, the state lieutenant governor, 52% to 47%. And Martha Coakley, who lost another statewide bid in her race to become the next governor of Massachusetts. Charlie Baker, who lost to Deval Patrick 4 years ago, eking out a win, 48%. To the State Attorney General Martha Coakley at 47%. You may remember that Martha Coakley lost to Scott Brown, who lost his own Senate seat in neighboring New Hampshire tonight. Rhode Island governor has its first female governor, as Gina Raimondo winning with 40% of the vote compared to Alan Fung's 36% of the vote. And in Connecticut, a race that has been too close to call much of the evening, where Dan Malloy, the incumbent Democratic governor, is ahead 50.3% to Tom Foley's 48.7%. And in Colorado, the race still to be decided, where Bob Beaupre is now moving ahead 48% to Governor John Hickenlooper at 47.6%. All of the results on our website at cspan.org. And earlier in the evening, Reince Priebus, the chair of the Republican National Committee, speaking to reporters at RNC headquarters on Capitol Hill.
Well, good evening, everybody. Obviously, we're all here to talk about the midterm election and where we're at so far this evening. I'm joined by Senator Moran and Congressman Walden from the NRSC and the NRCC. we feel pretty good right now. It's been a good night so far. We are excited about Cory Gardner coming in and a lot of House races coming in. We feel like getting to 6 tonight is clearly in the view, and we couldn't be happier with what's been happening around the country. We feel good about where our candidates were at. Recruited, I think, stellar candidates across the country. Our governors are winning. Looks like Scott Walker's up, Rick Scott is up, and a lot of other governors are yet to come in. It's early, we understand that, and a lot of our most important races are out west in Iowa, Colorado, Alaska, and Louisiana looks like it's going to a runoff. So we're happy with where we're at, and we're excited about what tonight is going to bring for the Republican Party. With that, I want to turn things over to Congressman Greg Walden.
Well, thank you, Reince, and thank you for the great leadership of the Republican National Committee and the great ground game. These elections are playing out on the ground, and I think we learned a lot of lessons coming out of 2012 about how to get data better, how to get the ground game better, how to turn out our voters. That's playing out right now on the ground in these races. I'm really excited about where we're at in the House. We're seeing results all across the map. In New Hampshire, we're ahead there with Frank Ginta, 52-47. Virginia, this Northern Virginia seat that started out to be a real problem in terms of Frank Wolf's retirement, and we ended up with Barbara Comstock winning that with 54%. That is a huge victory in a Northern Virginia seat. We are beating Nick Joe Rahal in West Virginia. People told us, oh, don't go in there, you can't beat these guys. They've withstood every other wave for 352 years. Well, guess what? Evan Jenkins is up in double digits right now over Nick Rahal. In Georgia, Rick Allen is up over Barrow, double digits in Georgia. And so we think, while it's early, we're really excited about the results we're seeing. We've had a terrific group of candidates. They've done their job. We've been there to help them. And I think American people are speaking. The president was right. This is a referendum year on his policies. You're seeing that play out in ballot box after ballot box all across America.
Thank you all for the opportunity to have a conversation, and I express my gratitude to Reince and the RNC crew who have been so helpful to the cause at NRSC, and I congratulate Greg Walden for the success that the House Campaign Committee is having today in elections across the country. The RNC has been particularly helpful to us in the ground game, in voter turnout, in making certain that we had the resources necessary to win in states that are very challenging to Republicans. This is a wonderful night to date, to this moment in time. What we're seeing is very, very pleasing to us. It means victory for Republicans, but more importantly, it means good things for America. First of all, I would say that we are so excited. As you know, Colorado has been called for Cory Gardner. He exemplifies something that we really have worked hard at. In my view, what the NRSC has done is recruit and encourage great candidates. We have trained them, and they are why we have the ability to deliver a majority this evening of Republicans to the United States Senate. And so tonight we have a few results in, all of which are things that we were hoping would happen. And clearly, the victories, first in West Virginia, suggesting that those states that have been represented by Democrats in the United States Senate now for quite a long time, West Virginia, South Dakota, and we have great faith in Montana, are going to become Republican pickups this evening. And then we've had Arkansas called. In fact, Senator Pryor is on television conceding. And now we await additional results. But the idea that we are doing so well in places like Colorado, that Ed Gillespie is doing so well in Virginia, this is a great moment for us as Republicans, the ability to win and carry states that are purple and often lean very blue. We're pleased about what we expect to have happen tonight in Iowa. And it is a night that will last for a while longer. My guess is that North Carolina is very, very tight, and we will be watching that late into the evening. And Alaska is a place in which voting will occur for a long time because of the mail-in process. So we have a lot yet to learn. But you look at where the NRSC began 2 years ago, in which we were told, how can you get candidates to run? How can you raise the resources to help them, and how can you put the team in place to see that they are successful. And I think you look at this evening and can easily say the NRSC has had significant success over the last 2 years, in large part because of the quality of candidates who chose to run to help change the country in states across our nation. Thank you all very much. And again, thank you to Reince, and congratulations to Greg.
Take questions? Questions? Yes.
Yes, hello. Sarah Sisson from French television. You said earlier that this vote today was a referendum on Obama's policy. So do you think tonight is a real drawback for President Obama?
Well, I think it's a call to President Obama that he's going to have to start working with Republicans to get things done. And I think, obviously, with a Republican majority in the Senate, he's going to have no other option than to work with Republicans to get things done. Well, he should have been doing that for the past 5 years, and he hasn't been. And I think the American people are sick and tired of it, and what you're seeing tonight is the accumulation of that, plus Democrat lieutenant candidates that supported him every step of the way, and the American people said, no way. Start working together and start getting things done in this country. Yes.
What do you expect President Obama to say or discuss with leaders on Friday when there's the congressional meeting, bicameral, bipartisan? What do you think he's going to say?
Let you guys take that.
You know, I hope he says, let's get together, let's put our differences aside, and let's get America working again. I hope he says, I got the message, I've learned, it's a new day, let's go solve these problems. Because that is, by the way, what Americans expect us to do, and it's what they pay us all to do. So we're open to working with the President. There's a majority in the Senate, which it appears there will be. If we grow our majority in the House, he'll make that choice. And I hope he makes the right choice for America and America's future, and that is to say, okay, let's see what we can get done. These are big problems, they need solutions, I'll work with you.
This is the Italian television. How do you think this opens the road to next presidential elections?
Well, obviously, I think something that Senator said about winning purple states, it's important. We've got a good environment, great candidates. I think, as he said, I think we built a ground game up that's competent as a national party, and we're getting our act together when it comes to digital and data operations as a national party, which is a first step. But what it means is that we're winning the races that we need to win, and we're going to win tough races that we need to win as well, and that bodes well for the map in 2016. You have to be able to make the sale that you can get to 270 in the Electoral College vote. Well, that means winning a purple state or two in a good environment. Yeah.
Are you guys kicking yourself that you didn't put more resources into Virginia, given how close that race is?
Well, we've been in Virginia for a year and a half, so I mean we've been transferring in on the ground in Virginia for a year and a half, and then we also put a few $1 million right off the bat in 2013 on a ground operation that we didn't take off the map. So I actually think the way Ed Gillespie's played it is perfect, because I think sometimes if you come in with $20 million, the other side will put $40 million, and then, you know, things can be different. So, I mean, it's not very easy to analyze what would happen if you would have done 30 million, 40 million, 10 million, you know. Things change. In many ways, I think flying under the radar and having a good, competent ground operation that the RNC has been involved with in the Gillespie campaign from the beginning, I think has been very effective.
The other
resources are not unlimited, but I would tell you that we have put more than $600,000 into Virginia as the NRSC, including an additional influx of money over the weekend. So we saw potential, and mostly we saw potential because Ed Gillespie is such a great candidate.
The other piece is from the House perspective. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. From the House perspective, we never pulled fully out in supporting Barbara Comstock. And I think all of us, if we do our jobs in our own races, it all adds up together. Democrats ought to be questioning why the DCCC bailed on their candidate so quickly in Northern Virginia and pulled all their money out. We stayed in with the ground game, we stayed in working, and I have to think that that helped turnout among Republicans in Northern Virginia.
Yep.
Jennifer Kearns, Washington Times and The Blaze. Democrats already downplaying tonight, saying if you win, it's really all about 2016. What are some of the things?
Of course they are.
What are the things you come out of the gate preparing for 2016 tomorrow? Top priorities.
Well, I mean, for one thing, we're going to have to make sure that we take care of business in Alaska, and then we're going to have a runoff in Louisiana, and we're going to be prepared with a whole bunch of our staffers going down there, and I know I can tell you over 300 folks are going to be moved down to Louisiana. We've already got the hotel contracts booked and signed. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do about Thanksgiving with 300 staffers or more paid on the ground in Louisiana. But look, you know, what we're trying to do at the RNC has put together a competent national party that's got its act together when it comes to a ground game and when it comes to our digital and data operation. It's all the boring stuff, everybody, that no one wants to talk about, but mechanics are what wins races, and that's what we're committed to at the RNC.
If I could add to that as well, one of the things that needs to happen and will happen if Republicans do gain the majority this evening is that we need to govern. We need to govern well. The Senate needs to function. We need to have debate, discussion. We need to pass budgets and appropriation bills. And so in preparation for 2016, and I'm reluctant to talk about the future when today is the election day for 2014, but a message and something that's important to us as senators is that we get rid of the dysfunction that has lasted so long on the Senate floor. It will be beneficial not just to Republicans, it will be beneficial to the country, but it also sets the stage to demonstrate that Republicans can be trusted to be elected to the presidency in 2016.
Last question.
Yep.
Chairman Walden, Congressman Roger Williams has said it wouldn't be a surprise if he or Aaron Schock challenge you for your NRCC chairmanship. Just wondering your thoughts on that, and will your Republican leaders stand behind you if you're challenged?
I am pretty confident my Republican leaders are standing behind me, as my conference will as well. I think it's all about getting the job, focusing on the job at hand. The job at hand was to use the resources we had to win as many races as we could in very dark blue territory, and I think the results are playing out on the screens and newspaper pages and radio across America tonight. So, you know, I'm in this to elect Republicans. I did what my conference asked. I think we've done it well. We've had a great team. The other thing I'd say is our conference really stepped up in terms of contributing their own money, their own time, all over the country. And so I'm pretty excited about the outcome tonight, and I'm sure my colleagues will be as well.
Let me congratulate Greg Walden for the job he has accomplished and express our gratitude. Look forward to working with him and other House leaders in a new Senate. But I also would say that no one is going to be challenging me for the NRSC job in 2015 and beyond. They are welcome to it.
Thank you, everybody. God bless.
Thank you.
Welcome to it in part because of the amount of money they need to raise. The Republican leaders for the House and Senate campaign committees a few hours ago, we want to take you live to Anchorage, Alaska, where Dan Sullivan is currently ahead in his bid to unseat Senator Mark Begich. This is the scene inside the Sullivan campaign headquarters. Let's look at the latest numbers, and this is a race that could be decided not necessarily tonight, but over the next couple of days because of the mail-in voting in that race. But Dan Sullivan is currently ahead. Again, 36% of the vote now in Alaska. Sullivan with about 52,000 votes compared to Senator Mark Begich at 47,000 votes. And you heard from Senator Moran saying that that one of the races that could not be decided tonight, maybe tomorrow or in the next day or two. Of course, the other race is in Louisiana, where the runoff will take place on December the 6th. That is a Saturday. And you heard from Reince Priebus saying the RNC is going to begin sending staff down there. And we heard from Senator Mary Landrieu challenging Congressman Bill Cassidy to 6 debates over the next 4 weeks. The headline from the New York Times, the GOP takes control of the U.S. Senate with still 2 races to be decided. But you can see what it looks like right now, where the Democrats have 44 seats and the Republicans 52 seats. Also a increased Republican majority in the U.S. House of Representatives, where Speaker Boehner will come back as the Republican leader of the U.S. Congress. All of the results are available on our website at cspan.org, and we'll have much more tomorrow morning on C-SPAN's Washington Journal. 3 hours of results and highlights of the speeches and your calls and comments on the returns from this midterm election. Earlier in the evening, Senator from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, declaring victory. His race was declared shortly after 7 o'clock Eastern Time. He won over Allison Lundergan Grimes, and here's what Senator McConnell told his supporters in Louisville earlier in the evening.
Are you having a good time? On a night like tonight, you're grateful above all else. And for me, that gratitude starts with the people of Kentucky. They've put their trust and confidence in me for a long time, and I want to thank them tonight. I work hard to bring your concerns to Washington, and I will not let up. You know, every election is a job interview. In this case, a very long one. I shared my vision with you. You shared your stories and your concerns with me. And yet one complaint has stood out above all the rest, especially in recent weeks. So I'd like to make an announcement that I think will be very welcome news to many of you. No more campaign commercials. The TV executives may not like it, but enough is enough, right? A little while ago, I spoke with my opponent. Secretary Grimes ran a spirited campaign. She earned a lot of votes, and she earned my respect. It took a lot of guts to take on a race like this. Because of the business we're in, it also meant she'd take some heat. I admire her willingness to step into the arena and fight as hard as she did. We need more people who are willing to do that, not fewer. She deserves a lot of credit for it. This was certainly a hard-fought contest. And I've been so proud to have my wife beside me every step of the way. You know, Elaine told me early on she wasn't ready to have me sitting around the house working on my resume. And she's gone above and beyond to prevent that. She's been the most valuable player on our team, and I'm so blessed to have her in my life and by my side. And to my campaign manager, Josh Holmes, my friends, he pitched a perfect game. Thank you, Josh. Of course, there's so many others I could thank. They know who they are. Thank you, every one of you, for giving so much of yourselves to this race. Nobody's been blessed with a better team than I have had over the years, and I want to thank them all. My thoughts also turn back tonight to two other people who aren't here, but to whom I owe a great deal. My parents. I learned a lot from them both. From my dad, a combat veteran of World War II, I learned an abiding love of this country and all that it represents, not only to those of us who were fortunate enough to be born here, but to so many others around the world. From my mom, I learned the value of perseverance and got an enduring lesson as she helped me overcome a frightening bout with polio as a child. In many ways, my folks were just like any other parents of their generation. They were optimists. They believed in America. Without a trace of cynicism, they transmitted the central promise of this country on to me, the promise that every generation will leave the next one a little better off than the one before. This is the compact that every generation of Americans has made with the one that followed it. And through Civil War and depressions and world wars and strife, we've always made good on it. But as I've traveled through Kentucky over the past year, I've sensed new doubts. Suddenly, folks aren't so sure that that compact will survive if we continue down the road that we've been on. They're hungry for new leadership. They want a reason to be hopeful. Above all, they want some reassurance that people who run the government are actually on their side. So tonight, I pledge you this. Whether you're a coal miner in eastern Kentucky who can't find work, or a mom in Paducah who doesn't understand why the government just took away her family's health insurance, I've heard your concerns. I've made them my own. You will be heard in Washington. And look, when you get right down to it, that's what this campaign was really all about. It wasn't about me or my opponent. It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all. A government that's too busy imposing its view of the world on people who don't share that view. Too many in Washington have forgotten that their job is to serve. So tomorrow, the papers will say, I won this race. But the truth is, tonight we begin another one that's far more important than mine. And that's the race to turn this country around. To restore hope and confidence and optimism to this Commonwealth and across this nation of ours. Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the President to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either. But look, we do have an obligation to work together on issues where we can agree. I think we have a duty to do that. Just because we have a two-party system doesn't mean we have to be in perpetual conflict. I think I've shown that to be true at critical times in the past. I hope the President gives me the chance to show it again. There's so much that we can and should do for the good of all Americans. Kentuckians are tired of a government that only seems to work when it is working against them. And they're also tired of hearing that those of us who fight for them in Washington are somehow the problem. I'm so honored to have Dr. Noel Hunter with me tonight. You've all gotten an opportunity to get to know her. What an extraordinary woman. Dr. Hunter was determined to get her daughter back. Against all odds, she did it. She did it. And when all was said and done, she achieved something else that a lot of people said was even more remarkable. She made me seem more warm and cuddly. You know, over the past year, a lot of people from outside the state have tried to tell Kentuckians what motivates me to do what I do. I'll let them have their say. But here's the truth. To anyone who says nothing ever gets done in Washington, here's my 5-word answer. Tell that to Noel Hunter. This woman is the reason I run. She's the reason I do what I do in Washington. We can make a difference, and we do every single day. We're proud of that in my office, and yet as I've traveled across the state, I've become acutely reminded of something else the government can do. It can do terrible damage to families and communities. I've seen the hurt in people's eyes in the mountains. It breaks your heart to see the pain that distant planners in federal agencies are causing to so many in our state. And if you're an elected official like me, it hardens your resolve to do something about it. For too long, this administration has tried to tell the American people what's good for them and then blame somebody else when their policies didn't work out. Tonight, Kentucky rejected that approach. Tonight, Kentuckians said, we can do better as a nation. Tonight, they said, we can have real change in Washington, real change. And that's just what I intend to deliver. So, friends, tonight turns a corner, and the future I see is a bright one. Americans have seen that what the current crowd in Washington is offering is making us weaker both at home and abroad. They have had enough. You know, there's an old saying that's often attributed to Winston Churchill that I'm reminded of. Here's what he said about us, about Americans. He said, you know, the Americans, they always do the right thing after they've tried everything else first. Friends, this experiment in big government has lasted long enough. It's time to go in a new direction. It's time to turn this country around. And I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
Spend a little more in the store for a tag in the back it says USA. Semper Fi tattooed on his left